Good evening. It is 4 p.m. and we are calling this work session to order. Welcome. This is a special meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The purpose of this special meeting is a policy work session. We will begin with a roll call. If you are present, please indicate so by saying present. Director Cook?
Present.
Director Cook is present and online. Director Williams?
Present.
Vice President Gregory?
Present.
And I am present. We will start our work session by calling upon Superintendent Vela to kick us off.
Thank you so much, President Margell, members of the board. I want to take a personal point of privilege just to commend my staff, in particular Ms. Holly, for all the work that she's done, not just this year, but in years past, in making sure the board has kept up with all the policies that they need to, and also the timely ones as well. And so we'll continue to do that. So I wanted just to share that, and also thank my team, teams who are always here, ready to answer any questions that you need and that we need in order to continue our good work together. So without further ado, turn it over to Ms. Holly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Yes. Yes.
Tonight, we are on our last policy work session for the school year. We'll start back up in September. We've made a lot of progress. We have kind of some catch-alls tonight that we want to make sure we take care of before we break. Again, we go through the policy classifications of critical, important, and discretionary. Everybody has seen this so many times, but I think it's important that the public who is watching sees the differences in the policies and what we do. We'll start with our policy number 3126, which is child custody. Let me get to it here. And the update to this policy now names residential parent instead of lawful parent. It mentions the rights of the non-residential parent, and it denotes court order protocol. It also notes that there are no restrictions regarding the non-residential parent's right to be kept informed of the student's school progress and activities. If restrictions are made, the residential parent will be requested to submit a certified copy of a court order that curtails these rights. So the main thing to know here is that the non-residential parent has the right to receive all of the information that the residential parent has unless there's a court order that is active and in place and through Washington State. And a California court order does not work. So let's look at the policy. I know that Director Williams had a comment on it. This was the only comment received on policy tonight, and she mentioned that she thought that there was redundancy in that first paragraph. So let me show you the non-red line version so you can see what it looks like. And that highlighted portion is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Williams, is the portion that you thought was redundant.
I'm having a moment.
Put on your microphone.
Let's see. Residential parent. Yeah. Yes, the highlighted section is what I felt was redundant.
So the rest of the board, what do you think of that?
Why do you feel it's redundant?
I might have just been confused as I was reading it. Parents and legal guardians have a right to receive information contained in the school records concerning, and to forbid or to permit the disclosure of such information to others. So because if they're already going to forbid or permit, isn't that them granting that's subject to the authority granted to the residential parent? I don't understand why that last sentence is there, and maybe I'm just not understanding it.
I got to read it out loud.
Go for it. You read it out loud this time.
Parents or legal guardians have rights to receive information contained in school records concerning concerning their child and to forbid or to permit the disclosure of such information to others, subject to the authority. I agree with you. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of restating it twice.
Yeah, it states it twice. I would agree. Now that I've read it out loud, yes, I see it.
Are we good with removing that last portion?
Yeah. I am good with,
Yeah.
yeah, putting a period at the end of others,
Okay.
period.
I'm sorry, I'm reading it off of the red line, and can you give me one more moment to read it?
Sure.
Not in the
Yes.
red line.
Thank you. I felt like I was crazy.
You're right.
I don't think that that's redundant, because it's saying, basically, the non-residential parent or legal has right to receive information contained in the school records concerning their child. Oh,
Yeah.
no, well, all parents have the right. It doesn't even seem like that sentence should be there at all.
Well, if you have there are some situations where they might be the parent, but it's the non-residential parent, so maybe there's a no contact order.
Correct.
And so I think that's but the parents and legal guardians have the rights to receive. I feel like it's already addressed. The residential parent is responsible for decisions regarding the day-to-day care and control of a student. So
period.
that's addressed there, and then the second part, subject to the authority granted to the residential parent, it just seems,
It's redundant to me.
it makes it confusing.
Yeah.
So does it change the
So
overall meaning?
is the first part, was the intention of this to say that the non-residential parent has the right to receive information contained in the school records concerning their child and to forbid and permit the disclosure of the information to others, subject or to the authority granted by the residential parent? It doesn't really specify which parent it is for that first part.
Correct.
And so that would be my question. Who
But
are
at
we
the-
trying to say that they have the authority, the residential or non-residential parent?
Well, but the sentence before that where it says the residential parent is responsible for decisions regarding the day-to-day care and control of a student, I feel like that already addresses the disclosure, like, that's the,
I took it as the non-residential parent.
right, but the
Then-
residential parent still has that control.
Right.
Agreed to that, but I think, again, kind of the point of like the rest of it was talking about that the non-residential parent has the right to receive all this information.
Unless there's like a no contact
Yeah,
order, right?
Yeah, I absolutely get that.
And so, and I think that's
Can
what
we
they
get
mean.
clarification on what the intention of the sentence was?
Yeah, I think there are a couple things, having been in this situation several times. It's specific to the non-resident, residential parent, in that, unless a court order states something different for that. But there are no contact orders, they still can get information.
Right.
No contact is different, and so it's important that we make sure we don't glom them all together, because the court order is specific for the situation, but for the board policy, what I hear is that last sentence is redundant, and what I also hear is that, let's get clarification, because we need to make sure that
Right.
we're covering the right parent and decision maker
I think
in this
what-
case.
it was supposed to be all parents or legal guardians have right to receive information contained in the school. I think that maybe that clarification is what it's trying to say there.
Oh, I see what
Subject.
yeah. All parents, so change the sentence to all parents or legal guardians have rights to receive information contained in the school record concerning their child and to forbid or to permit the disclosure of such information to others.
Yes.
Yeah.
Subject to the authority granted to the residential parent.
So I think that we're talking about potentially two different meanings here, and I think we might need.
Right.
That's
I
yeah.
think we
Yep.
might need legal to clarify the intent.
Sure,
Yes.
we could do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be sure.
Thank you.
So we'll check into that, and we may need to move this forward to September if we can't get clarity on that
Yes.
If it is
beforehand.
just adding the word all or specifying that, are we fine with moving it forward with whatever the legal guidance is?
Yes.
Yes.
Everybody's good with that, Director Cook?
Director Cook?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay.
Okay.
I did have a question too. It was about when it goes through all of the different types of grade reports, notices of school activities, reports of disciplinary actions, things like that. What I noticed was kind of left out of this one was electronic. And so much of our information has now gone there, final forms, Skyward. And so was that intentionally left out, or do, I assume all parents have access? And I feel like that it should just at least be, it seemed very paper-driven as opposed to electronic day-to-day access. And so I don't, because we kind of denote instead of kind of giving that blanket there. That's what I read it as.
Michelle, may I ask you a question about that? Yeah. Do we know if non-residential parents have access to Skyward? They do.
Okay. I would like to see some note of, will be given, unless there's court-imposed restrictions, the non-resident parent, upon request, will be given,
But it doesn't say that it's paper-driven. It just
no,
says-
but it kind of didn't. So in the absence of, when you're listing out all different things, then what that tends to mean is that then it's just specified to those items listed. Unless you say, given access to paper and electronic child records, including those such as da-da-da-da-da-da.
I would be okay with that.
And
I would
so
be okay with the paper or electronic records, which include, or such as,
Yes.
because
I
that
would
gives
say
a
such
wider,
as,
yeah,
yeah.
gives a wider breadth.
I would say such as and not
Yes.
could include, because what if we get rid of Skyward and it goes to some new
And
program?
that's why I would just rather it be paper and electronic
Yep,
records.
Everyone in agreement with that?
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
Director Cook? Okay. Anything else?
Good to move on?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, this is 5253, maintaining professional staff-student boundaries. Our current KSD title is appropriate staff-student interactions. It was last updated in 2012. WASDA's was last updated in 2019. As noted in the first line of the policy, this policy provides all staff, students, volunteers, and community members with information about their role in protecting children from inappropriate conduct by adults. It talks about what the board expects as far as expecting all district staff to maintain the highest professional standards when they interact with students. I think that line's really important in this. Staff members will notify and discuss issues with their building administrator or supervisor whenever they suspect or question whether their own or another staff member's conduct is inappropriate or constitutes a violation of this policy. I want to mention that electronic communication is called out in this, including gaming. So, questions? And I can put the no markup version up so you can see what it looks like.
I did have a question. I was reading this, and I don't know if it needs to necessarily be defined in this or if there's another way that it is. But I was at the grad walks this week, and I saw those seniors going up and giving their 5th grade and 6th grade teacher a hug, and the teacher giving them a hug right back. I see kindergartners running up to their teacher and giving them hugs all the time. And it would almost seem off-putting not to. And I want to see how a teacher is protected in that when a student comes up and gives you a hug at the end of the day, that they're not going to get in trouble for that.
So I definitely think anytime that we're applying this policy, if there was a concern that was reported, we'd be looking at all of those factors, is we're definitely not going to necessarily dissuade somebody from engaging with their students in an appropriate fashion, but again, if there was a concern about it being inappropriate, that would be something we'd be investigating and applying appropriately, but that's not something I've come across, and I've applied this policy several times.
Yeah, I guess because I looked through this and the words that I saw in here were, district staff will not intrude on the student's physical and emotional boundaries unless the intrusion is necessary to serve the demonstrated educational purpose.
But it says an educational purpose is one, oh, will you scroll back down, Ms. Holly?
Up or down?
That right there.
Okay.
An educational purpose is one that relates to the staff member's duties in the district. So it is a nurse who is taking care of a cut or whatever. They're going to touch you to take care of it. So
Bandage on, yeah.
educational purposes relates to the duties that they have.
I would say the training that I've received, the guidance that I've received as an educator is if a student initiates the hug in like a moment of need or a moment of celebration, that's great. Typically trying to go for the side hug, never being alone with the student. If you are alone, having that door open, those types of things to protect myself as a staff member.
Totally get that and understand that, and I think it's good that we have that training for our teachers. I assume that that's probably done in our district the same too as it's done in most workplaces, right? But I just want to make sure that our teachers are protected in that type of situation. And so going back to my first comment, like I don't know if it's necessarily addressed here, but maybe in policy or procedure or training, I would just hope that that's somewhere addressed.
Yeah, I do believe our procedure, and I don't have it in front of me, that was also updated as well as an additional supplement recommended by WASDA that we didn't have previously as part of procedure, do go a little bit more in depth into those things.
Okay, and I'm fine with that answer. Thank you. I had no further questions. Anybody else?
Nope.
Director Cook?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
We're looking at retiring policy 6710. It's free and reduced price meals, but policy 6700 nutrition covers that information. It's just redundant to have the two policies in here, so as long as the board's good with that.
No issues.
No issues.
Director Cook?
Yeah, I'm fine with that too.
Great.
Okay, this is a new policy to KSD. It was revised by WASDA in 2021. It addresses facilities maintenance, infrastructure management, playground equipment, chemical and laboratory safety, and destruction of school property. And that destruction of school property is by students, so it addresses that portion in there.
I was just interested in what happened in 1994? It talks about that for buildings.
Oh, but to
The
evaluate all
facilities constructed new or new in lieu after 1994.
Wasn't that asbestos?
It was asbestos
Is that-
remediation or something.
I just don't know. I don't know why it was called out specifically in 1994.
I'm looking at Mr. Gordon Cook. Could that be playground equipment that guidelines changed around construction? I'm thinking of the matting and some other things that changed in some of that construction.
Okay, I'm
And
assuming it's just a
requirements.
date set by the state for what our plans need to be, and they've set that date?
I see here that it talks about asset preservation program. That may have been what came into effect then.
Okay,
And I'll check on that and can get you the answer.
great.
And we're already doing, so we're doing this.
Yep.
By a board.
Could you put on your microphone?
Yeah, we're already doing this from a board resolution in it's a while ago, but that's when we bring our asset prevention
I
program
thought we
results
just
to
saw
you
it a
every
couple
year.
months ago.
It's based on a resolution from a long, long time ago, so this would just put it into current policy.
Right.
But I think you're probably correct, Pam, that that's what that reference is, but we can double check.
Because I remember us talking about, like, it's kind of odd that we didn't see certain buildings on there, and it was because they predated that.
Yes, and some of them were not, they didn't have federal funds that were involved in building them.
Yep.
Right.
So this is us showing that we are taking care of buildings that have been funded by the state and the federal.
Okay, no, I do, I remember that description even more when you go into it. Thank you, Mr. Cook. Director Cook, any concerns, questions from you?
I don't believe so. Yeah.
Any from here? Good. We're good to move on.
Okay. Okay, we are on to 6815, advertising on district property. This is new to KSD. So this model policy restricts, or the way it's written currently, it restricts commercial advertising on or within the district-operated properties. Policy states that permission by the district for commercial advertising is not and should not be construed as an endorsement of the business or its product or services or as an exclusive agreement. It also notes that the district retains exclusive control over advertising permitted on its property and that the district resources, property or that uses district resources and has the right to remove advertisements at any time. The model policy also includes protective language affirming the district's right to remove advertising that they don't want to have up any longer. And I want to mention that Mr. Brian Smith, the Director of Athletics and Activities, contributed a section to this policy talking about digital advertising, something that he had been talking about before that was not in WASDA's model policy, and we've added in.
I don't see an issue with this one.
Director Gregory, you had a question?
She can go first.
I
'cause I'm
don't
looking for
don't see
mine.
an issue here.
Have any
Oh,
questions?
you don't have an issue on this one? Okay. So the digital advertising, which I was happy to see in this policy, because we have all those boards and we have, like, we're at the football game and we have all these sponsors and all those things. So I was very happy that this is in there. I wanted to clarify on the timing of it. So it says cannot occur during the day, right?
Instructional
Such-
school day?
Yeah, instructional school day and must not interfere with the educational environment. The question I have on that is, so like after the school day is over at that school, then the ad could run or what, I mean, the sponsorship could run. We're not running ads on the boards. Although that could be a good model for revenue. I'm kidding. I'm joking. But the question I have here is, like, are we gonna have a set time for the school day, or is it, we just assume it's the end of the bell time?
I don't know that that's been decided yet.
Okay, all right. I'm fine with it as written. I just wanted to clarify, like, maybe it's in the procedure. That's probably where I want to see it. I don't want to see it here. I don't want to be locked into a time because we've got to pay the bell schedules. Oh my God, that would be a pain in the rear. But I would like to see it in the procedure that says this is the timing of when that can occur for the different pieces. That's my only kind of piece here.
So we'll double check that and make sure that it reads a certain way so that there is some clarification on
Yeah,
that.
like people understand like this is the end of the school day or like.
Yeah, the instructional school day.
Yeah,
So it's
instructional day.
like from where students are present. And
Correct.
and that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Versus the contracted day, which is slightly different.
Correct, that is correct, when
So-
students are still there.
Yeah, so just specifying instructional school day means when students
Yes.
when students are present for classes,
Correct.
right?
But is it track practice? Can it
Track
run during
practice.
track practice?
Track practice is not part of the
Instructional
school
day, and I would expect to see it if the sponsor of the track team, and they're practicing track, and the sponsor is I would see their ad while they're in track practice. I would be okay with that, but not when all the other students are there.
Right.
So I think what you're asking for is just clarification in the procedure about what the instructional school day is?
Yes, that
Okay.
is
Awesome.
correct.
Just
Thank you.
summarizing.
Yeah, and that's important to note, instruction, remember, it's not just the instructional day that instruction happens. There could be extended day for instruction, there could be evening, classes, tutoring, things like
Right.
that. So we can make that specific in the procedure to make sure that we say all instructional when kids are present
Right.
and receiving instruction.
Yeah, but I am happy that this is here, and it really gives more clarification to our sponsors and what's gonna happen. So they just don't think, oh, my name will be up there 24/7.
And it's revenue for us.
Yeah. I just wanted to give kudos on this one. I came in with a bunch of questions, seeing the title of it, and when I read through it, I was like, oh, that question was answered. That question was answered. So I actually,
It's really well written.
I appreciate how well-written this one was.
Yeah, and I just wanted to thank the policy piece that Ms. Holly, that she includes a lot of people in this process. And it was making sure that, I know Mr. Brian Smith, when he first came on board, we talked about this. Hey, why don't we do this like other districts? And so he took a look at it and provided some of this. So it took a whole team approach to get to this. So thank you for that. Appreciate the comments.
Good to move on?
Yep.
Yes.
I had one question. In here, I see that directly below the additional considerations, there's the line that says that first sentence. Is that meant to be included?
Which one? The board has discretion?
Yes.
No, it's not. You're right. This should have been pointed out for the board to customize.
I missed that. Thanks for noticing that.
I also just am curious, it seems to, I don't know, insinuate that the previous provisions are not supposed to be changed, are not at the board's discretion. Am I reading that correctly? Or is that just saying that, because it seems weird that it calls out that we have discretion to customize the following provisions. Like it insinuates to me that the previous provisions are not able to be changed.
I
Does
don't
that make
think,
sense?
I think WASDA put that in there as just a point out to have the board take a look at it. I don't think it meant that the board didn't have the discretion prior,
Okay.
because it's definitely a board policy.
Yeah, I didn't know if there was a reason why they called it out for this, because like if it was all of it, why would they include that wording? It just seems odd.
Yeah, that was on me not to just point out that this was for the board to go with those additional considerations.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, other than that, I think it's fine.
Who is the site administrator? All such advertising must be approved by the site administrator before being displayed.
Probably depends on what the site is.
Yeah, they
It
depend on the
probably is the site, depending on the
Depend
site. So the
Could be school principal.
School's
Could be
principal.
transportation, it could be.
Okay, I'm okay with
our
that.
Different,
I just wanted to
buildings.
clarify.
Good?
Yep.
Okay.
I have no questions on the key control paragraph.
There's only one change to that, and that is just changing from triennial to biannual audit of the keys. So that is the only change. Again, this is a policy that's just KSD's. WASDA does not have this, but this is ours.
Any questions? Director Cook?
I do
don't
have,
know.
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Director Cook.
I did wonder, because I've heard that we've had multiple like break-ins to steal wiring and things like that. Why are we reducing the amount of times that we're auditing keys if we're seeing that kind of like theft and whatnot?
So I know Mr. Gordon Cook can help with that. I do know that the wiring is not necessarily a break-in with keys. Sometimes they are in parking lots, pulling wire out with trucks and things like that. But I'll let Mr. Cook, Gordon, would you want to address that?
Yes, you're correct, Superintendent Bella. The keys have nothing to do with those kind of thefts. Having a gate locked or not locked is not going to keep somebody in who's going to steal wire. You know, they typically, they'll saw things off, tear things off, cut things down to access those. This has to do with keys for staff. And twice a year, the old policy said 3 times a year, but it really works best. We've been doing this for a while in these 2 times because it gives schools to start up and get things going and get everybody settled. That's the initial one, and then the other one is towards the end of the year when we're done. So that works better twice a year instead of 3 times a year.
So are we not currently following our policy? Do I understand that correctly?
We are doing it twice a year now, yep.
How long has that been going on?
For a while.
Okay. That seems off. I don't know why that would be changed without the board changing policy first, but if that was something that we needed to adjust, we should have been adjusting it before that change was made, I would imagine. Is there an answer to that as far as from leadership here?
Actually, I think it's maybe just said an audit of keys. I'll look at the current one so that we can make sure on that.
So is that just a change from WASDA's policy then?
They don't have this policy. This is ours. Now, we have triennial in there.
I will share, Director Cook, that with technology and use of our reader badges, we've been trying to limit the keys that are out there. Back when we didn't have them, we had more keys out there, and that raised a whole lot of issues. The other issue is when there are break-ins, we have to change the locks, depending on what key how that was keyed. And so we have reduced the amount just because of those reader badges, because we can actually shut the lock down using technology versus having to hand out a key. So there are a number of reasons why we've limited keys.
I understand that, but that actually would make the audit easier and more time efficient, I would imagine. I'm just curious because she did pull it up here and it does say triannual. So I don't know. I'm just curious because that seems to indicate that either our procedures weren't being followed or that our policy wasn't leading the procedures in this case. Am I understanding that correctly then?
And, again, the policy is here for us to revise as the technology changes and as our process changes, and I think that's what we're here to do.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we aren't currently following our policy that we have. So that's something that we should probably look into if we're doing that with other policies as well. That's my only concern though. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was the last policy for this work session. Thank you, board, for all your work this year.
Thank you very much. It is 4:33. We're going to go ahead and take a recess until 5 p.m. At 5 p.m., we'll begin our student leadership work session. Thank you all for attending. Good evening. It is now 5 p.m., and we are going to reconvene into our student leadership work session. And I just want to say this is the best part, and I think I can speak for all of the board members. We love being able to see our students in person and have you come and present to us. Really, this is the whole reason that we are here every day. So excited to hear what you have to present. So first, I will call upon Superintendent Vela to kick us off.
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board, and welcome to our Student Advisory Council. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Dr. Wade Behringer to kick us off for the evening.
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Super excited. I've seen some of these students for 2 years, but only via Teams or Canvas, or the big blue button is what we call it. So to see them in person for the first time is pretty amazing, and I'm super excited that we have 7 amazing students here from middle school and high school and KLA as well to share their perspective on some of the things, some of the work that we've been doing through the Student Advisory Council this year. I'd also like to give a big shout out to Ms. Elisa Guayo Munoz, our student and family engagement manager, and Ms. Sabrina Bays, who's our assistant director of equity and employment support. So they've been an amazing support team for me, as my schedule doesn't always allow me to be 100% engaged as I'd like to be with the students. And so they've done an excellent job supporting the students and our meetings every single month. So I just wanted a big shout out to them as well. So, all right, let's get started. We have Student Advisory Council for middle school. We have 4 students from every middle school, and we have 4 students from every high school and academy. And that includes iGrad. iGrad was a part of our program last year, and they've been able to kind of pop in and out this year as their schedule allows. But throughout the year, we've been able to have representation on a fairly regular basis from almost all middle schools and all high schools every month. So that's been great. And then, of course, we meet once a month. Again, we do have a couple people on that are here tonight that have been a part of the student advisory when we started last year, and they've been able to carry over from middle school to middle school, and then from middle school even into high school. So that's been a great opportunity for them to transition from one grade level to the next to join us. But again, we meet monthly for an hour. It never seems like enough. Because we always seem to run right up to that very edge. And the nice thing about that is that we do have opportunities for some asynchronous conversation via Canvas. We have a Canvas platform for our students to be able to engage in questions and conversations and dialogue. And a lot of our work outside of that 1 hour lives in a space so students can not feel like they're just limited to that 1 hour online with us, that they can continue to engage in dialogue after we're done meeting. And then just our purpose. This year we started meeting every month. We started in October, and we began meeting specifically around the Panorama student or social emotional learning survey data. And that's broken into 4 different areas: self-management, school climate, supportive relationships, and sense of belonging. And every meeting was a different theme or a theme that was carried over from the previous meeting, and engaging our middle school students that one time a month and our high school students one time a month, and having those conversations around the data. What does the data say? Specifically looking at the data of their peers. Sometimes I would share with them fairly regularly that they represent the 10,000, high school students and or the 7,000 middle school students. And so that's a pretty big responsibility when you think about roughly 48 students having access and voice for 15,000 kids. So pretty cool responsibility. And then once we've met and we've gone through and had those conversations around what does the data mean, what's it say to us, how do we think we can change that or impact that, then every month, depending on the topic, they would then take that back to their buildings, and whether they did something individually around, say, sense of belonging, or they brought things back and they did it with their school team of 4 that they have, or they brought it back and shared that with their administrative team, and they tried to do something more school-based during that time frame. And then every meeting we'd come back and we'd report out on what did you individually as a student advisory council member do, or what did your school do around sense of belonging or supportive relationships. So we get that feedback and that conversation every month as well. So great opportunity. This work aligns to strategic goal number 2, which emphasizes the importance of student voice. So with that said, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Elisa Aguayo, and she's going to take us into the next part of our presentation.
Thank you for green light on. Thank you for having us today. It's been such an honor and privilege to get to know our amazing youth. Before we kick off their statement sharing, just wanted to provide some framing for our panorama data that we discussed in all of our meetings this year. I know that you've been briefed on Panorama in the past, so I'll keep it brief. It's a research-backed survey tool designed to gather student voice, is what it comes down to. And what you see on the slide is the favorability percentages for the topics that we discussed during our meetings throughout the year. In the favorability being the share of respondents who have a positive opinion about the questions that were asked. And we'll go through what were those questions that were asked on the survey, and then students will share their thoughts on those topics here shortly. So, to start us off, so there were some students that were not able to be here tonight that have been active participants in preparation for today's work session. So if I don't call on some names that are on the slide, life happens and they were not able to be here. We do have permission for 2 students who were not able to be here to read their statements on their behalf, so we'll do that when we get to that point. But just wanted to make that note. So to kick us off, we'll start with the topic of self-management, which is how well students manage their emotions and behaviors in different situations. Some of the questions that were asked on the survey for this topic include, during the past 2 weeks, how often did you come to class prepared? When you were working on your own, how often did you stay focused? And how often did you get your work done right away instead of waiting until last minute? So these are some of the questions we discussed on this topic during our meeting, but our students will be sharing their thoughts on the topic in general and some actions that they took either on their own or with a group.
Good evening. My name is Clariel Goodfellow. I am in 9th grade at Kentwood High School. The topic I chose to speak about is self-management. To me, self-management is taking care of yourself, advocating for yourself, and making sure to be kind to others. What it means to the staff and students in my school community is being able to stay focused in class, advocating when you're struggling, bringing fidgets to calm anxious nerves or things like sweets if the teacher allows. It's being able to control your emotions and express them at appropriate times, maybe asking to step out so you can reconnect yourself or going to someone to talk it out. It's being able to control intense feelings in a classroom when people are trying to learn. What I did to improve my own self-management is not talk while the teacher is talking, not do anything while the teacher is talking unless the teacher says so. For the students, I would check to see if they were okay, ask them if they wanted to see someone. If they wanted space, I'd give them space. Thank you.
Hello, President Margell and members of the board. My name is Dino Stanford. I am in 8th grade at Northwood Middle School. I am part of the Kent School District Advisory Board. Our goal is to help improve the district in areas at a student level. I'm here to talk with you about one of the topics we have discussed, which is self-management. Middle school can be a lot. We have 6 classes a day, sometimes sports and clubs, so it's very easy to get overwhelmed. Self-management is not only about being quiet in class, but it's also about how we are handling our emotions, staying organized without someone constantly checking in on us, and setting our own goals. School is supposed to teach us about life, and self-management is an important part of life after school. We've also noticed in our meetings that when you get along with a teacher, you want to strive to do better in that class. So having a good relationship with a teacher makes you want to do better in that class, which is basically self-management. I have helped improve myself by keeping myself organized in class, which includes my backpack. Being prepared each day for class helps improve self-management and helps prepare for future organization whether it comes to my future home or job that I may achieve at some point in my life. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Minka Hendricks, and I am in 10th grade, and I attend Kent Meridian High School. The topic I chose to speak about today is self-management. To me and the community that surrounds me, self-management means being able to control your emotions and behaviors while also having desires to achieve your own personal and professional goals. It means making your own decisions for the best result. This can be shown throughout our campus in many different ways, such as students driving and putting the work in to be a part of leadership or ASB to help better represent their school, or athletes putting the work in to compete and represent not only themselves, but their school as well, and their team. Overall, you need to control yourself and have motivation to achieve your goals. And when said goals and behavior control help better yourself and the community around you, I believe that is what helps bring out the best in everyone surrounding you. And I believe that is what self-management means to me in the Kent Meridian community. I believe that your self-management can be influenced and affected by the environment around you. Throughout my 2 years within this Kent School District Meeting Advisory, I've learned and acquired skills to improve my time management skills and decisions in various ways. For example, I'm a member of a few clubs and sports at Kent Meridian High School, and to be able to show up to school, clubs, and athletics, and after-school events takes a lot of work and time. It's important to know how to manage that time well. With my practice and development of my time management skills, it allows me to show up and show out for not only my friends and family, but the members of the Kent community as well. For example, through Kiwanis Key Club, I work concessions and participate in various events that help make our school and community better. And for KMHS Cheer, I devote my time to lay wreaths on veterans' graves during the holidays to provide love and respect for those who have served our country. I try my best to always have a smile on my face and a polite and welcoming energy to anyone I encounter. And I believe that with this said, I have also brought happiness and inspiration to others as well. And my mom often always says, "You are a reflection of who you surround yourself with, but others are also a reflection of you." So I hold that with me deeply wherever I go to try and make myself the best I can, not only for myself, but for the community around me as well. I hope that throughout this meeting, you can see that me and the other high school representatives and middle school representatives as well are putting the work in to make an effort to help better our school district with not only our input, but our actions too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, students. Our next topic is school climate, which is perceptions of the overall social and learning climate of the school. Some of the questions that were asked in the survey for school climate include: how positive or negative is the mood at your school? How often do your teachers seem excited to be teaching your classes? How fair are the rules at this school? And how well do students follow the rules at your school? So first up, we have Vita.
Good evening. My name is Vita Gao. I am in 11th grade at Kentwood High School. The topic I chose to speak about today is school climate. To me, school climate is how students' mood and engagement are deeply tied to their sense of support, clarity, and connection at school. For students, it means feeling valued and understood, especially when facing challenges in schoolwork or personal struggles. To staff, I think it means recognizing that their own enthusiasm directly has an impact on student engagement and energy in the classroom. Overall, focusing on school climate is about creating an environment where both students and teachers feel empowered to contribute positively. And granted how much time both parties spend at school, school community should not just be about academics, but also include creating a climate where everyone can grow together. As a student, I have worked on advocating for myself by sharing my thoughts on policies with teachers and staff and communicating when I am struggling with any material. To support my peers, I have tried to create a more inclusive environment in my classrooms by encouraging others to participate in activities, whether that be just in the classroom or also including extracurriculars, and celebrating their wins and progress. With staff, I have shared student perspectives that I hear to improve further projects and policies and to include more collaboration in the climate of classrooms. Thank you.
Good evening, staff, board members, and students. My name is Juliana Toro. I am in 8th grade at Meeker Middle School. The topic I chose to speak about is school climate. To me, school climate means how everyone feels during school. It means knowing if every student feels safe or alone or okay. Same with some staff members, since sometimes dealing with students is hard, and in cases, staff have quit because of difficulties between each other. To help improve school climate, I tried my best to be nicer to people, understand differences between students and teachers. I tried to be nice to the meanest teacher and the rudest student. By being kinder, I met a different side of those people. They even started to be more fun to be around with. Now, that could be my influence of what I've been doing, or someone else's, or by their own. But it still made them and others feel better. Thank you.
Thank you, students. Our next topic is supportive relationships, which is how supported students feel through their relationships with friends, family, and adults at school. Some of the questions that were asked in the survey and that we discussed in our meetings include, do you have a family member or other adult outside of school who you can count on to help you no matter what? Do you have a friend from school who you can be completely yourself around? And do you have a teacher or other adult from school who you can count on to help you no matter what? First, we have Shahat.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shahat Sarma, and I'm in 11th grade at Kent Lake High School. The topic I chose to, supportive relationship. So to me, supportive relationship is about feeling safe, respected, and understood by people around me. So in a school, that means students know they can go to a teacher, counselor, or even a friend without feeling judged. It also means staff support each other so they can show up as their best selves for students. For students, supportive relationship can make a huge difference. When we feel supported, we are more confident, more willing to ask for help, and more likely to succeed. For staff, it creates a positive environment where communication is better and less stress. So overall, it builds a strong school community where people actually want to be there. To help improve supportive relationships, I focus on being more aware of how I treat others and how I show respect. I make effort to listen more and not interrupt, and random check-in with my friends when they seem stressed. I also try to be more positive in a group settings, like including others in a conversation or helping when they don't understand something. Even small things like saying thank you or recognizing someone's efforts can make a big difference. By doing this, I think maybe I help creating more welcoming environment, which shows me that supportive relationship aren't just big actions, but they are built through everyday choices. Thank you.
So Kyron from Canyon Ridge was not able to be here, but gave us permission to share his statement, which is, what relationships mean to me is it's all about making new friends, standing up for yourself and others when it's necessary, and advocating for yourself and being a good person to others in general. What I did to improve was I treated everyone with respect no matter how mean they are to me, and I always listened to the teacher. I would stand up for myself when it's necessary, and if you were to hang out with someone long enough, you will develop a friendship with them, and maybe you'll be in a relationship with them. Our last topic is a sense of...
We have one more.
Oh, we have one more. So sorry. That's right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have the pleasure of reading on behalf of Michaela Duma-Gwing from Kent Lake High School, a 10th grader. And Michaela has given us permission to share their statement. When someone spends 7 to 8 hours in one place, 5 days a week, the one thing I notice is everyone searches for someone to make that time feel exciting. It's hard to enjoy your time in a place where things can be uninteresting or boring when you don't feel like there's a safety net to catch you. Supportive relationships to me means being able to combine into a person or people that make you feel safe. It's obvious that the people who have that big group of friends or even just one singular person tend to thrive and enjoy school a lot more than those who are isolated. Having a supportive relationship makes you feel like you have a purpose. If I go to this event, so-and-so can come with me. Spirit Week is coming up, and I can dress up with my group. It gives a sense of peace. The same can go for teacher to student or teacher to teacher relationships. When a student feels connected to a teacher or enjoys going to a class because of a teacher, going to class becomes a lot easier and a lot of guards are let down. As a proud sophomore senator and incoming junior class president at Kent Lake High School, my number one focus is to bond my school as one. In my campaigns each year, I've always mentioned bringing the class of 2028 together, students and staff, so that everyone is comfortable being one. I've noticed with my 3 years of high school how close everyone in the senior classes are. They've built that community where everyone is comfortable around anyone, and it's my goal to continue that tradition. I've always been a more extroverted person, student myself, always saying hi to people, being loud, and showing my peers it's okay to be uncomfortable. I've noticed each year I have been in office, more peers want to get to know each other and do activities together as a class. Same way for staff. I'm in charge of one of our annual staff versus staff competitions. It's called April Antics, where teachers submit pets and go against each other to see whose pet ends up on top. And with this, we've been able to make teachers who don't go outside their circle bond with other staff members. It's a refreshing feeling to walk into school and seeing people socialize and finding a way to make their time at school more enjoyable. Thank you.
All right, our last topic is a sense of belonging, which is how much students feel that they are valued members of the school community. Some of those questions on the survey that we discussed include, how well do people at your school understand the kind of person you are? How much support do the adults at your school give you? And when you're at school, how much do you feel like you belong? And we have Ekam here to share for school climate.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ekampreet Singh, and I'm a sophomore at Kent Laboratory Academy. The topic I chose to speak on is sense of belonging. At Kent Laboratory Academy, sense of belonging means feeling known, valued, and safe to be yourself, not because of what group you're in, but because of who you are as a person. From our work in the Student Advisory Council and reviewing the survey data from across the Kent School District, we saw that many students want to belong, but don't always feel understood. This is especially noticeable during the transition into high school, when the environment feels bigger and social groups feel more defined. For our staff and students, belonging means intentionally creating spaces where students are heard, respected, and supported, and learning how to advocate for themselves. As ASB president, I focused on building belonging within the student leadership first, so it could extend to the rest of the school. In the student council, we encourage committee chairs, who are executive board members, to make sure all members in the student council had a space to contribute, which led to more participation and stronger teamwork. Within the executive board, we work to value students for their ideas and character rather than their background. We also created school-wide connection through a free Pancake Day event that brought together students across grades in a welcoming, low barrier, and fun way. Moving forward, we are improving feedback systems, encouraging student leaders to bring inclusive practices in what they do, and playing more open events that help students feel connected and included in everyday life without feeling restricted by what they have or what they can do. Thank you.
All right, my cheeks really hurt from smiling so much. Can we give them all one more round of applause? Amazing job, you guys. So we're going to talk about looking ahead, but I do want to mention that as far as building this team, we wanted to make sure we had a diverse array of perspectives from both traditional types of leaders and non-traditional types of leaders, so that we can really hone in on those skills and help to build them through this advisory committee. So as we look ahead to 2026-27 school year, with the feedback from these students that we collected at the end of the year, we have some ideas on how we might enhance going into year 3. One of those is to offer more time in our monthly agenda for the students to offer support to each other across the schools. So we may have more of like a hot topic or something that is going on right now, very timely in my school. I would really love to hear from other middle schoolers or other high schoolers while we're meeting together to get some ideas on what I might be able to do. So that is part of the feedback that we collected. Another piece was to be more specific about our actions. This year was really great in building a common understanding, a common vocabulary, understanding things through the lens of the panorama survey, which in itself is a lot of building and foundational pieces. But really the specificity of action means instead of what I'm doing or maybe what I might be doing just with my small leadership team, what can I do to take it one step further, working with my administrators, working with other students on those events that you heard about today, or other actions, policies, procedures, and so on. And then finally, a group focus to determine how the secondary teams might also contribute to a larger district-wide project, which can be an additional side adventure depending on what the students are interested in doing. And that could look like participating in Goal 4, the building of inclusive spaces. That project is ongoing, and we would basically be bringing in the students to give us feedback on the building out of this project, like a rubric, so that schools can be recognized for things outside, again, of traditional awards for building an inclusive space, either in a classroom or as a school as a whole. And their feedback could really help us to redefine what that might look like. So we're moving beyond things like furniture and decor to things like, am I reflected here at this school? Whether that be through artwork, through the staff, right? Through the events, the way my school communicates with me and my family, and so on. And so we are looking in the inclusive spaces realm to create a framework to designate classrooms and schools as inclusive spaces through the development of a shared vision, common definitions, criteria, and strategies to qualify classrooms and schools as inclusive spaces. And that's really exciting, an additional opportunity to recognize schools for the work that they likely are already doing. So that's what we're thinking about as we look ahead.
Thank you, Sabrina. Again, thank you to our amazing students. I just wanted to share before we kick it over to the board for questions, that during this process of going through the panorama survey questions and the data, our students did a great job of sharing their perspective and input, not only around the data and why the data may be what it is, but also around the questions. If you're not very knowledgeable of Panorama, Panorama has a set of questions that you get to choose. So we don't get to make up our own questions, which is a conversation that we had within the students because we dissected some of these questions. If you think one, I'll give you one for an example. It's like, do you have a teacher or other adult from your school who you can count on to help you no matter what? I'm like, well, no matter what's a pretty definite type of statement. And so we talked about like, well, how my kids actually, rate that if they're thinking about no matter what versus, well, yeah, I have somebody, an adult that I can work with, but no matter what. I mean, so it was just interesting that how they were thinking outside of the box and not just taking it for like, well, that's the question they asked, so I just answered it. But thinking about like, how might we, moving forward, ask questions that maybe are a little bit easier to understand and comprehend as a student, whether you're a middle schooler or a high schooler. So that's something that I know that I've shared with our team that works on the Panorama survey. But we also know that there are some restrictions in that particular work. But I wanted to share that. It was more than just the conversations around the data and what they're doing. It was also, they were helping us understand why data may be the way that it is based on the question being asked, how it's being asked, and the words that are being used. And we've had those conversations over the years in education around bias when we think about assessments and how questions are being asked in assessments and how we assess students and not how everyone understands exactly what's being asked. So the kids have done a great job on helping point those pieces out and look forward to future conversations. So with that said, I'd like to hand it back to the board. And if you have any questions of our students regarding any of the topics or just student advisory in general or what's going on in school, we've got about 30 minutes for you guys to have a conversation.
Wonderful. Thank you again for all of your presentations and the work that went into this, both on the adult side and then all of our students are participating. Those multi-year participants too. We'll start with Director Williams. One.
Can you come back to me?
Yes.
Okay. I can't do, I have too many. I have to
Start with one. I'm sure we'll have time for a round.
You'll have time to have another.
Oh, okay. Can you tell us a little bit about the Inclusive Spaces Initiative? I saw that that was something that you guys were looking into and discussing, and I want to hear more about it.
So that was an idea, and you guys could still chime in on maybe some thoughts that you're having about it, just on the very foundational pieces that we presented as a potential way to include student voice. Not potential, really, that is where we're headed, right? And so inclusive spaces being what you guys know about it, if you want to dive into a little bit about maybe what you think an inclusive space is, because that's definitely something we look forward to hearing more about next year.
I would like to answer this one. Sometimes, as you guys might know, teenagers have different opinions, and most of them are very traditional people that dislike some differences. But in my school, we have a club. It's for the LGBTQ community, where it's an inclusive space for people that are in that community. And we also have now some students made Pacific Islander club for people that are there from that community. Sorry, I'm stumbling with my words. I'm just...
You're doing great.
So inclusive could mean a lot of different things. So in between cultures, between races, between friends, since we're all very different. But in my opinion, we're all very respectful about one another. And also on friend groups in my school, people hang out with their own people, like African Americans hang out with that specific group, Hispanics only with Hispanics, and it's mostly of only them. So it's mostly that. Yeah, I'm honest.
I'd kind of like to add to that. To me personally, inclusive spaces, when it's mentioned, I think it means a place where you can feel like you can belong, or where you can be yourself, where you don't have to hide or cover up or wear a mask. You can just be there. This is my first year at my high school, at the high school, so since I'm in a 9th grader. But we do have GSA. We have cross country is very inclusive, track's inclusive, clubs are inclusive, but overall an inclusive space to me is having a space where you maybe can call a second home or can just feel like yourself.
So at Northwood, for example, we have a multicultural club, and every year they plan a multicultural assembly one, and then a multicultural night, which is usually same day, maybe the day after, and that is a very inclusive space where you can go to, and that's just from what I've seen. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I want to talk about cell phones. It's always my favorite topic, just so you know. Social media and cell phones, important to me. We implemented new policy this year, and I wanted to know how that's landing. How is that? How are students? How are you? How are students supporting that? Are you resisting it? Do you see people resisting it, or is it been helpful to maintaining focus? So when we think about, you're talking about maintaining focus and being on time and self-care and self-management. Cell phone management is one of those things that are a hot topic right now. So how is that going?
Honestly, at least at my high school, there are people who follow it, but there are some people. There's always some people.
There's always the one.
There's some people, at least I've seen in classrooms, where they pull out their phones when teachers are talking or instructing. And I don't think that's very polite. But they're not, teachers aren't really enforcing like the cell phone locker as much, at least my teachers aren't. And there are students who are resisting, maybe not from what I've seen like physically, maybe like verbally, like, no, I want my phone out. So it kind of is a mix of both. Mm-hmm. There is also, I've heard that next year that there's going to be a full ban from bell to bell, first bell to last bell, at least at my high school. And so we'll see how students react to that.
I would like to add on to that. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I have a question to add on. Do you mean like separately on cell phones and social media, or both together?
I like to talk about both together, but specifically about how the new policy around not having cell phones out, how is that improving the overall, your school environment, right? If you don't have your phone out, you're having less escalation on social media because you're not accessing it, you're not texting, we're not in the hallways figuring out who we're gonna jump after school. That's how we did it at it's called jumping, but you know.
Who we're gonna meet up with.
Oh, meet up with. We were jumping people in the hallway.
I don't know where you went to school. Good Lord.
I went to school at Kent Ridge, just like you know.
Ooh, nice. Okay. Well, of course, teenagers like to have their social media. I'm one of them personally. It's a double-sided conversation because there are benefits like, oh, what if there's an emergency, there's a lockdown, what if we need immediate contact? And sometimes some teachers, well, at least the ones I have, don't let us leave the classroom almost at all. And so I think phones are the best option in some cases. Then again, it's also disrespectful to have it out during school. And so I think that if we found a more moderate way to ensure that phones aren't being used during classes, but we can also keep them with us. Mm-hmm. If there's a way to figure something out with that, I think that would be a better option for both teachers and students.
I would like to add on personally to Clariel. We go to the same high school, and I will say that the policy has been largely ineffective at my high school just because the teachers that I have, well, I only have 2 classes because I do Running Start, to be fair, but I've heard from other students as well that not a lot of teachers implement it very strictly. Personally, one of my teachers started with it in the beginning of the year and then saw how our behavior went, and then he became more loose with the policy. But in terms of resistance, I think there is definitely more of that than being super accepting of it, just because that's how teenagers are and students are sometimes. But yeah, so I will say that I haven't seen much of an effect with the policy just because it has not been enforced very much at my school.
I also want to add on to that. So in my school, like the classes that I have is like, maybe I have like 2 core classes. And it's like very different when you go to the core class in the AP class, because I feel like, so for example, one of my teachers, she's like very strict about it. And the students know, like the moment you walk into that class, because she has been talking about this since the beginning of the school year, and then she even calls like office, even if she's like on our pockets and stuff. So it just depends on the teacher, because that is a core class, and because the teacher is strict, they follow the rules. But in other core class, if the teacher is just like not really saying anything, so like we just use it behind our laptops and stuff. But in my AP class, my teacher, maybe also because of the workload that we do in classes and stuff, I don't really see us using like I don't really see people using it that much in that class either way. And then even like when I see them using it, it's like after they're done and stuff. So as far as, in my opinion, I feel like it has been effective in like some of my classes. So yeah.
So I'm just going to compare my 6th grade year to last year / this year, because from my understanding, Northwood was one of the test schools for this policy. And in my 6th grade year, when phones were allowed during lunches or by teacher discretion for when phones were allowed out, I saw significantly higher attention in classes, or significantly higher, significantly lower phones out during class when they weren't supposed to be. And so, in my opinion, I think if you guys let students use phones at lunch is when they're allowed, like they're actually allowed to, instead of the people trying to hide it. Because, if I'm being honest, I see a lot of teachers out with their phones sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. And if you guys want, I understand that teachers are adults, but teachers are supposed to set the example. So if you're going to say no phones for students, say no phones for teachers, because that's fair.
And I'm just gonna share a little bit about how the policy has affected KLA. So sort of like breaking off from these other schools, KLA has sort of taken like a very strict like handle on this policy. Our teachers are like very strict. Like before going to the bathroom, they like make you pat down your pockets to make sure your phone's not in your pockets. But students are students and they resort to more extreme measures. So the phones now are hidden in the shoes. It's a whole thing. But KLA, we don't have phone lockers or anything like that. Our teachers just take it away. But how it affects students directly, I don't think this policy, like personally, I don't think it's really effective. It is effective in the social world. I have noticed that classes, people talk more like to each other.
Right.
And that's good. But it also leaves like people who are like introverted more like alone, and they don't really have anything to do. Like they can't like check their phone for anything, but they also feel very scared to go talk to people. And in most of the high schools and middle schools, there's already pre-made groups, so it's pretty hard to find a group to go into, but it's definitely possible. It's affecting coursework as well. I know a lot of teachers at our school, they had phones sort of integrated into the coursework, whether that's through a QR code, which now has to be like a link sent through email or put into Canvas, or I'm going to use my photography class as an example here. In the beginning of the school year, we didn't have our cameras for like 2 weeks, and last year, what the teacher did is she had the students use their phones. But since this year the phones were banned, we had to resort to using our laptop cameras in a photography class. And our cameras are about to be taken away, like, I think tomorrow. So the teacher's panicking what to do for, like, the remainder of the school year. So in that sense, I feel like it's affected coursework negatively, but it's also affected positively in the social world.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask a little bit about some of the data that was included in the presentation, and specifically to the students. The supportive relationships, I was really impressed in seeing how high those scores were to begin with, but then also year over year, the lowest ones all went up. And so kudos. And if anybody has any ideas about specifically, one of the ones I saw is you have a teacher or other adult from school who you can be completely yourself around. That went up. I also saw, do you have a teacher or other adult from school who you can count on to help you no matter what? Any ideas about things that you've heard from each other or specific things that you've done that you think will continue to see that forward progress? I know that we talked about this kind of in your own separate groups, but just seeing maybe somebody who from another area, specifically around why this data is looking so good.
I know that we have talked about, remind me what the question was?
It was supportive relationships.
Okay.
Do you need the question?
Yes, please.
The ones are a teacher or other adult from the school who you can count on to help you no matter what, or you can be completely yourself around. Both of those were improvements.
We've talked about this in our meetings. I think completely yourself around kind of depends on the teacher, because it could be multiple teachers. And how I interpret the question is it's asking you for specifically one teacher, when it could be multiple, or one you're acting mostly yourself around, but you act more yourself around another teacher. It could be multiple teachers, and I think it's just asking for one, in my opinion, of how I interpret it.
Okay.
To be honest, I think that for middle school especially, go into 6th grade, you don't know any teachers, any staff members, you don't know anybody. But as you go in through the years, you get to know more teachers, and the experience level between knowing them and not knowing them grows a lot. So you get to know more teachers and how they are, and you get more comfortable around them. So I think that's also why it improved a lot, because it's more time of knowing someone.
Okay, so it sounds like teachers kind of, you get to know them, you spend more time with them. It's kind of like you make more of a relationship there over time.
Yeah, that's how you make a relationship with someone. Like if you want to get to know someone, it takes time. And that way you decide, well, I think this person is okay, but I think this person is a lot better, or this person is definitely not okay, not for me to be around with. So then you get to like figure out who is who, what like people do, and then you can figure out who you want to be yourself around with.
Yeah, that makes a really interesting question about what do we do with our middle schoolers that are moving to high school, and how do we make those relationships jump schools? Thank you. Thanks for the insight on those ones, both of you.
I would like to add to this topic a little. I believe that reasons why the data has been jumping higher, which is really good. I think it's just like ultimately sharing the data with like the Kent School District as a whole, like the district, like board members, also like the teachers and the staff at the schools as well, and also sometimes with the students. I believe that sharing this data also shows that like we can make it better, and I feel like after teachers, because I have talked to some of my teachers about the data that I was discussing, because I would like to see what their input was as well. I believe that talking to like teachers and staff about it like makes them think like, oh, what can I do better? And I believe that's another reason why our data has jumped so high up, just adding to what everyone else was saying.
Yeah, awareness, that makes a lot of sense too. Yeah, thank you. And understanding what the question means and really talking about the definitions on that one. Thank you for both the insight on that.
Yeah, just to add to that, over the course of our meetings, something that came up a lot was the need to do a little bit more with supportive relationships in transition times. So when 6th graders are new to middle school, especially with 6th grade being new to being in middle school, and then when students roll up from 8th to 9th, students brought up that, creating more interventions or supports for students to learn the flow of the school, the culture of the school, what's available, who are the people that you can go talk to. That came up in several meetings, that all students need supports, but those 6th and 9th graders could probably use a little bit more.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had one question as well. You each set goals and took action between meetings this year. Can one or two of you tell us about something that you actually did and what happened when you tried it?
I'm sorry, I could not hear the question.
So he asked that some of you had set individual or team goals throughout the year, and so he would like to hear more about what those goals and actions are that you took.
Do you think you could clarify the question? Are you asking for like actions that we took in like after our meetings?
Yeah, so I was just asking about, like, you made some plans, you went through and looked at some things and mentioned that you would make a goal and then you would have, some actions done and then you would reflect on it afterward. I was just wondering what the goals were, how the actions turned out, and what your thoughts on it were.
At the end of our student advisory meetings, after we reviewed the survey data, we were given the opportunity to essentially work with our like student advisory teams at our schools and create like a plan of how we could work to improve the data at our school. So I'm going back to our Pancake Day example. At Kent Lab Academy, we have three people usually in our meetings. One person isn't able to come due to running start conflicts. But for our free Pancake Day, we sort of like planned out that we wanted to create action, and we started off with posters, and that is when we left our meeting room. But over time, we made progress on other things besides posters, and that's how we ended up on a free Pancake Day idea. Originally, it was just supposed to be like posters saying like "you belong here." So after each meeting, I feel like each school works with their teams to essentially create a plan and execute a plan, hopefully on each item.
That's a great explanation. Thank you.
I want to go to Pancake Day.
Thank you. We have about 9 minutes left.
You got a question? Go.
Of course. Okay. What issues would you like the board to focus on next year?
Good question.
To be honest, there are a lot of things that we would like you guys to see. For example, sports choices or the dress codes that affect the girls a lot more than the boys. And this is actually a topic that we talked about last year. We haven't gotten into it a lot this year. But I would like to see the dress codes change a little to be more equal for both men and women. Some other topics that we also talked about last year were food. A personal experience from my friend, she got food poisoning after eating school lunch and missed almost a whole week of school. So sometimes the food it was kind of bad, and it still is. Sorry, it's just bad. I would like it to be more healthy, more tasty, less sickening. If you get it.
One thing that I personally would like to see happen would be possibly bringing back trainers to middle school football, because this happened in the past, but I'm one of Northwood's football managers, and the amount of injuries from football that I've had to try to help deal with are too many. I've had to help one kid who got a broken arm, and that's something that could have helped been prevented, or at least lesser injury than it was, because that took him out for the rest of the season, and this was about halfway through the season. So that would be a huge thing that I think could greatly benefit.
One thing that I would like to see happen is, and I don't know how you guys would do this, but maybe some improvements in the budgeting. At Kent Laboratory Academy, our administrators have made the decision to cut 11th and 12th grades at our school, and this has impacted our community significantly. I know when the announcement came out, a lot of people were crying at the announcement. Additionally, I would also want to push for more funding support for CTSOs. I know me and Minka are state officers for CTSOs. I'm for DECA. She's for WCTSMA. CTSO,
Could you say what those acronyms are for all of us?
yeah, CTSOs are career and technical student organizations. They're like not clubs essentially, but at most schools they're clubs. So for DECA, it's business and marketing. So what people do, what for in DECA, there's competitions, and through the competitions you get to practice your 21st century skills, and through that students get to they have the benefits of like learning the 21st century skills, but they also have incentive behind it. I know this year we got to go to international conference in Atlanta, Georgia. So continue providing funding to allow students to receive those incentives to push for more 21st century skills is critical. And I feel like if we could, I don't know, improve the budget, I guess. I know everyone works on it every year, but improving funding for CTSOs is critical, I think, to all students across the district.
I would like to add on to this as well. I know he mentioned that I was a member of the WCTSMA board. WCTSMA stands for Washington Career and Technical Sports Medicine Association. I am a public relations officer, and I'm very grateful to be working with the people on my board because there are people from throughout the whole state. And I know that the budgeting not only affects our school district, but the state as well, because I know it is at a state level, which is why we're being impacted. But I think that although CTSOs is a very specific thing, I would say that just CTE in general, because I'd say our CTSOs do connect to CTE classes because, for example, DECA is marketing in most schools. I don't know about the other high schools, but I know KM carries marketing classes, and sports medicine is also a course. I know I think it's at most of the Kent schools. I'm not sure if it's at KLA, but I know it's at most of the Kent schools. And I feel like just providing more funding to CTE classes would just be more impactful because I know students find a lot of pride in those classes in those areas because they are career classes, and maybe it's something that students would like to go into in the future because I know sports medicine has driven me to join something in the medical field. I would like to be a psychologist in the future. But yeah, I think just providing more funding to CTE classes would be very impactful to not only just us that are involved in CTSOs, but also the students that are in those classes as well and interested in taking anything that is provided by the school and yeah. Oh, sorry.
I have my own thing to speak about this, but I would like to add on to what my previous students have said because I am also part of the Kentwood DECA, and I have definitely seen how some of our economic disadvantages has impacted our students' abilities to perform well and compete with other schools when it comes to competitions. And I know that there have been some students who are allocated to go to nationals and compete there that didn't receive funding, so they couldn't go. But besides that, on what I was going to say, I think one of the biggest concerns at my school, especially moving into the next school year, is where cuts are being made at schools, because I just think obviously if it's happening at a state level, I'm not sure there's much we can do about it, but I do want there to be a clear push to administrators being transparent with where those cuts are going, or at least having more of student input before those decisions are made. I know personally at Kentwood, I believe next year that there will be a lot of cuts to choir, and a lot of choir students at my school are upset about that, but I don't think they've gotten the opportunity or know how to voice what they feel about that with our school administrators. So I think to avoid similar issues in the future where cuts are being made is to ensure that students are made aware about it, preferably a little bit ahead of time, and be transparent about that.
I wanted to add on to what you just said because being part of ASB, I see a lot of the funds and how they're distributed. So I personally have seen that a lot of like sports, for example, football is a really good example of this actually, that they don't, some of the funding is being reduced because I get the equipment is expensive. It's not cheap at all actually. But like it's crucial safety equipment and their budget's being cut by a lot, let's just say that. And they really need that stuff. So I would like for the board to try to push for more sports teams at the middle school level to have to have booster clubs. Because I know at Northwood, the only sport that has a booster club is dance, not even cheer, which is really the same sport.
Okay, we'll have this be our last comment. I'm so sorry, it's 6 p.m. We could do this all night, and I actually would encourage that, but maybe another night.
Okay. I wanted to add on what Vita said and what Ekampreet said, because budgeting, because there are going to be cuts at our school. And personally, why I made the reaction when she mentioned choir is because I am a choir student, and I am very sad about this announcement. And I want to include sports as well because sports aren't getting much money at the beginning of the year. Like, track has gotten zero money for the beginning, or left with no money. And I think that can probably, I want to improve that a bit. Or I want that to be improved a bit. And with choir, I wish there was less cuts, if I'm going to be honest.
Well, we can definitely hear you as students that it sounds like budgeting is important to you. We can tell you that it is very important to us. And we will be here, we will have a break here. And so we're going to first do a picture. But if you have questions, the board is here. We're happy to chat. And I just want to say thank you very much for your candor and for your work that you put into this and just being part of the solution. It's really easy for people to find the wrong in things. It's much harder to figure out how to do something to make it better. And so thank you for being part of making things better. So we are going to have a 28-minute break until 6:30, in which we will reconvene for our regular meeting. Our executive session that was originally scheduled for tonight has been canceled.
Okay.
Curtis is online.
Good evening. Good evening. It is 6:30, and we are calling this regular meeting to order. We will begin with a roll call of board members for attendance. At this time, I will say each board member's name, and if you are present, you will indicate your presence by saying present. Director Cook?
Present.
Director Cook is joining us virtually. Director Williams?
Present.
Vice President Gregory?
Present.
And I am present. Vice President Gregory, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening and welcome. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in this board meeting and thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those of you who are viewing via our live stream. The purpose of a board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from visitors. Whether made verbally in person, verbally on video, or written, comments are limited to a total of one per person per regular board meeting. One additional comment per person may be submitted for public hearing topic if there is a public hearing on the agenda, of which we have tonight. All forms of public comment are subject to Chapter 4256 RCW Public Records Act. The public may comment at regular board meetings in a manner authorized by state law. All comments must adhere to Policy 1420 and Procedure 1420P. If you wish to make a comment to the board, comment forms are available for completion prior to the meeting and must be turned in no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No forms will be accepted once the report has begun. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Public comments will be heard after the agenda review. Students will be first to speak on any topic during the student voice portion of the agenda, which takes place immediately following this opening. General public comments from non-students will be heard during preliminary communication from the audience. Any remaining comments, whether from students or non-students, will be heard at specific agenda items and during final communication from the audience. Student comments will be heard first on any topic. Please state your first and last name prior to beginning your testimony. Abuse of public comments personally directed towards the board, staff, or students will not be tolerated. The use of specific names or personally identifiable information of board, staff, or students is not allowed. Board members or KSD staff members may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when not adhering to Procedure 1420P. All comments, whether verbal or written, must adhere to the standards of civility as defined in Policy 1400, Meeting Conduct, Order of Business, and Quorum. If you're seated in an overflow room, there is a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom after your name is called. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide the items directly to Safety Services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. Section 1.06, our land acknowledgement. Director Cook, could you please read our land acknowledgement?
Sure, I don't have it in front of me though. Let me see if I can read that. Just a moment.
We'll go ahead and have Director Director Gregory, do you have yours?
I can read it.
Oh, great.
Okay.
The Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges we reside on the traditional lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who have lived in this region since time immemorial. We honor their continued stewardship to this land, its waters, and its communities. We commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with the Native communities, and uplifting the sovereignty of the Muckleshoot people.
Thank you, Director Cook. Our next item, 1.07, our agenda review. Superintendent Bella, are there any changes to the agenda?
President Margell, there are no changes to the agenda.
Is there a motion from the floor?
Move to adopt the agenda.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for the adoption of the agenda as written. We are now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, a motion's been made and seconded for the adoption of the agenda as written. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 The motion passes 4-0. We now move to our student voice section, 2.0.
Yes, President Margell, we have 6 in-person student comments and no online.
Fun. Cool, thank you. Our first speaker is Aya Maruf. And Aya, you can actually take the mic if it's really tall, and you can just put it down. There you go.
Should I put it here?
And Aya, you have just state your first and last name, and then you have 3 minutes to talk.
Good evening. My name is Aya Maruf, and I am 9 years old. I care a lot about the teachers at our school, Martin Sortune, and I am sad that some of them won't be there anymore when we come back to school next year. They take really great care of us and make us happy to be at school. For example, our assistant librarian, Mrs. Gothold. She is super important not just to us as kids, but to other teachers too. She helps organize our books, helps us find books we would love. She always makes it possible for our librarian, Mrs. Wright, to teach us and do more activities. She fixes books and computers. She also helps other teachers with technology. Teachers like her are really important to me.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker. No, I'm sorry. I know it's hard not to clap. I please ask that we don't clap, we don't boo, we don't hiss. Our next speaker is Alanok Gray, if I'm reading that correctly. I'm sorry, I think I mispronounced that.
Yeah,
I
you're good, you're
apologize.
Hi, my name is Alana Gray, and I go to Mill Creek Middle School. I'm 13, and I had previously attended this board 2 weeks ago to express my concerns about bringing softball back to middle school. I came back to try to convince the school board to accept my petition. Ever since the previous meeting, I have been working countlessly to get signatures at my school. I would need permission to bring softball back in middle school. In the last 2 weeks, I put around 10 flyers around school for people to fill out and I've collected about 30 signatures. And that's all the students. I have even collected signatures from teachers and staff members to sign the petition. I'm still hoping for the board to carefully think this through and let softball back in the school. This would allow for middle schoolers to have new experiences and fun with the other people, including their own friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sela Wathel Daniels.
Is it okay that I have my statement on my phone?
Of course.
Yes. My name is Shayla Wathel Daniels. I go to Kent Meridian High School, and I'm a senior. I'm here to share my story about a non-Black person saying the N-word to me because a term of solidarity and pride among Black people of many identities is being used in schools in an offensive manner. It is crucial that something that is done about this as soon as possible because the use of the word is offensive and has hurt people who look like me for generations upon generations. Last summer, I experienced manipulation and racism from a non-Black person saying the N-word. It was abbreviated and on text. It was said NGA, and it is a popular way on social media to say the N-word so that it won't be filtered out by social media systems. And at the time, I did give a reaction. It wasn't like a big reaction or anything. I said what with a question mark. And she apologized immediately, saying that her hand slipped as an excuse. And time passes, and then I bring this up, and then she says that she did not fully say it, so why does it matter? And I hope that my story is heard, along with everyone else's, to stand strong and in solidarity with the teacher at Matson. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is either, I think, Devin or Darren Fernando.
My name is Devin S. Fernando, and I was going to continue to talk on hate speech. I wanted to echo a story from a middle schooler when I worked as a math tutor. I work in groups, and this middle schooler was very talkative. They would like to bicker with a lot of the other students. One day they were bickering with a high school student, and eventually this high school student became fed up and said the N-word to this middle schooler. And he wasn't at all apologetic about it. He had a fake apology. He would joke about being serious about his apology to other students, and I think this does start from childhood, but I think as schools we should do better to protect especially our youth, but as our students as a whole. Sorry. Just hearing about this story, and since I was there, it was a big shock to me to hear someone who is the same age as me using such cruel language against someone so young. I think that we should just overall do better as a whole, as a community, as a school, as a board, to help protect these students.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Devin Crandall.
Hello, I'm Devon Crandall, and I'm a senior at Kent Meridian High School. And I'm also going to talk about the use of the N-word in high schools. My first interaction with the uses of the N-word in high school was my freshman year. I was in woodworking with one of my friends who's also African American. And we heard a group of students who weren't Black using the N-word. And obviously, like, we kind of got frustrated and like angry. And we was like, you guys can't say that word. And it was like, why? You know? And it was like, obviously, we were going back and forth, and it's like, we're not getting to an understanding. And then from that day, I realized it's just exhausting. Like, I shouldn't have to be telling people, like, you can't use that word because it goes nowhere. Like, I can't, like, and recently, like, I want to say last week, an underclassman asked me, they were like, why do a lot of people who aren't Black say the N-word at KM, and, like, why do y'all let that slide? And, like, even though it's kind of jokingly, it's like my answer was, I can't fight everybody at KM, you know? And it's like, what I mean by that is, like, I need help. Like, I can't, like, single-handedly go and, like, police every person at KM using this word. It's like, we really need help. And it's weird because, like, our school likes to punish Black people for it. Like, I know when I was on the football team, we used to get in trouble for Black people saying this word. It was like always targeted towards us, like we're the one using it in a hatred way. But if a school of like students who aren't Black were to call me the like hard R, it just got passed. But the second like I say it, then it's like a big deal. You know, it's like, it's just like policed very weirdly. And I don't know, I can only speak for myself, but we need help. It's exhausting. And I'm a senior now and I still see it all the time. I'm walking in the halls, I hear people refer to each other as the N-word, and it's like, you know, it's exhausting, you know, and it's just crazy because it's 2026, you know, and it's like all this like progress, and it's like still people, I'm still being called the N-word, I'm still being called a hard R at school where I'm supposed to be safe or like around my peers, and it's, you know, I just feel like we do need to like band together as a community and do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellie Carter.
Hello, Kent School District. My name is Ellie Carter, and I'm a student at Northwood Middle School. I have come to talk about you wanting to get rid of library aides, and I have good reasons not to. My school needs a lot of tech help, and the librarian at my school, my librarian can't do it all. She has to teach and help with students, and she can't do all of that and help with tech. Also, students won't be able to come to the library that much anymore. At my school, they are limiting the number of people there to 30 people. Also, one of the teachers at my school has had their Promethean board not working for a few weeks. And as you probably know, most teachers use a Promethean board to do work, and without library paras to help with it, we cannot learn. I am also a library helper, so I see kids hanging out in the library before and during lunch. But that cannot happen without the extra support. I also see typically 100 or more kids in during lunch and before school. Also, I know some of my friends, including me, consider the library a safe space. Also, library aides help with the tech issues, and if there is no aid, then there is going to be problems with the students doing their work. The librarian also has classes in the library most of the time, and if she is teaching and there is no assistant, that would mean no quick book checkouts or prints for assignments. The library would be like any regular classroom that no one could use. Also, a few days ago, I stayed after school and saw that our librarian was still there, and she doesn't have an extra 5 hours to do both jobs. I was just wondering, why are the cuts being made before the budget is even approved? In conclusion, we need tech support in our schools, otherwise our computers will be paperweight. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Allie. That is the end of our public section for our students. Our next section is our preliminary comments from our community. How many comments do we have? Sorry, I have a cough tonight. We do have a number of speakers that are yielding their time to somebody else. How we'll do that is we will call the name, that person has their 3 minutes. At the end of the 3 minutes, we will call the next person, and then they just need, at that time, they get to choose if they want to speak or if they want to yield their time. Our first, and I'm so sorry, Alexandra Croson?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Alexandria Crozier, and I have had the privilege of teaching at Kent Elementary for the past 6 years. I was invited here tonight to be recognized for achieving national board certification, but I chose not to participate because I do not believe the actions of district leadership consistently reflect the values that national board certification represents. National board certification is not simply another credential. It requires teachers to demonstrate that they make instructional decisions based on evidence. We must assess what students know, determine what they need next, and adjust our practice when the evidence tells us something isn't working. Recently, I attended a district literacy meeting where data showed that literacy growth across the district has remained largely stagnant for several years. However, a few schools demonstrated significantly stronger growth than the district average. When educators discussed what was contributing to that success, one common theme emerged. The few schools showing success were supplementing intervention with UFly Foundations, a research-based phonics program recognized nationally for improving foundational reading skills. What struck me was not that these schools were finding success. What struck me was the district's response. Rather than examining what the evidence might be telling us, the conversation shifted back to ensuring that students were only using the district-approved intervention program and meeting the required minutes on the district-approved computer program Boost Reading, which is a minimum of 15 hours behind a screen. As teachers, we are expected to follow the evidence. We are expected to ask difficult questions when outcomes are not improving. Those expectations do not disappear when someone moves into district leadership. National board certification also requires deep reflection. I spent countless hours analyzing what works, what doesn't, and why. Much of my work focused on literacy and the substantial body of research showing the importance of reading, writing, and learning with paper and pencil, particularly for comprehension and long-term retention. Yet despite that research, the district has moved all elementary social studies materials to a digital-only platform. When teachers asked for training, support, and curriculum guidance to implement that change effectively, we were told there was not enough money available, but they'd figure something out for us. Again, the issue is not simply the decision itself. The issue is the unwillingness to meaningfully engage with the evidence, the research, and the expertise of the educators expected to carry out those decisions. National board certification asks teachers to be reflective practitioners, collaborative professionals, and student-centered decision makers. Those are not standards that should apply to only classroom teachers. They should apply equally to district leaders and elected board members. Tonight, I do not need recognition for earning my certification. What I would like is for the leadership of this district to embrace the same standards of evidence, reflection, and accountability that teachers are expected to demonstrate every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Buchinger.
Hi, I'm John Bookinger from Meeker Middle School. 2.2, 2.5, 2.4, 2.6. For the last 5 years, this has been the additional FTE added to our staff after starting the year with a larger than expected student body. Meaning, for 4 of the last 5 years, we have effectively added 2 teachers and over 10 classes to our school building. While we are glad to get the additional staffing to balance class sizes, I have come today to mention this consistent pattern, a lack of FTE from the district, and the cascading impact it has. Every year in the spring, our principal will put in a request for FTE based on her projections and her understanding of our school. Then the district will decide how much FTE to give. Consistently, the district has given less than she has asked for. And then in the fall, she will ask again for FTE needed to get classes to reasonable and controllable sizes. And every year that she's asked, Meeker has gotten additional FTE, but the timing results in incredible disruptions to staff, students, and teachers. The additional FTE creates massive amounts of work for administrators and counselors who have to remake hundreds of schedules for that they spent the summer perfecting. Our counselors and principals must then rework the schedules for at least a week. Work that would be done if proper FTE were granted when requested, and many students have their schedules changed. Process is incredibly disruptive. It results in an imbalance of classes with students with extensive IEPs, students new to our country, or with behavioral, social, emotional needs, which is something that we are happy to work with and those needs to meet, but often because of the rush to put together these new classes, there results in an imbalance. And finally, this process is awful for students. They spend almost a month of class getting to know their classmates and teachers, then at any moment it could all change. We had an example of an 8th grade student last year who had family members come in and complain because they had a history and English class changed after a month to a substitute who was hired for one of these positions, and was just wondering why they couldn't have stayed with the teacher that they had in the first place. And that was an important question. Fortunately, we were able to hire a new teacher for the classes, but only after almost a month of the position being filled by a long-term sub, teaching 3 different subjects. Some years we are not so lucky, and the positions added are 4 to 5 different classes that only a long-term sub would fill, because no one wants that job. If KSD believes all students can learn, be successful, and graduate prepared for their futures, this kind of situation is not helping them be prepared with the skills, knowledge, and mindsets they need to achieve. We urge you to ask the district to address the consistent problem for the good of our students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. T.
That went out of order.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tamara Lucretia. I go by Miss T. I'm a paraeducator at Mill Creek Middle School. It's going to be long. Sorry, y'all. We have 6 more wake-ups. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Conversations about inflammatory and derogatory language are often uncomfortable. They require us to confront our history, our present realities, and the systems we create to respond to harm. But discomfort should never prevent us from doing what is necessary to create schools where every student and every staff member can learn and work with dignity. Tonight, I want to speak about the gap between policy and procedure. Our district has language that recognizes the harm caused by derogatory and harmful words. On paper, we acknowledge that these words matter. We acknowledge that they can create hostile environments, and we undermine a person's sense of safety and belonging. But policy without procedure comes dependent upon interpretation. It becomes dependent upon comfort level, knowledge, experiences, and willingness of whoever happens to be responding in the moment. One building may take harm seriously, and then another may dismiss it as a joke. That inconsistency is, in itself, harmful. I want to provide a context for one word in particular because it is often minimized, defended, or misunderstood: the N-word. Historically, this word was not casual language. It was a weapon. It was used to justify enslavement, segregation, exclusion, intimidation, and violence. It communicated that Black people were not entitled to dignity, protection, and equal humanity. That history does not disappear simply because time has passed. At the same time, I recognize that language evolves. Within Black communities, the word has been reclaimed and transformed through music, art, friendship, and cultural expression. But Black people are not in a monolith. Some reject the word entirely, others use it within specific contexts. Some have complicated relationships with it. What cannot happen is for institutions to use that complexity as an excuse to do nothing. The fact that we are differing perspectives within a community does not eliminate the responsibility of schools to respond to harm when it occurs. Those who experience harm should not be expected to justify their pain before they are worthy of support. The burden of responding to harm should not rest on those who have already been harmed. I also want to share that this issue has arrived in public space. The Kin educators of color did not seek out this conversation. Rather, this conversation found its way to us. Concerns involving the use of the N-word in derogatory manner were brought through the channels employees are encouraged to use. Those concerns were raised, and
Our next speaker is Natria Gutierrez. You don't have to come. You'll take time, great, thank you.
Those concerns were raised with the expectation that the systems designed to support employees and students would provide clarity, guidance, and resolution. For a variety of reasons, questions remain about what happens next. I want to be intentional here. This is not my story to tell in full. Those who have experienced this harm deserve the opportunity to speak for themselves and if, when, and they choose to do so. I share this only to explain why we are here tonight. I too have experienced situations in which the N-word was used in a derogatory manner, and when I sought guidance, I was asked what I thought should be done. That experience left me wondering whether our systems are as clear and consistent as we believe them to be. I also want to acknowledge that this responsibility did not begin with the Kin Educators of Color Network. These concerns moved through the systems that were designed to address them. They were brought through district channels, through leadership structures, and through labor organizations with the hope and clarity support and resolutions would follow. For reasons that are not mine to interpret, this concern ultimately found its way to the Kin Educators of Color Network. It was not ours to hold, and yet it was entrusted to us. We had a choice. We could set it down because it felt outside of what might be considered responsibility, or we could respond in a manner consistent with our mission, our vision, and our integrity. Not because affinity groups should become the final destination for concerns involving discrimination and workplace culture, but because words matter, action matter, and integrity requires when people entrust us with the experience of harm and we do not look away. At the same time, this work cannot rest solely on the Kin Educators of Color Network. It belongs to our district, it belongs to our labor partners, our leadership, and our community. If we truly believe that dignity, belonging, and safety matter, then collaboration cannot be optional. It must be part of how we respond when harm occurs, because protecting one another's humanity is not the responsibility of any one single group. It is a collective commitment. And perhaps this is also an opportunity for us to ask ourselves, what does allyship actually require of us? Not performative allyship that speaks loudly when it's comfortable and quietly disappears when accountability is required, but the kind of allyship rooted in courage, consistency, and action. The kind that listens when harm is named, the kind that remains present after the meeting ends, the kind that will be willing to examine systems, address inequities, and help build something more, better alongside those most impacted. True allyship is not about saving people. It is about standing with them. It is about recognizing that other person's dignity are worthy of protection, even when doing so is uncomfortable. And it is...
Denise Renteria? Thank you.
And it is about ensuring that our values are reflected not only in our words, but in the system and practices we choose to uphold. Because when concerns involving repeated racial harm move through multiple levels of our system and there is still uncertainty about the process, it is reasonable for us, for this community to ask questions. What are the procedures when racial slurs are reported? What responsibilities do administrators have? How is harm addressed and supported? How is consistency maintained across buildings? How are families and those affected informed throughout the process? I want to acknowledge that every year, employees in this district complete a mandatory vector trainings. We train on compliance, safety, harassment, and reporting obligations. I believe harmful language should be part of that training as well. Training should provide historical context about derogatory language, explain why certain words carry deep and lasting harm, and equip adults with practical tools for responding when harm occurs. Belonging is not accidental. Accountability is not intuitive. Both must be intentionally taught and intentionally practiced. Before I close, I want to be clear about what I am asking from this board. I'm not asking you to eliminate every harmful word from our school. I'm not asking you to anticipate every circumstance or every nuance of human interaction. What I'm asking is that you fulfill the responsibility entrusted in you as the stewards of the district's policy and procedures. If we believe that derogatory and inflammatory language has the potential to create harm, then we cannot stop at naming that harm in policy. We must establish clear, accessible procedures that guide those policies procedures that guide how those policies are implemented across every building in this district. That is what equity requires. A student's experience of safety, belonging should not depend on the school they attend. A staff member's dignity should not be determined by an administrator's personal understanding of a slur's history. Those who experience harm should not be asked to educate others, justify their pain, or convince the people that what happened mattered. I ask this board to move beyond statements of value and towards systems of accountability, develop procedures that are clear and consistently implemented, provide training so that staff understand both the historical context and the impact of derogatory language. Consider extending that education to students in age-appropriate ways so that accountability and empathy become part of their school's culture rather than lessons learned only after harm occurs. Ensure that there are restorative and supportive responses available for those harmed. Establish transparent expectations so that every student, every family, every staff member knows what happens when these incidents occurs. Because policy without procedure is aspiration. Policy without accountability becomes interpretation. As board members, you are not only the authors of policy, you are guardians of whether those policies become practice.
Our next speaker is Ben Huff.
I ask that you use that authority wisely, not because it is easy, not because it is comfortable, but because our students, our families, our staff, and our community deserve systems that protect their humanity with the same consistency with which we proclaim that humanity matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kirsten Horton. Okay.
I had plenty. You ain't gonna catch me slipping this time.
Our next speaker is Brett Allen.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the time. My name is Brett Allen, and I've taught in Kent for over 25 years at either Mill Creek or Kent Meridian High School the entire time. I'm a proud teacher and BSU advisor of the 3 KM students that spoke here earlier tonight. I'm also the proud father of 2 teenage Kent School District scholars. I want to be clear that I'm making these comments from a handful of my intersections tonight. I'm a black man, I'm an educator, I'm a father, I'm a community member, and I'm a proud member of the Kent Educators of Color Network. I want to also be clear that while I identify as a black man and have 50+ years of experience as a black man in America, I don't presume to represent all black people here tonight. I'm representing my experiences from all the intersections that I mentioned before. The N-word has a hateful origin in our society, and there's no way around that. Growing up, I was well educated by my elders on the harm and hate associated with that word, from the long period of chattel slavery all the way through the civil rights era of the 1960s and 70s. My elders, who are 1 and 2 generations older than me, repeatedly shared personal accounts of that word being used against them in a hateful manner, often accompanied with physical violence or serious threats of it. I myself am a child of the 70s, 80s, and 90s, so I'm a part of a generation who made bold and passionate attempts to reclaim that word. We use the N-word with a soft A with each other as a form of solidarity and as a term of endearment. Our argument was that we were flipping the word and using it in a way that wasn't harmful and taking the power back. And that soft A form of the word was in the music I listened to, the comedians and movies that I watched. I used it in my friendship circles with my black peers. And I admit that I used that word consistently for most of my teens and early 20s, despite knowing the original history and harm that came with it. After learning more in-depth details about racism in U.S. history, having my elders continue to remind me of its origin, and having the N-word with a hard R used against me in a hateful way by people who were not black, I developed a different understanding and perspective of that word, and I slowly removed it from my vocabulary, even though its use in either form never died out in our society. In the educational setting, we are urged to keep students and colleagues safe by practicing professional language and calling out hateful or harmful language when we hear and see it. For that reason, I have a zero tolerance policy for the N-word in my classroom space. They can attest to that. But I've had a decent amount of experience with different versions of the N-word in my time in KSD, as have many of my colleagues, a lot of whom are in the room tonight. What prompted me to speak today was learning of a black teacher here in Kent, Everett Jenkins, who was called the N-word in various forms by students in 3 separate incidents this school year. And the teacher was met with confusion and inaction when they tried to address it with administrators in the district. My youngest child was in a KSD middle school classroom a couple years ago, where his history teacher told the class a story.
Our next speaker is Catherine McLaughlin. Thank you.
So this teacher told a story but warned students beforehand not to get upset by the story, then proceeded to use the hard R version of the N-word. And when the students spoke up and told her she can't say that, not only did she not acknowledge their hurt or apologize to them, she continued with the story and used the hard R a second time, and did not show any remorse until my son and a small group of black students told the principal, and the principal forced the teacher to participate in a class-wide peace circle the next day. Shout out to that principal for doing something. Where I work at Kent Meridian, we have students saying the N-word daily in the hallways, in the cafeteria, even in some classrooms. And a lot of times the student saying the word is not black. I mentioned I have a zero tolerance policy for that word in my classroom space, but I had a couple of Afghan immigrant students last year using the word at the beginning of the school year in what they thought was a harmless manner with that soft A. But after I admonished them and explained the real history of the word, they communicated that they didn't know and that they were just doing what they learned from other teenagers. They were ignorant to the true meaning and complex history of that word. Now, I know the N-word is used all day, every day in each of our secondary schools and probably a lot of elementary schools as well. And I wholeheartedly believe we found ourselves in a situation where a whole generation of students is ignorant to the true origins and deep history of that word in our country. And so they use it trivially and flippantly, like it has no meaning. A big issue with that is that not all staff in our district are experienced, equipped, comfortable enough, or willing to have any dialogue with students to educate and inform them on the power of the N-word. And so incidents like the ones I mentioned often go unchecked and unresolved, leaving hurt in their wake. It's simply too difficult and complex to try to police a word like the N-word, especially when it's often non-black adults gatekeeping and policing its use in our district spaces. And black educators are often expected to be the ones who do something about its use in these settings when we're around, despite our personal proximity to the harm the word causes. So to prevent further harm from that word in our educational spaces, I'm here tonight to urge the school board and the KSD to institute a zero tolerance policy for the N-word in any form. And the district should have a common and clear policy and procedure to address it when it is used in educational spaces. Neighboring school districts and scholastic organizations our district works closely with, like the Washington Interscholastic Athletic Association, or WIAA, already have policies like this in place. So we don't have to go very far to find exemplars to help guide our district to a policy that is clear and actionable. It's time to take a stand on the N-word and all hateful language, and it should not be tolerated in any form within our district spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Turner.
I yield to
Okay, I'm sorry, Doris, it wasn't put as part of yours, so I'm going to start with yours, and then I will add that in. Doris Warren.
Good evening. Thank you, Board and Superintendent. My name is Doris Warren. I am a teacher at Mill Creek. And I'm here as well to call for clear and actionable policies and procedures around the use of hate speech and racist name-calling, especially, but not limited to, the N-word. Once again, Black people are placed in a position of having to justify the need for the wrongs that are being done to us to be righted. That's akin to asking a rape victim to perform their own rape kit, or someone who's lost a limb in a tragic accident to oversee the reattachment procedure. Am I being dramatic when I use those comparisons? Ask any Black person who has been on the receiving end of that hateful word, and I guarantee you that they would say that I am not. I'm speaking from my personal experience as a Black woman, Black mother, as well as from the perspective of a member of the Kent Education of Color Network. How is it that a white colleague and I both hear non-Black students using the N-word as they're walking down the hall, and after passively telling the students, don't say that, the white educator walks on, leaving me, the Black woman, to authentically address the issue? How is it that a teacher who has been the victim of this word more than once can receive no justice from their campus administration? Even to be told in one instance that the student didn't use the hard R, so it doesn't count. Hard R, soft R, no R should be acceptable in our schools. I am of the group of people that believe that that word should never be used. I was raised by parents who lived through the civil rights, whose schools were picketed and burned, and my mother hit in the head with a brick by the KKK with that word scrawled on it. So for me, it doesn't matter how you say it, who says it, it should never be said. Hard A, hard R, soft A, nothing. Our district loves to trot out its diversity when it benefits them. But what are we doing to honor and protect that diversity? I'm also calling out our union for their lack of action in this matter. The above-mentioned educator went to the union seeking assistance and was immediately referred to the Kent Educators of Color Network. Another example of Black people being expected to address our own harm. As a group, we, the Kent Educators of Color Network, exist to be a safe place for our members and a sounding board.
She yielded her time. Yes, Teresa Turner?
Okay.
You're yielded, okay.
We do not exist to do the work for free that the union to whom we pay dues should be doing. It is time for the district and the union to come together and address this problem. There should be no bickering back and forth. There's only one side in this issue, the side of humanity. Stop expecting educators and students to overlook the harm being done to us. During your policy sessions, clear, transparent, and accountable policy and procedures need to be put into place. District training on hate speech needs to be added to the repetitive vector training. This training should not be created by white people, like the ineffectual equity training of a few years ago. Uniform restorative practices training needs to be facilitated on every campus by the same provider. So we're following the same process district-wide. Right now, there is no campus that can all say that we do restorative practices the same. Advisory support for students to educate them on the use of and history of the N-word and other racial slurs needs to be enacted district-wise. Again, not by white people, but by a provider with deep knowledge and a proven track record in the areas of restorative practices and education on the N-word. If you truly value diversity, then you must draw a line on this issue now. Otherwise, it's just a word on the district webpage.
I know these speakers were part of the same group, but I still am going to call you so you have an option to speak. Stephen Baston.
I will give my 3 minutes to anybody else who requires.
Okay. Denisha Saucedo. You're going to speak. Great.
There's over 30 minutes.
Okay. Yep, we'll finish up. This will be our last speaker during the first session. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I was going to yield my time, but since we have time, I'll go ahead and start. I'm Denisha Saucedo. I am a 5th grade teacher at Kent Elementary, also a proud member of the Kent Educators of Color. I want to kind of provide just a little bit of glue. This issue is not just a middle school issue. It is not just a high school issue. It is an elementary issue. Kindergartners are using the word. I also have a different experience with the word. I was a middle school student bussed into the white neighborhoods in Seattle. So like our use of the word, yeah, I use it. I do not use it now. And I'm kind of like Doris. I do not use the word. I also don't tell students they're not allowed. Like that is a bad word. Never use that word. Imagine your mom uses that word. Your uncle uses that word. Your cousin uses that word. Who am I to tell you? Never use that word. So what we need is training. We need to be able to say, in this educational space, this is what happens when you use this word. In this educational space, this is the harm you could do to the person sitting next to you. In this educational space, this is how we respect each other and we care for each other. And at the elementary school level, they are literally trying out the word on a daily basis. There are white kids who are given the N-word card and kids are playing around with it. And even our black kids are playing with it. They don't understand. So I agree, we need training. We need training for kids. We need training for staff members. I'm tired of having those conversations, pulling kids out and saying, hey, let's chat. What happened? Hard R or A? What do you mean there's a difference? Like, it's exhausting. And imagine having that conversation with a 10-year-old or a 9-year-old or a 5-year-old. But if I'm the only one doing it or the only one comfortable doing it, it's not getting to every kid. And that is not okay because by the time they get to middle school and high school, they have decided what that word means and how they're going to use it. And so instead of giving our kids the educational foundation that they need to make the choice, they will. A 5-year-old can understand if we give them the opportunity to. The adults can understand if we give them the opportunity to. But privilege, you all have privilege not to have to deal with that word. I don't have that privilege. I can't ignore it. Our students now can no longer ignore it, but people are still ignoring it. It's either, we have to teach them. It's okay. Right? There's always a reason why. And instead, let's just do something about it. Let's do something different. Let's just make sure that we try and get everyone on somewhat of the same page. Because if not, we're going to continue to hurt the very people who are trying to do something different for students every day, like we've done with our current staff member.
Thank you. The remainder of our public comments, we will have time for all of them at the end of the session.
I move to suspend the rules limiting public comments so that all signed up speakers may be heard.
We move on to our next section, which is section 4.0, recognition, 4.01, 2024-25 Washington State School Recognition Awards.
Thank you, President Margell. I'd like to call up our Executive Director of Leadership and School Success, Ms. Kathy Emmerich, to come up and begin our presentation.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to call up Dr. Avery, who is also an Executive Director of School and Leadership Success. We are very proud this evening to acknowledge our schools who have been recognized by the state, the OSSI School Improvement Recognition, for their growth for students over the past couple of years based on multiple factors of SBA data, attendance, etc. So without further ado, you can see the beautiful pictures of our celebrations with school students and staff. We're going to call up the principal of Meridian Elementary School, Stephanie Behringer. Stephanie, this award is going to you on behalf of Meridian Elementary School in recognition of multiracial student growth from the 23-24 school year to the 24-25 school year, was in the top 10% of schools for math proficiency rate, ELA student growth percentiles, math student growth percentiles.
It's not her school. It's cycling. The pictures.
All right, we're going to bring up Dr. Ryan Price, principal of Covington Elementary School. Jonathan is the assistant principal. Covington Elementary School is receiving this award in recognition for growth of students with disabilities from the 2023-24 school year to the 24-25 school year. They were in the top 10% for ELA proficiency rate and math proficiency rate and attendance. Principal Patrick O'Connor, Assistant Principal Tom Lee. A couple staff members, wonderful, thank you. You're being called to the front of the room. Stand and smile.
Come on over here. Yep, please come this way. Yes.
You're going to be there anyway.
No. You'll get your award over there first, and then you come. Yes.
We'll figure this out by the time we're done. All right, Principal O'Connor, your school is being recognized for showing meaningful gains on the 2025 WISF, which is the Washington State Improvement Framework, after being identified for targeted supports in the 2024 WISF data. Principal Andre Koch of Sawyer Woods Elementary School. Andre, your school is being recognized for low-income student growth from the 2023-24 school year to the 24-25 school year. You are in the top 10% of schools for ELA proficiency rate, math proficiency rate, and math student growth percentiles.
Good evening, and I would like to invite up Valerie Orrock, the principal of Emerald Park Elementary School, and I believe she has a staff member with her as well. Congratulations, you are being recognized for multiracial student growth from the 23-24 school year to the 24-25 school year. You were in the top 10% of schools for ELA proficiency rate, ELA student growth percentiles, and math student growth percentile. Congratulations.
Perfect. If our administration and staff that joined us would be willing to have a picture with us, great, thank you.
They put us upstairs. They put us like this.
We are going
this way.
Switch it up. Count 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Is any of the comments targeted to? No, these are all general. That's a whole separate side. No, I'm talking, is there any general comments or to one of the presentations?
Congratulations to all of our schools for the work that they do every day to be able to earn those awards. We now move on to section 4.02, our National Board Certified Teacher Recognition.
Thank you, President Margay. I'd like to invite Ms. Kim Cushman, our Assistant Director of HR, to begin her presentation.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Ms. Curry, Superintendent Bella, President Margell, and Board. I am thrilled to be able to recognize our National Board Certified Teachers for the year. And to do that, we're going to learn a little bit more from our National Board Facilitators, who are also going to present the awards to our recipients, Laura Maruz and Ryan Shin.
That's us. Just quickly, I'll share a little bit about myself and Ryan. Ryan he earned his National Board Certification in 2008 and started facilitating with KSD in 2009. He was my facilitator when I went through in 2014. I joined the facilitation in 2017, and together the two of us have facilitated hundreds of people through this process. Okay. As facilitators, we provide guidance throughout the year with component work, providing timelines and graphic organizers that help them dive into National Board standards, which are different than Common Core standards. We provide instructions for components, types of writing, and requirements for submission. Our facilitation encourages candidates to complete component work in bite-sized pieces, so it makes the process a bit less overwhelming. We build knowledge of the process, answering questions when it is ethically sound, and provide feedback to candidates on their written commentaries prior to them submitting their work in May. Candidates join cohorts and spend 10 hours per component with us throughout the year. We support them in completing the work in time for their submission window that ends in May. We also often support them with feedback on their written commentaries as well. We see candidates oftentimes for several years, as this process takes quite a few years to complete and accomplish. And sometimes they need the time to retake components in order to pass with scores that earn their certification. The National Board Certification process is a rigorous one that can take candidates anywhere from 1 to 5 years to complete. They have 3 years to submit all 4 components, and then an extra 2 years if they need extra time for retaking anything that wasn't quite high enough to earn them certification. It requires an average of 200 to 400 hours of dedicated work, which includes knowing their content and describing, analyzing, and reflecting on their practice. These candidates tonight are not only dedicated to their profession, but highly qualified to teach in our schools, especially in support of our underserved and most marginalized communities. Candidates spend time within the 4 components listed on the screen, which are grounded in the foundations of the 5 core propositions and the architecture of accomplished teaching. Component 1 is our content knowledge component, which is our assessment that they do at an assessment center. It's a test that is designed to assess their understanding of the content within their certificates. And it's within a developmental range, so it's not based in what grade level they're currently supporting. Rather, it's, for example, the middle childhood generalist is ages 7 to 12. Their content area is ELA, the arts, health and wellness, science, math, and social studies. That consists of 40% of their overall score. Component 2 and 3 are differentiation and instruction and teaching practice and learning environment. They're both classroom-based components that require teachers to submit student work samples and videos of their teaching, and they're also required to submit written commentaries for both of those to analyze their instructional practice. Though component 2 is 15% of their score and component 3 is 30% of their score. Component 4 is also a classroom-based component that focuses on PLC work, student learning needs, and professional learning needs, as well as assessment, both formative and summative. And this component also requires a written commentary. It's also 15% of their overall score. These candidates submitted their final work in May of 2025, had to wait until December of 2025 to learn if they passed with scores that were acceptable. And today we get to honor our 2025 National Board Certified Teachers. As I read your name, please come up and receive your award and move to the front until all names have been read. And I would also ask the audience to please hold your applause until the end. Emily Abrams. Alexandria Crozier. Thank you. Sarah Gonzalez. Kristen Master. Taylor Sarmiento. Ruthie Smith. Emily Stentz. Jessica Swanson. Catherine Walsh. And Lynn Wells. Thank you. Congratulations.
Again, I ask the teachers, if you mind if we get a picture? Thank you.
Three, 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
It is 75. Sorry, I must have moved that for 1 second.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, wow. Every 5%. Yeah. Well earned from our National Board Certified Teachers. Thank you for coming and letting us celebrate you for that. Our next section is recognition and proclamation of our retiree celebration, and I get the pleasure of being able to read that. Are we going to do this proclamation first, or?
I would, if I could, I'd like to, the proclamation first, and then I'll introduce them. Yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind, Mr. Hunter, I'll do the proclamation. Give just a second. Here we go. Whereas Kent School District is celebrating its employees who have retired and commend them for endeavoring to teach and prepare our next generation of young people. And whereas Kent School District acknowledges these tireless professionals who have made a remarkable difference in young lives by demonstrating our core values of excellence, equity, and community. And whereas Kent School District honors these employees for the dedication and hard work they provided to students and families over the years and understands the significant role they played to help carry out our mission of successfully preparing all students for their futures. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors proclaims June 10th, 2026 as a district retirement celebration and wishes our retirees happiness, peace, and success in their next phase of life. Signed this 10th day of June 2026 by the Board of Directors and Israel Vela, Secretary to the Board.
Thank you, President Margell. And now I'd like to introduce Mr. Damon Hunter, our Associate Superintendent of HR, to continue with some of the celebration.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Vela. Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Tonight we are here to recognize and celebrate a remarkable group of employees whose dedication, hard work, and heart have helped make the Kent School District a better place for generations of students. Our retirees have spent years, and for many, decades, showing up every day with a commitment to serving students and supporting schools. They have taught lessons, driven buses, prepared meals, maintained buildings, bargained contracts, solved problems, offering encouragement, and created welcoming environments where students can learn and grow. As they begin this next chapter, we celebrate their accomplishments, thank them for their extraordinary service, and wish them every joy that retirement has to offer. May their days be filled with new adventures, time with family and friends, and the satisfaction of knowing they have made a meaningful difference in the lives of countless students. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Director of Employment Support, Bree Adams, to continue with this evening's retirement celebration.
Thank you, Damon. I am excited to present our 2025-2026 KSD retirees. So while not everybody was able to join us for tonight's recognition, we will be acknowledging each employee by group. And I just made this up right now. So as I say the name, I'd appreciate one big clap because got to keep the energy up in here. So for those that are with us, when your name is called, if you could please stand to the front and we will do a round of applause at the end. So with that, starting with our leadership, we have Mr. Jeff Baker. Excellent. Ms. Christine Benedetti. Oh, I love this. Lisa Couch. Patricia Hoyle. And Ms. Sue Whitehall. All right, and moving on to our AFT group, this is our maintenance and custodial. Mr. Kwang Ho. Larry Huff. John Sweet. On to our KOP group. This is our office professionals, administrative assistants. Ms. Kathleen Bibko, Eileen Blaine, Mary Canfield, Paula Eccleston, Deborah Heyer, Michelle Hoffman, Rhonda Mofield, Karen Paloco, Opeta Sagapolatella. Practice that one. Thank you. Melanie Self. And on to our Kent Association of Paraeducators. Ms. Kathleen Amodi. Sharbanu Godsi. Catherine Kidder. Wendy Kwong. Mary Manil. Michelle Meter. Sharon Moen. Wendy Mondier. Elizabeth Pearson. Catherine Sanford. On to our Kent Education Association. January Agnew Parks. Or Jones. Sorry. Cheryl Bellino. Pamela Cox. Laura Gallegos. Deborah, I'm sorry. How do I see Deborah? Gianolo. I didn't write them down because I thought I was going to see this. Sorry. Elizabeth Gibson. Emma Goliff. Stephen Goliff. Julie Hagan. Stephanie Hames. Linda Holman. Chris Holmquist. Christopher Howard. Stacy Gilson. Suzanne Knatzitz. Sue Lee. Keith Martin. Karen Honorati. Marty Osborne. Mary Reed Franklin. Jill Reyes. Michelle Schramm. Beth Shoemaker. Barry Smith. Dana Stanley. Linda Tiffany. Ms. Jolene Tomming. Sarah Wagner. Eric Wall. Glenn Waldron. Lisa Williams. Lisa Wilson. Mr. Jeffrey Wallen. Should have had water for this. Sorry. On to our Kent School Food Service Association. Oh, you are a saint. Miss Terry Robson, Janice Saylor, Susan Sunderman, Aurora Velasquez, and on to our non-represented employees. Mr. Timothy Lash, Alexandra Smart, Sean Snell, and Linda Stoddard. And our last but not least, our Teamsters, our bus driving group. We have Mr. Bunama Dabete, Keith Llewellyn, Sandra Harris, and Miss Janice Hegerhorst. Oh, one more, Alexander Marchenko. And with that, congratulations to our 2025-2026 retirees. Thank you so much.
And if we could get a picture too.
Three, one, two, three.
Retired, baby.
Congratulations to all of our retirees, and I hope you sleep until like past 7.
What's wrong with you?
Our next section is our proclamation for Pride Month, and that's going to be read by Director Williams.
Whereas Kent School District is committed to fostering an inclusive and supportive environment for all students, families, and staff regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, and whereas Kent School District recognizes the importance of celebrating diversity and promoting understanding, respect, and acceptance within our school communities, and whereas Pride Month serves as an opportunity to honor the history, contributions, and resilience of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and agender, or LGBTQIA+ individuals, and whereas by acknowledging Pride Month, Kent School District affirms its dedication to creating safe, welcoming, and affirming spaces for all members of our community. And whereas Kent School District encourages all students, families, and staff to engage in activities that promote inclusivity, empathy, and allyship throughout the month of June and beyond. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Kent School District Board of Directors hereby proclaim June 2026 as Pride Month and calls upon all members of our community to join in celebrating the rich diversity and contributions of LGBTQIA+ individuals, signed this 10th day of June 26 by the Board of Directors and Israel Vela, Secretary of the Board.
Thank you very much, Director Williams. Our next proclamation is Juneteenth, read by Director Cook.
Whereas Juneteenth, observed annually on June 19th, commemorates the emancipation of enslaved African Americans in the United States, marking the day in 1865 when Union soldiers entered the state of Texas announcing the freedom of all enslaved individuals, 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, and whereas Juneteenth serves as a reminder of the resilience, strength, and countless contributions of African Americans throughout history, and as an opportunity to reflect on the ongoing pursuit of justice, equality, and freedom for all, and whereas Kent School District is committed to fostering an inclusive and equitable learning and working environment that honors the diverse histories, cultures, and experiences of all students and staff, And whereas the Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges and honors the significance of Juneteenth and supports its observance as a means to educate, inspire, and promote dialogue about freedom, equality, and social justice. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Kent School District Board of Directors hereby proclaim June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth and recognizes Friday, June 18th, 2026 as the official Kent School District observance of Juneteenth, during which district schools and offices will be closed. The board further encourages all students, staff, and community members to participate in activities and reflections that honor this important day in American history. Signed this 10th day of June 2026 by the board and superintendent.
Thank you very much, Director Cook. We now move to our presentation by River Ridge, and for this, I will first call upon Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Markell. I'd like to invite Ms. Dr. Christine Avery up to begin our presentation of our school.
Thank you. Good evening, President Markell, directors, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry. I am pleased to introduce Principal Trish Stollard of River Ridge Elementary School. I'm really excited for Ms. Stollard to share about her amazing school and introduce an amazing family she's brought tonight.
Thanks, Dr. Avery, and Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Vela, thanks for having me tonight. Believe it or not, I have been in Kent School District for 7 years, and this is my first time up presenting a school. I left Cedar Valley on their year up, so, so I'm excited to be here tonight. Where is my family? Oh, okay. So this family here has been waiting, and they've been waiting so patiently. This presentation is about 10 minutes long, but the most important part is the very end, where we get to talk about Hafiz. This is a story about hope. So River Ridge opened in 2021, right after its principal left to go to another school district, and a new principal was appointed just about a month before the school opened. So it had a tumultuous beginning. But one thing that the school brought to the table from the very beginning was a belief that kids could succeed. We've got a pretty diverse population and the biggest elementary school population in the school district, about the size of a middle school, with 670 scholars, and that's in K through 5 plus our early childhood special education. And we serve multiple programs. In fact, we're the only school in Kent School District that's making an attempt to provide an inclusive education for our entire neighborhood. We serve the Support Center, Link, and Integrated Program, all in our building. And as you can see, one of our greatest strengths is our multilingual population. We have a very large multilingual population. We do have about 326 of our scholars or families who speak English as their home language, and many, many other languages. This is only representative of a 5 out of, I think we have 30 to 40 additional languages. It varies by year, and part of how that varies by year is that we have a very high rate of mobility. And this has gone down over the last few years. In 23-24, I think it was, the rate of mobility was 49.5%, and we're down to 32%. So still the winning team in the elementary schools of at River Ridge of mobility. But there are a few of us that are in the 30s, so we're not alone in that. Our data is one piece of the picture at River Ridge. We are working hard. And I think I said at the beginning, this is a story of hope. Hope is our ability to picture a future that doesn't exist yet, come back to the present, and make a plan. So here's some of our SBA data over the last few years. I've looked at this so many different ways. The cohorts moving up was one of the things that I wanted to look at, and noticed in doing that we've had 41 scholars who have been at River Ridge from kindergarten to 4th grade. And so because of our mobility rate, we just want to give them the best education they can possibly get, even if it's for a short amount of time in our building. I'm really proud of our iReady scores this year, and this doesn't even reflect the end of the year because most of our teachers voluntarily give the summer assessment in June. We have increased our reading scores from 13% on grade level to 34% on grade level this year, school-wide. And here's just a look at our math SBA. There's room for improvement here. Nobody's trying to hide that. But we are working really hard, and we are implementing like the building thinking classrooms like the rest of the district is doing, and we are noticing that growth happening, and we see it a little bit more in our iReady. For example, our scholars came in this year with 5% passing math, and they are leaving this year with 25% passing math. And here's our science data. Something I'm really, really proud of at River Ridge is how we've increased our attendance. And while when you look at this, it might still not look that great, our regular attendance has increased by 24% since the school was opened. And our exclusionary discipline rate has plummeted. The Washington School Improvement Framework trends, we made a decision to look at it this way, to look at the trends over the course of the years, and I really want to point out our improvements with English language learners and our Black and African American families. And while some of our subgroups have remained stagnant or moved up and down, we really have been focusing on our multilingual learners since I've been in the building. And it shows. So as with all of our KSD schools, we base our improvement plan on the board goals. And something that we do that's a little bit different is we believe all kids are capable of success, no exceptions. We prioritize meaningful, sustainable relationships with adults. And we teach our scholars to picture their future, come back to the present, and make a plan. And this video here is just to show you about this fantastic activity that we did at the end of March called the Tunnel of Hope. The Tunnel of Hope is when we invite our community members out to surround our scholars. Our scholars come dressed for their future. They might want to be a snowboarder. They might want to be a mom. They might want to be a teacher. We've had lots of teachers come through the line. And all close to 700 of the scholars got to walk through a tunnel of our community members, and I'm hoping that we can just take 2 minutes to watch this. And if I click it, will it just play? What do we think? What do we think? Let's see. Nope, not seeing it. I'm not seeing a live link to the video. What do I need to do? I think escape. Okay. Can I click it now? It was, I just did this today with the staff. Okay, well, I described to you what it's like. Oh, you want to give me a try? I would be so appreciative. Because if we can watch it, I don't want anyone to miss it. It's not looking like the link.
Yeah, I don't, it's just a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aw, man. Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I painted a picture.
Can you send it to us?
And I will send it again so that you can all see it. It was originally part of the presentation, so sorry about that. But basically, lots of high fives, lots of smiles, and lots of pride from the scholars and the community members. We had police, fire. We host a church on Sundays in our building, and we had members from the church come over. We had the deputy mayor of SeaTac come over, and it was just a really, really great event. Okay, how do I get back where I'm supposed to be?
Down at the bottom of their presentation.
Okay, thanks.
You got it.
Yay. All right, so here are our school improvement goals. This year, we set a goal to have a increase from 28.8% proficient to 37% proficient overall. And we came so close on the April, but we hit it in June, okay? And those scholars receiving ML services performing on or above grade level will increase from 18.5% to 28%, and we hit 27. Okay, so we are closing the gap through data-driven professional learning communities, targeted professional development, and scholar learning communities, where they learn what their data is, and then they set a goal, and they go out into their intervention group and try to reach that goal. In math, we do something a little bit different. We don't have the scholar learning community that is school-wide, but we do grade-level interventions. So our teachers analyze their data, and then they split up the scholars for 30 minutes a day. And by doing that, we did set a goal to go from 20.4% to 30%. Again, super close, didn't hit it. We're okay with that because you got to shoot high, and we're setting very rigorous goals, but we were so almost there. And for our science goal, we really just want to make sure that science is being taught. And something that we did this year is supplemented with a really popular program that a lot of schools in KSD choose to use as a supplement, which is called Mystery Science, and it actually supports writing as well. For our climate and culture goal, we didn't think our discipline rate could get any lower, but we're working on it. So we have reduced from 3% to 2% of our scholars receiving exclusionary discipline. And the fact is, there are still suspensions that have to happen in school and out of school, but really it's a very small group of scholars at this point. And we implement interventions with them. I attribute this and our attendance to the Kids at Hope framework. Because we all agree that on a scale of 1 to 10, we are 10s, we are going to believe in every kid, then we work together to make sure that it happens. This year, we began to implement the well-managed schools practices through Boys Town Education Model, which are really just task analyze social skills, really getting kids able to socialize, follow instructions, stay on task, all of those things. And now I want to talk about Hafiz. Hafiz, you want to come up here? You can clap for him. Okay, do you want to stand there just a little bit? Okay, so they can see you. Okay, so Hafiz came to River Ridge when I came to River Ridge at the beginning of 2023. And can I tell the stories about when you first got there? Okay, so when Hafiz and his little brother Mohammed came to River Ridge, they were very afraid to come to school every day. It was a brand new place. We're speaking a brand new language, but we weren't really learning brand new things. You'd been to school before, but it was a whole new setting, and it was really scary. And I want to give a lot of encouragement and thanks to Hafiz's mother, because she came almost every day, guiding her kids into the school. She does it every day now with her kindergartner, Masama, guiding her scholars into school. Even if they were crying, even if they were upset and said they didn't want to go, she made sure they got there. And this, when I said this is a story of hope, what I mean is that when we work together, when all the adults wrap around our scholars, and when we have scholars that are motivated and want to learn, and we give them the pathway to do that, they do it. So since Hafiz was in 3rd grade, now a 5th grader, which I messed up on the morning announcements today, so I'm giving a public apology, I said the wrong grade. Hafiz now a 5th grader. He has grown 4 grade levels in reading since coming to River Ridge, from a kindergarten to a late 3rd grade level. And he has grown to a 5th grade level in math in his time here. And in addition to that, Hafiz mentors other scholars. He helps out with the soccer club. and he helps with problem solving with scholars that are having conflicts. This is a perfect example of what a River Ridge Raptor is, and I am just so happy to be able to give you a very important certificate tonight. And congratulations.
Hafiz? Hafiz, could we get a picture with you?
Yeah.
Yes, can we, of course. Yes. Or directors, won't we let the family take their picture first?
It won't go in there.
No, but close out of it and reopen it. I just want to see it real quick.
I think we did it as a PPT.
Did they?
Future Mill Creek student.
I'm closed out of Teams.
We have our two assistant principals here, and a bunch of staff.
Should be that one.
Okay, that's okay, that's okay.
21.
Hang on.
3, 1, 2,
See,
3.
that's why. That's a crap.
So it's still not going to do it.
Three, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much for listening to our presentation. Thank you so much for coming and waiting so long.
Yeah, in case there's questions.
Yes, we'll make sure they get it. Okay. So evidently there could be questions.
Yes.
Okay.
The video's working, right?
Is the video working? Carolyn was trying.
They're trying to put it on. No, they cannot get it to work.
Nope.
Don't worry about it.
That's
Hey,
right, it will be sent out.
We'll send it
Okay.
out.
And then
I'll
I'm sure we'll
post it.
attach it to the posting.
Thank you. One of our staff worked really hard on it, so
Oh,
that'll
good, well, we're
be
excited
nice.
to see it. Thank you, Principal Scholar. Thank you for staying with us, and congratulations to Hafiz and his family. And I think we have a few questions here.
Okay.
I'm going to start with Director Cook, who's online.
That's right. Can I let someone else go first?
I will ask Director Williams.
So I want to hear more about the Kids at Hope cultural framework and the science of hope. And I'm also hoping that maybe you'd be willing to share your what is the word I'm looking for? Materials, reading materials?
Sure.
Because I'd love to learn about this.
Okay, yeah. So I got to condense what I would normally, because I could go on about this forever. Okay. So basically, the science of hope has actually been studied for about 40 years at this point. And what we know to be true through all of the research is that hope can be taught as a skill, just like tying your shoes. And the way you teach hope is you set a goal, you figure out a way to get to that goal, and then you commit to it. That's called goals, pathway, and agency. It's a different kind of GPA. Okay? So the Kids at Hope framework is specifically based on 3 universal truths that were found in the research by an organization called Kids at Hope. We believe all kids are capable of success, no exceptions. The scholars say a pledge every day, and the adults say a pledge every day, an affirmation. 2, we have, kids are successful when they have meaningful, sustainable relationships with adults. And we actually separate those into 4 categories. Your ace of hearts, and it's playing cards are kind of the analogy. So your ace of hearts is your family at home. And your ace of clubs are other caring adults. Ace of diamonds are opportunities for success. And what did I forget? Oh, ace of spades are high expectations. So these are different kinds of adults that kids can connect with on different levels. that support them. And then we believe that we can be successful if we can picture our future, come back to the present, and make a plan. But we do that in 4 destinations. It is important that we focus on a future in career and education, but also home and family, community and service, and hobbies and recreation, because we're whole people. And oftentimes when we're having a conversation with a scholar that might be feeling a little bit hopeless, we'll start with something fun. What do you want to do for fun when you're a little bit older that you're not allowed to do right now? And just start them thinking about what their future could look like. So that's the basics of that. If you Google Rick Miller, he has a TED Talk, and it's about 20 minutes long. He is the founder of Kids at Hope, and I've been working with the Kids at Hope organization since about 4 years after they were founded. So my first exposure was in 2007, and I bring it with me everywhere I go because it works.
I'd really like to connect you with my principal.
Okay.
Director Cook, did you want to go next?
Sorry, I'm taking care of something else with my family. I am listening. I just have to take care of that real quick. But if you could go with one other person again, thanks.
Director Williams?
Director Gregory.
Gregory, sorry. Yes.
I don't have a question.
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I want to say thank you for all of the work that you've been doing. Kills me every time. I don't know why. Especially because of the school size that you have. It's almost like a middle school, and you have all those scholars, but I really see every time I've visited the campus, just the connection with people and the impact you're making for people.
Thank you. Now you're going to make me cry.
I know.
I love your enthusiasm. It's so much fun. But you mentioned something I hadn't heard before, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about.
Okay.
Is we've heard about communities of learning for teachers. Could you expand a little bit about the scholar learning communities?
Yeah. So basically, a lot of schools do this, and they call it win time. What I need, right? But this year, I was really determined to help our scholars know why they need it. And why they're going. And so we really made it a priority this year throughout the building, and I'm not going to say it happened for every scholar because we're growing, but we really made it a priority throughout the building to inform the scholars of their data and have them set goals and have them know why they were going to a different teacher for 30 minutes a day to work on reading. And that is essentially what that is. And to grow on that, it's just to kind of emphasize what we do as educators too, where we look at data and then we make a plan and then we review the data and see how much progress we've made. Those are called professional learning communities. I just really liked the name Scholar Learning Community so that we are all forming one learning community together.
I like it. Thank you.
If I may, President Margell.
Of course.
I wanted to take a personal privilege and say, I have been to Principal Stollard's school when she was at Cedar Valley. Didn't get a chance to come to the River Ridge, but just to share that the people in the community that come out, the firefighters, the nurses, all of the people in the community are so critical to the culture and climate of the school that's built there. And she's absolutely right when she says it helps and it works.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm ready now, if that's okay.
Sure.
So I noticed, like Hafsala, hopefully I said that right, advanced 4 grade levels in reading and 5 in math in 3 years, which is just incredibly impressive. And now he's mentoring younger students, which I absolutely love. What is staff doing that makes a story like his possible? And how do we give more kids that?
Yeah. We talked about this as a staff today, actually. Well, I mean, I talked about it. They listened. But because I practiced this presentation on them. We really talked about that today because sometimes we need to actually hear this type of success story to keep on wanting to work as hard as we're working. And we do this. Okay, so to answer the second part of the question, which is how do we do it for more, we need to build better systems, which we are doing. So since I've been in the building, we really worked hard to make sure that we're monitoring data, that we are supporting scholars with targeted skill-based intervention, and that we are removing excuses from our vocabulary. And that was really, to be honest, the very first step was this. When we say I believe in all kids, no exceptions, that means that we take responsibility for removing the excuses for why they might possibly not succeed. And so that is one important strategy for that, is just addressing the mindset. And then the proof in the pudding. Scholars like Hafiz. We find these success stories in every classroom and in every grade level, and we talk about them, and that becomes contagious. As we're building better MTSS systems, that's going to improve outcomes for more and more scholars. And like I said at the beginning, if they're only with us for 3 months, we want it to be the best 3 months that they can possibly get to set them up for the next place that they might go. And 9 times out of 10, they're coming back to us anyway, either the next school year or a little bit after that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I think, could we end with the video?
Yeah, let's end with the video.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
he's
Okay.
bringing it up.
Let's make sure.
It's coming up. He worked his magic.
Oh, Nate.
Yay! Oh, he's gonna plug in, oh, look, he's gonna do,
It's been a minute.
he's got like a little thumb drive.
I have a promise for you. As an adult and treasure hunter, I am committed to search for all the talents, skills, and intelligences that exist in all children and youth. And I believe all kids are capable of success. No exceptions. Your turn.
What does being at a Hope School mean to you?
Both community and culture coming together. Be exactly that, both during school and after school, is actually really neat, and I'm excited to always see.
Being at a Hope School to me means that we are a community of positivity. We're always thinking of the dreams we have for the future and knowing that we have the capability to do that. Being at a Hope School really changes the community. One of the coolest things about it is the Kids at Hope pledge. All the scholars chant it at our assemblies. It's something that has really been able to connect students across grades, and that's been really cool to see. I am Kids at Hope. I'm talented, smart, and capable of success. I have dreams for the future, and I'm proud to reach those goals and dreams every day. All kids are capable of success. No exceptions.
All kids are capable of success.
No exceptions.
Thank you, Principal Stoller. That was fantastic. Yes, no exceptions.
Thank you, and thanks so much for really giving it your all and getting that video out there tonight. I really appreciate you, Carolyn.
Thank you. It is 8:13. I'm going to give us a short break until 8:20, and then we will resume with section 5.02.
Megan, you have 2 comments of
And we're going to go ahead and resume. I do also acknowledge that it is very cold in here, and we've asked them to add a little bit of heat. I know, it is freezing. Okay, we now move to 5.02, our presentations for the 2026-2027 Budget Development Presentation, number 3 of 4. We do have public comments and a public video. We will start with our public comment is Elijah Olson.
Hi, I'm Elijah Olson. I'm a Covington resident, and I'm the librarian at Horizon. The hits are coming in from all sides for the KSD library program. Hit number 1, the library assistants are being eliminated system-wide despite consistent outcry from the public. Hit number 2, we heard a presentation to the board that they'll give 2 hours or 4 hours to elementary schools with 18 or 20 sections respectively. However, they left out of that presentation that they did not count support center classes in this calculation. So in a school like mine, we are projected to have 18 sections next year, but the district is only counting 16 sections, leaving out 2 support center sections. Hit number 3, general education classes are being packed to the max cap. Hit number 4, the district is saying that support center students could just be pushed into the general education classes for library. However, support center paraeducator hours and positions are also being reduced. SC paraeducators have schedules of lunches and breaks also, which are likely to occur during library periods. So we have high needs SC students expected to push in to packed out general education classes with reduced SC para support and no library para support. Nor would this account for SC students' varying needs in accordance with their IEPs. Hit number 5, tech support services are being cut. TSS have informed librarians that TSS cannot support beginning of the year laptop checkout or end of the year check-in, as they have done for years. Where is this all this work landing? On the librarians. So librarians are being expected to take on a second job, library assistant, and a third job, tech support services. We are being expected to take hit after hit. These are compounding cuts that disproportionately affect the KSD library program. And none of these actions have been taken with the input or feedback from any KSD library staff. KSD wants to pass a levy this year. This levy won't pass without building public trust. The public has consistently demonstrated support for libraries and library assistants. If you want to build public trust for the levy, it could start by finding a way to fund library assistance system-wide. It can be done.
Thank you. Our next speaker is videos.
Good evening, board members. As you listen to the budget presentation tonight, I want to call your attention to the financial report on tonight's agenda. Specifically, near the bottom of page 6, you can see the current unassigned fund balance percentage. As of April 2026, we are sitting at 7.3% unassigned fund balance, or $39 million. On May 13th, the district budget presentation included a graph of the month-to-month unassigned fund balance for each of the last 4 years. This year came in much lower than any of the previous years, which was a deliberate decision by the board and district based on your acceptance of this year's budget deficit. However, the district stated that it would increase again in April and that they would continue to closely monitor it. There are 2 points that I want to make here. 1, of the last 4 years, the minimum ending fund balance in April was 11.8%. This year, we are sitting at 7.3%. That is a significant drop from previous years and represents a gap of nearly $25 million. 2, in each of the last 4 years, the ending fund balance at the end of the year was less than the ending fund balance in April. That is expected because the district gets an influx of revenue, which it then burns down over the next 6 months. What's important is that the minimum drop in unassigned fund balance percentage was 3.2%, and the average drop across the last 4 years was around 6.5%. If we only drop by the minimum, we will sit at 4.1%, breaching the 5% threshold. And if we drop by the average, we will sit at less than 1% unassigned fund balance at the end of the year. One of the exit items that was provided to KSD in the recent audit was about the financial condition of the district. The auditor recommended that the district continue to closely monitor and evaluate its financial activities to ensure that future operations can be sustained. However, I don't see any information about this on tonight's budget presentation. On the key takeaway slide, I do see mention that the ending fund balance is subject to change. That fund balance for next year will not provide any allowance for unplanned expenditures, and a mention of the financial report is informational, but nothing about the incredibly low fund balance or the risk it poses to the district's financial outlook. This is a problem of your own making. You chose initially to not make any cuts for the 25-26 school year. And then when you were forced to make cuts due to declining enrollment, you chose to make only the minimum cuts necessary, accepting an over $20 million deficit for this year. Now you are facing the consequences of those actions, and yet all I hear is silence. I hope this will be discussed during tonight's presentation, along with actions that are being taken to ensure that the fund balance remains above the 5% threshold. The wait-and-see approach is obviously not working.
We move on to the presentation of the 2026-27 budget development presentation number 3 of 4.
Thank you.
Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Markell. It's my pleasure to bring up Mr. Paraguay, our Executive Director of Finance, to begin our presentation.
President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry, good evening. Tonight, we're going to provide you with the third budget presentation out of 4. And tonight, I'm also joined by our Director of Budget, Ms. Lisa Tyler, and Dr. Wade Berenger, who would assist me in answering any questions you might have at the end of the presentation. So tonight's agenda is listed here. We're going to show you the budget development process and jump right into the proposed budget for 26-27, and all other analysis, including enrollment, revenue, expenditure, and other items. And then we're going to have next steps at the end of the slide. In terms of the budget development process, here are the dates when we presented the budget to you. And included here are the links to each and every one of those agenda. And today is the number 3 of 4 presentation, and also tonight you will hold a public hearing of the budget, which is required by law. There are also other links. There's a link at the bottom where you could find many financial information in our website, including our audit reports for many years. Here are some of the requirements in the budget adoption. The first is that we must provide our ESD, the budget, by July 10th. And then the second item that is required is that we must publish or advertise the public hearing. And we did that for 3 publications, May 22nd, May 29, and June 5th, when we published the advertising. And the third item is that the board must adopt the budget by August 31st, after you've done the public hearing. I think one thing of note here in the third item is that the third line, where it says the board of directors shall fix and determine the appropriation from each fund contained in the budget separately. And that's why on June 24th, you will have a resolution before you that shows the appropriation for each fund. One of the things that I did not list in this slide is that there are one of the many administrative duties of the superintendent states that at the direction of the board, the superintendent has responsibility for the overall financial planning of the district by making recommendation to the board, including the preparation of the annual budget and the submission of the budget to the board for review and approval. So here is the proposed budget for 26-27. Later on, we'll see some of the details of the elements of this budget. So on the third column, the proposed budget for 26-27, we estimated the revenue to be 565.1 million, and we estimated the expenditures to be 568.9 million, and the estimated deficit at 3.8 million. You will recall that that number, before we made cuts, that number was a significantly higher deficit. With the beginning fund balance estimated at 35.9, we're estimating our ending fund balance at 32.1 million. We also have to designate some of the ending fund balance, and that includes our self-insurance, our compensated absences. Some of the restricted funds are also included in the 3.9, and the estimated ending fund balance for 26-27 is 28.2 million, or equivalent to about 5%. Board Policy 6022 requires that we maintain a 5% unassigned ending fund balance. And you will notice right here that keeping them at 5% does not provide us any allowance for any unplanned emergency expenditures. And those could easily happen knowing that our facilities are, many of them are exceeding their life cycle at this time, and any one of those facilities could break, and any other expenditure in the district. The succeeding slide, the three succeeding slides would provide us information in terms of the assumptions that we use. In developing the budget, we create many, many assumptions, one of which is the assumption on enrollment. And so this slide, you've seen this in the past, the enrollment, we're projecting continuous decline all the way to 28, 29. And for 26-27, it would be 23,192. We also look at all the program student counts, including special education, CTE, multilingual education, Running Start, and iGrad, all of which are the elements of calculating how much money we receive from the state. We also calculate how many staff we need to be able to provide all the essential services in accordance with our collective bargaining agreement. And so here is the outcome of those assumptions. So when we put them together and compile all the formula that was provided by the state, this is the amount that we calculated. The proposed budget for 26-27, the very first line is local tax. That is the EP&O levy. Local non-tax are some of the donation, interest income. State general purpose is one of the biggest portion of our revenue, which is driven by our enrollment. And then the state special purpose includes categorical programs, special education. The federal special purpose includes nutrition services and other categorical programs like Title I. And down at the bottom, the last two, the lease, or we call SBTA, is a new requirement from generally Government Accounting Standards Board, where we have to recognize revenue for some of the lease services that we got. Like, for example, if we are paying amortization or multiple payments, prepayments for, let's say, subscription, if we are leasing equipment, there is a new standards that we have to recognize. We recognize revenue for 1.5 million, but there is a corresponding expenditure of 1.5 million in the expenditure. It's a net zero entry, but that is a requirement from the Government Standards Board. The interfund transfer in from capital projects of 4.6 million, those are expenditures in the capital projects that we cannot charge directly into capital projects. We have to pay them out of the general fund, and then we receive reimbursement from the capital projects. And that amount is about $4.6 million. Here is the breakdown of the state special purpose revenue. As I mentioned, special education is one of them. It's 69.2 million. You've heard about LAP and TBIP, which is our MLE program, highly capable, is also in this category. Nutrition services, which is the amount of money that we get from the state for being a provision 2 or what's called a CEP. I'm confusing with CP and CEP. CEP, which is provision 2, where all students are able to eat for free. Transportation is also here. Federal special purpose includes, again, a small portion of special education, but there is where we find all the title program, Title 1, Title 2, 3, 4. We also get a significant amount of our nutrition services out of the federal government, which is $9.5 million. E-rate program is something new. This is a money that we get. The federal government now is requiring us to recognize the discount that we get for our telecommunication as part of the revenue. It used to be that we just discount the expenses, and so we pay a small amount. The federal government now is saying, no, you need to recognize the revenue, and then you record the expenditure at the full amount. And so that is why we have the $500,000 of estimated E-rate revenue. In terms of the uses of our general fund, we look at it by program, and you would see that the largest portion of our expenditure is in regular instruction. A second largest is for district-wide support. And then the third one is the special education instruction, which is about $110.1 million. You'll notice that the special ed actually has grown by about $8.4 million in our expenditure from year to year. We also look at our expenditures by object. So this is the exact same one as the previous one, except that this is sorted by the object code. And the takeaway from this slide is that the total labor cost in our budget is about $458 million, which represents about 81% of our budget. This slide right here shows us what are the required public disclosure. We need to make this disclosure as requirement from the OSPI. It simply shows how much money we get for AMSOC from the state. In this chart, we see that we receive about $40 million in AMSOC, but we spend $66.1 million in AMSOC, and therefore the underfunding is approximately $26 million. Here is a summary of what our EP&O levy supports. The first two line items is what we commonly know as the over formula. And that is made up of about $61.5 million that is supported by our EP&O levy. And then we have the multilingual education, highly capable, special education at $25 million, transportation and AMSOC. All of those combined is about $125.8 million that is underfunded by the state. And thanks to our voters, to our residents and our community, by supporting $84.4 million of that, which equates to about 67.1%. So now the succeeding slides will provide us a more detailed information of the budget cuts, and we group them in this category, like building support, categorical program, and a few others. And so here, in terms of the budget cuts for building support, the total amount is about $3.5 million. We have some reductions of 37.16 FTE and about 6.38 FTE. That is the addition. The net between the two is about 30.78 FTE. In the categorical program, the difference between last year and this year is generally the carryover funds. So when we budget for 25-26, we assumed that we have some carryover funds from the year before. In 26-27, we assume zero carryover, and the reason is because we plan to spend down all our categorical programs in 25-26, and so there is no amount of money that will be carried forward to the next year. The difference is about $3.7 million, and naturally, when the resources are lesser, we need to make adjustments in the expenditure for our categorical program. And on the right side of this, it tells us what those adjustments are. Amounts to 3.7 million total, and the net FTE is about 15.9 FTE. In the central office, this is the list of all the cuts in the central office, a total of 19.75 FTE or 2.8 million. But on the next slide, it shows also some of the additions that we made, which is 4 FTE at $807,000. There is one position that will be funded by tech levy next year. So that means that that position is not eliminated, it's just shifting the funding source, and therefore it becomes a savings in the general fund. The net overall is 16.75 FTE reduction, or a total of $2.2 million. In terms of class size, so the class size has shifted. K3 remains the same, 4-5 from 28 to 29, 6-8 from 25 to 27, and 9-12 from 29 to 32, all of which are in accordance with the collective bargaining agreement. The net result of that is a net reduction of 81.9 FTE, or about $8.2 million. When we look at the budget cuts for MSOC and operations, material, supplies, and operating costs, $3.3 million. Building MSOC has been reduced by about $10 per child, which is $232,000. Property and liability insurance, the reason why the dollar amount is, we were able to save some money is because we changed the deductible. Based on our experience rate, the amount, there were low experience, and therefore we are, in our opinion, not at risk of incurring more expenses because our experience rate is very low. School supplies for all students. Previously, we spent over $500,000 in this in the supplies. Now it's $216,000 lesser. Our purchasing department has done a great job in looking for better prices and leveraging the volume. Our department MSOC here at the central office was reduced by $2.4 million. In our operations, we're reducing our custodial staff hours by 108 hours. We're not really specifically reducing the number of people. We're just trying to reduce the hours. Hopefully, we were able to keep all the people, but changing some of the schedules to garner 108 hours in reduction, approximately about $1.2 million. In the program adjustments, dual language consolidation in the elementary, garner about 12 FTE or $1.2 million. Inclusive ed, both paraeducators and teachers, a combined 24.2 on certificated and 31.8 in classified. Managed service providers, we are reducing it by $3 million. Overall, in the program adjustment, we're garnering 76.8 million, 76.8 FTE, or about 10.7 million in reductions. So overall, the summary of the budget cuts, we originally targeted 30 to 35 million. Based on the slides previously, it's a total of 32.9 million. On the right side of this slide shows the representation by bargaining unit, and a total of 232.4 FTE overall. So again, this is the same slide that you've seen previously. I just would like to recap them. Resulting from all of those assumptions, it shows a 28.2 unassigned ending fund balance, or 5% estimated ending fund balance at the end of 26-27. Part of the process in budget development is for us to develop a forecast. And forecast is developed using many assumptions again. And so in this case, we assumed enrollment continue to decline. We also assume IPD, which is provided by the state, until it's changed. So the number that you see here are provided by the state, and then in the next budget cycle, we may see the same or a different number. The class size, in 26-27, we just roll the same class size moving forward all the way to 29-30. The step and column adjustments, those are the estimated percent or increase in cost when each employee moved into the step, and in some cases moved into the column based on additional credential. And so we estimated that to be 1.25%. And then if you see all the, here you see all the collective, the bargaining units, the open contracts that's gonna be happening at a certain part of the year. So in 26-27, our KSFSA is open and currently bargaining. 27-28, we have 3 bargaining happening, KEA, CAP, and also Teamsters. And then 28-29, you see 5 of them that are gonna be open. EP&O levy, I think we've seen the presentation last week or 2 weeks ago. We will be presenting to you a resolution at the next board meeting, and tonight there will be a presentation again about the levy, asking for us to go on the ballot for November 3rd. The reason is because EP&O levy will expire on December 31, 2027, and we would like to have the opportunity to go to the ballots and see if we are able to pass them at a certain rate. The collection period starts on January 2028. And as a result of those assumptions, here is the forecast. So we've talked about 26-27. Now you see 27-28, we're estimating a deficit of 9.6 million and continuously getting a deficit of about 16 million in 28-29 and 16.5 million in 29-30. Needless to say, our ending fund balance is dropping rapidly, and in this case, down to 12.8 negative million unassigned ending fund balance, or negative 2.1. Obviously, we cannot keep it this way, and we have to rectify them. Otherwise, we're going to be a binding condition if we stay at this level. And so resulting from that, I calculated how much would it take to maintain a 5% unassigned ending fund balance. And in this case, in 27-28, we need to implement an additional budget cuts of $9 million, ongoing budget cuts. That's why you see them every year. And an additional $8 million on top of the $9 million the year after. And in that way, you notice that at the bottom line, we're able to maintain a minimum of 5% each year. We also operate other funds in the district. There's capital projects, there's debt service, ASB account, and transportation. And here what you see are the revenues, estimated revenues and expenditures, and the estimated ending fund balance. Capital projects is what we use for renovating our facilities. Debt service is to service our previous bonds that we have issued in the past. ASB are for all our students, and every high school, middle school, and elementary school has some form of ASB funds where they do fundraising. And transportation vehicle is for the depreciation of our school buses. Some of the key takeaways in this budget development is that the projected ending fund balance of 35.9 million in 25-26 is still subject to change. The year is not over yet. We're still paying bills. We're still receiving revenue. Any variation to this 35.9 will affect the fund balance in the future. Let's say we ended with $30 million, then that would add to the deficit in the succeeding years. And hopefully we end up with the opposite, which is 40 million, then it helps our situation in the future. Any fluctuation from the projected enrollment will affect our estimated revenues. We've experienced that at the beginning of 25-26. We hope that after calibrating our projection, that we won't experience that any longer, but it's hard to tell until we really get to that point. We've used a methodology, and we calibrated our methodology to align with the new normal. And we feel that we have the best guess of our enrollment at this time. The renewal of current EP&O levy in December 2026 is critical. And as Dr. Berenger mentioned at our last presentation, what at stake is about $90 million, which means approximately about 900 positions if the levy don't pass. The natural attrition, our target for the natural attrition is 150 FTE. As of today, we have 93. And even with the resignations, with the attrition that we have right now, not all of those are available or actually viable for involuntary transfers. For 26-27, there is no increase in MSOC. I think we've reported that in April. See, while gas prices are increasing, it is anticipated that the cost of goods and services will also increase, so the value of our dollars are shrinking. The ending fund balance of 5% does not provide allowance for unplanned emergency expenditures, and so we will continue to monitor our cash flow because there is a big impact into our cash flow if our fund balance is low, particularly in the month of December and also in the month of February. The caseload in inclusive education is increasing while the state funding, both state and federal funding, is not catching up. 3 labor agreements will expire in August 2027. Negotiations will commence during the 26-27 or during the spring of 2027. General fund forecast shows deficit in the projected years, which requires to implement more budget cuts. It's $9 million, and then on top of that would be another $8 million. Now, on a good note, the 24-25 audit has been completed with no audit findings. While the auditor shared some exit items, they are not audit findings. And it's very typical for any audit that they issue exit items or what they call the recommendations, the purpose of which is for the auditor to inform the management that you could make improvements in these areas. Now, the good thing about it is that the auditor, when they issue exit recommendation, they retest them the next audit cycle, and they want to see if we rectify them or if we made some changes. And once we receive them, that's exactly what we do. We just try to make improvements, we rectify them so that at the next audit, there would be no findings. A monthly financial report is actually included as an information item in almost our monthly board meeting. And if any one of you of the audience has not really looked at it, I highly recommend that you look at it because there's so much information on it, financial information. Some of them are historical. There were questions about how did we get here. You'll be able to find that in the financial report. There's a lot of charts, a lot of analysis on it, but they are available at the close of each month. And so in terms of next steps, we have another presentation on June 2024, and in the same meeting, that would be the date of the budget adoption. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Dr. Williams?
Firstly, I'd like to thank Dr. Berenger and his team. I submitted my 6 questions regarding the budget in advance, which they responded to. I have already submitted my follow-up questions in writing, and I look forward to their responses. I have no further questions at this time.
Dr. Gregory?
I just want to clarify the additional deficit, because we've had a lot of questions about it from our audience over the last few times. So we adopted a budget for 14.9. The operating budget now sits at 22.8, which is about 7.9 million. Can you just give us a high level of where that extra, like, what are the categories of why there's that extra $7.9 million? Just clarify for the audience for us.
Sure. So when the board adopted the budget on June of 2025, like today, we use a certain assumption. We had an assumption for an enrollment, both in the K-12 and also in the program enrollment. Come September, when students started to show up, the number of K-12 students shows literally almost 800 students less. And as I mentioned in the slides, K-12 is an essential number that we use to determine how much money we get. Likewise, for the special education, when the caseload are lower, we get, we get smaller, our numbers get reduced, right? And so overall, our revenue went down quite significantly based on those two elements. As a result of that, if we don't do anything with our expenditures, then we're gonna fall below the 5%. And so what we did was we implemented approximately about $7 million in mid-year cuts to rectify them. And that resulted in a deficit instead of 14.9, 22.8, just enough for us to stay above the 5%, and that is the 5.7% that you see on the slide. Yeah.
Thank you for that explanation.
Sure.
And I've talked about this before, but continuing on, that's just in August, right? We talk about the fund balance. November, it was high. What were we at? 11%, I think?
Thereabouts, yes.
Yep, and right now, we're about 8. But I still don't love is we don't get to choose the month that emergencies happen.
Yes.
And what is the lowest, well, I can say, it was 2.7?
2.8 in March.
Okay. And so I brought it up before. I will continue to bring it up, that having a fund balance where we are running by the skin of our teeth, there is no room for emergencies, and they happen. So that's my comments.
Yes, and I think to that end, cash management becomes very challenging. We literally look at our cash balance every day. Our intention is to make sure that our employees are paid on time, our bills are paid on time. And so whatever it takes for us to be able to do that, we will do it. But it becomes very challenging monitoring our cash balance.
Yes. Yes, it does. And I just see this in that, during, spring break, when we were able to do some of the work, we go out to look, and lo and behold, guess what? Things broke, and we had emergency fixes that we had to do. Luckily, they were fairly minor, but that's today. So I think we all know this. I don't think any of us disagree with this, but I just very much caution anybody who looks at November's numbers or chooses just to look at November's fund balance is looking at that you have a ton of money the day after payday, not thinking that you have your rent and your car payment and your car insurance and everything else due. You can't go by that date. You have to look at the year, so, and each month and throughout. So thank you. Director Cook?
I have a question about the inclusive education cuts. Your key takeaway slide tonight says, quote, "The caseload in inclusive education is increasing while funding is not catching up." But your program adjustments slide cuts 24.2 inclusive education teachers and 31.81 inclusive education paraeducators. That's 56 positions removed from a program you're telling us is growing. And your own revenue slide shows state special education funding going up by $11.3 million, almost 20%. So my question is, if the students are increasing and the state funding is increasing, why are we cutting 56 positions from inclusive ed? And who verified that we can still meet every IEP after those cuts are completed?
So the calculation of the projected staffing or the staffing for the program are run very carefully by our program staff and also on our HR department. They make sure that all the IEP that is identified are provided the proper staff. They also make sure that the amount of staffing that we're providing is in accordance with our CBA. And so that is the process in which those are determined. At this point, you may look at some of the staffing in 25, 26, and you may find that some of the buildings are overstaffed. This is the reason why we're making and recalibrating them, and we're making those adjustments. That's why you see those cuts. In terms of the revenue that you commented, increasing by 11 million, the number of students with special needs may be growing, but also the number of severity of the cases are also increasing. And therefore, we are now eligible to file for safety net. The increase that you see on the special education are basically increased. Most of them are increased in our safety net estimation. In the past, we only budget for approximately $6 million in safety net because we're unclear whether we're going to get the money or not, or whether we will have cases or not. What we have demonstrated in the last couple of years is that we have been increasing our claims almost every year, and we have a very good success rate of getting our claims, approximately about 98%. Every time we claim, we get 98% of our money. In 25, 26, we're claiming 16 million. We project that we're going to get approximately 14.5 or 15 million of that. And this is the reason why moving into 26, 27, we would like our budget to be a bit more realistic by counting those money, counting the safety net in our projection, hoping that the state will continue to fund it.
Okay, so it seems like your point was that we're meeting IEPs directly, and that's kind of what's going on, as well as something about the difference in what level of provided services we're doing. But it still doesn't make a whole lot of sense if that is true. If the services that we're providing are of higher needs, wouldn't that indicate a higher staff count to be able to provide for those students that have higher needs? Why would we be reducing staff when we have higher need students coming in?
Well, they don't always needing an additional staff. They're just needing additional level of service that were provided by the MSPs. Now, one child could cost the district, the services in multiple layers of services could cost us beyond $100,000, and that makes it eligible for us to file the claim for safety net. They don't always require additional staff, they just require additional service coming from the MSPs.
Okay, so you're suggesting that we're spending money in other places, and what exactly would those be, and what kind of formula are we determining these cuts with at that point then?
Well, there's no single formula for the entire district. Every child, that's why they are individualized, are prescribed by the expert in the field what those services are. And like I said, every child service could be very different.
Well, yes, that's a commitment, but that's not an analysis. Like, who is verifying this information? Because it's very important that we get this stuff right. We're looking at multiple millions of dollars. We're already saying that we don't have enough money to cover for our library paras, which is $1 million. And you're talking here now about over a $10 million difference. But you're also telling me that we have no way to review it. There's no analysis of how we're coming up with these numbers to ensure that we are providing the proper staffing to these students so that we aren't ending up having to provide compensatory services after the fact.
No, I didn't say we don't have any way of verifying it. What I said was we have competent special education department who carefully review all of this, and they help us in developing the budget. We did not develop the budget simply coming from the finance department. We work very collaboratively with our special education department, who helped us determine the cost for literally almost every child.
Director Cook, let me see if I can help with part of the understanding. This is really for the full board. Not every IEP has the same amount of minutes of service. So when we look at the needs of an IEP, it's going to need a different amount of service for staffing. So what Mr. Parangua was saying is that our team looks closely at the IEPs. Those are legal IEPs that are current, and looks at the minutes of services, what types of services they are, and we staff and allocate staffing for IP, for example. We do the same thing for SC, ASC, and a number of other programs. So the point that I'm trying to make is not every IEP is the same. And what Mr. Parangua was saying is that we are staffing to the legal IEPs with the appropriate amount of staff and in alignment with the CBA. So we are not out of compliance for providing the services for IEPs.
Okay, maybe you can help me understand this funding information. If the higher cost isn't staffing, what object is it? Slide 13 shows the whole budget by object: salaries, benefits, supplies, purchase services. Which line do these higher cost students show up in?
Which slide are you talking about?
13.
Mr. Parangua, can you identify that?
Line. 1 second, let me find the slide that you're referring to. So this one right here, is this the expenditure by object? So
Yes.
So the MSPs, you would see them on purchase services, and the employees, certificated staff, and classified are the first two lines.
Okay, so what you're saying is we're cutting 56 district positions while spending more on outside contractors to serve the same growing caseload. What's the total contracted special ed services line for 26-27 versus this year, and why is outsourcing the work cheaper than staffing it ourselves?
Well, it's really not, I would consider cheaper. It is because when the IEP comes and we try to hire a staff that would provide services, sometimes we're not able to find or not able to hire staff so that they would be on payroll. So instead, in order for us to remain compliant with the IEP, we have to use MSPs so that we remain compliant.
Okay, and how many students do we have in that? What is the per student cost?
At this point, I don't have those data. I'd be happy to ask our special education department to provide that information maybe down in the future.
Well, we only have 2 weeks. Are they able to provide that information now? Do you guys not have that? I mean, we're supposed to vote on this in 2 weeks. That's what you just said, right?
Director Cook, we will get you that information, that specific question.
Okay. I am very worried that we are cutting positions while suggesting that we should be placing them outside of the district, and that we have to do that because we can't provide services here within the district, even though it's cheaper to do it here than it is to send them outside.
I don't think that's what
That is
Mr.
a correct
Parangua said.
understanding of the outside placement is often far more expensive to send them outside of the KSD than to keep them here.
Director Cook, what I heard, and I can look to my other board directors, is that while we offered the position for internal hire, and we have no applicants or no qualified applicants that we can hire for that, and because of that and our commitment to stay compliant, we have to go to outside services. So we need to make our budget reflect what is most likely going to happen based off of past experiences, not what we want it to be. What we'd want it to be is we would love to be able to have those services provided by qualified candidates that are being hired within the KSD staff. That's just hasn't, unfortunately, statewide, nationwide, that level of expertise is just not there to be found or hired right now. And so because of that, we have to go to other places.
Yeah.
That's what I heard them say.
Could I make a clarification? I'm going to invite Dr. Behringer up as I'm making the clarification of MSP is not an outside placement. So that's one. It's a service. As I mentioned, the IEP has a service. When a district is not able to fill a position, that's when we look at agency staff. However, I just want to make that clarification. MSP is not an outside placement.
Yeah, Director Cook, I was going to say that exact same thing. MSPs are outside providers that provide agency staff to fill vacant positions that we do not have qualified people within the district or within the area to apply for those jobs. We have jobs that sit out in the Kent School District months, years, and never get filled by a person who wants to apply for the job and be a KSD employee. So that's why we have our vendor contract with MSPs that allow us to be able to have them immediately access agency staff at a higher rate. It is not ideal. It's not what we want. It's definitely not what we want. We would like to have KEA members and CAP members and not agency staff, but that's unfortunately the position that we're in when we need to be compliant with our students' IEPs based on the IEP team recommendation for additional services that they may need. So it is not an outside service. It literally is just agency staff that we work through the MSP to bring in to support students.
Thank you, Dr. Behringer.
Okay, so let me just put together everything so that hopefully maybe I'm understanding it correctly, and if I'm not, let me know. The caseload is growing, which is on your slide. You can't fill the positions, so they sit vacant for months or years, which is what Dr. Behringer just said. MSP contractors are how the work gets done when positions like that sit empty, which you just said. And this budget cuts the positions and cuts MSP by $3 million. If the vacancies were covered by contractors, then cutting both means the hours children receive go down for a program adding 146 students, roughly, given the amount of money there. So I'm not sure how all of those can be true at the same time.
So just correction, the hour, whatever the IEP says, we provide. We would not provide the hours or the services that students need. And the agency staff, that's what it's out for. We're not able to fill that position within district. We always are looking to fill the position, as Dr. Behringer mentioned.
Okay, but that doesn't explain how we're cutting as much as we're cutting in both sides of this equation, and then somehow still providing the right number of hours.
I'm happy to respond to that. So how MSPs work is you provide a purchase order for their assumed services throughout a year. And so if we think that we're going to have 40, 50, 60, 70 vacant positions that will not be filled by KSD staff members, then we fill out a purchase order for, say, $8, $9, $10, $11 million. And as those needs become available, as those positions don't get filled, we go to the agency and say, okay, we need BCBA, we need OT, we need a PT, and then they find people and they send them to the school district to be able to serve based on the IEP needs. Now what happens is, what we've been doing historically the last few years, and until this was a big part of the PCG audit or the special education review, is that we've been over putting out the purchase order for a larger amount of money that we haven't necessarily spent. And so going into 26, 27, it's all about efficiency. It's about looking at our current systems and our previous practices and making sure that we're being extremely wise in our spending. And instead of going out and getting an $11 million or a combined $11 million MSP contract through 3 or 4 different providers, we're going out for 1 or 2 providers and a much smaller, more quarterly basis, which is why there's an ability or an opportunity to make a large reduction on MSPs to work more efficiently. On top of that, and to your point of why are we cutting certificated staff and classified staff as well? Similarly, if, and not dissimilar to our basic ed teachers as well, not every single classroom in the district has the same amount of students. We have students in various programs that may have, or classrooms that may have 4 students in the classroom, if it's a 10-student cap, because that just, I mean, Kent has a very large mobility in this district. So kids come and go. We don't have every single, school doesn't have every single inclusive education program. And so as we're going through and we're looking at our staffing, same conversation came up with our dual language program when we have our basic ed teachers in the same building that have maybe 24, 25, 26, 27 kids in the classroom, and dual language teachers maybe have 11 or 9 or 13 or 14 in some schools. It's very similar in some of our special education programs. Again, not all of our programs and not all of our schools and not all of our classrooms, but looking at our contractual agreement with KEA, going through and looking at the class sizes and the caseloads and trying to be efficient as we're looking at having to make reductions, and 81% of our budget is people. We're trying to I hesitate saying tighten things up, but not all things are created equal. And we're trying to make sure that we're using our money wisely. And if there are classes of 4 and we can get to a class of 10 by combining something that allows us to be able to make a reduction, that's a cost savings. And so that's the process we went through, and we spent, I started working with Dr. Kim and Sarah Larson and the IE team as early as October, not only looking at this year, but looking at the 26-27 school year and going through that pretty regularly on a monthly basis and looking at our students as they're coming in and they're leaving. And what happens at times is through the IEP team process is that we may, the team may decide that we need a paraeducator to support a student, let's say 120 minutes a week. Well, a previous practice, and for who knows how long, instead of going out and looking to see how many paraeducators we have out there and the students that they're serving for how many minutes they're serving, we'll just add another paraeducator to KAP, bring them in to serve students for 120 minutes, and then they'll just serve other students in the classroom. And so what we have is we have a lot of paraeducators out there who may be working with 1 or 2 students specifically designed by the IEP team, and yet they're working with other students, which is not a bad thing. But what we're not doing is we're not being efficient with each paraeducator being able to serve students based on their minutes and their contractual time actually always going to students based on their minutes and not necessarily just serving other students in the class that may need additional support. So that's part of the PCG report as well, is really getting into our entire process and our previous practice and trying to clean up some of our practices and our processes moving forward. And that's why you see a reduction both on certificated and the classified in inclusive education. And again, to that point, anytime an IEP team determines that they need to have, a student needs to have additional services that warrants minutes, that may warrant a one-on-one, BCBA or whatever that is, if that's the wish of the IEP team, then that happens, and we go through the process and we make sure that student gets the services they need based on the IEP team, so we are not out of compliance. So,
I really appreciate that answer. It's kind of the clearest explanation I've gotten so far. And if we're doing like budgets to actuals and right sizing rather than cutting services, I think that's honestly defensible. But I would like to verify it though, like so that I can make sure that I have like actual data to look at while I'm making the decision. First, I'd like to see the MSP budgeted versus actual spend for the last 3 years, plus this year up to date. If actuals ran 3 million under budget, your story holds, and I'll say so. I'll totally agree. If they don't, then this is a service cut with a different name. The second thing I'd like to see is you said you'd readjust quarterly and add capacity if need arises. your own key takeaway slide says the 5% fund balance has no allowance for anything unplanned. So if MSP needs to flex up in January, what line does that money come from? And then the third part that I'd like to see with that is the consolidation plan. Which schools, which programs, how many students with IEPs change classrooms or buildings? Moving special education students between buildings is a service delivery change. And the board should see it as a plan, not discover it as a line in a cuts table. I'd just like to see those three things sometime, hopefully before, a week from now, so like 7 days from today, so that I at least have a little bit of time to review it before we discuss this in 2 weeks.
I have one other question. I'm going to the slide. Give me one. My apologies. On the projected budget, this is the general fund forecast in millions for 27, 28, 28, 29, 29, 30. So the proposal right now is for the budget in 2027, we have to cut another 9 million. Is that, I'm reading that correctly?
Yes.
And then in 2028, we have kept the 9 million, and then we're going to add 8.
Yes.
And this is an improvement from what we had at the beginning of the year when we were looking at 30 million and then 20. So it looks like we've tightened these numbers down. So I appreciate that we've done due diligence and making sure that we're making it more accurate and more realistic. So I appreciate that. The levy, if it does not pass, what happens to this?
So the levy, as mentioned, that if we pass them, it will be collected January 2028, which would be in the 27-28 school year.
Got it.
If they don't pass, we will get a portion of that levy, roughly about half.
Half of it.
Half of it in 27-28. And if we still don't have levy in 28-29, that will drop by 90 million. The 584 million will drop by 90 million.
90 million, that's
Yes.
the number.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Peregrine.
Thank you.
We now move on to section 5.03, levy presentation. For this, I call upon Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell. I'd like to invite our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Behringer, timely with the conversation we just left off of with the levy, so I appreciate Director Gregory kind of leading us into it. So, Dr. Behringer.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and kind of go over the EP&O levy presentation. We gave this 2 weeks ago. 90% of the slides will be the same. There are a couple new slides and some additional information I want to share with you. I think Raul just hit that piece, and I think Director or Vice President Gregory just asked the question of what happens if. So we probably won't have to answer that question again as we go through this presentation. So we'll just kind of cruise through this. I shared this last time. This shows you just how the funds are broken out, how much we get from the states, how much we rely on our taxpayers in supporting us in the levies, and then, of course, the federal and other funding. I feel like I need to adjust this. I saw Raul's presentation. It says $125.8 million. So maybe it was 127, now it's 125.8. It's still a heck of a lot more than it should be. Just know that we are fighting the battle like every district in the state of Washington about the state of Washington not funding public education. They've year after year, they've continued to neglect public education in the state of Washington. Again, 15% of our operating resources are from our EP&O levy, educational programs and operations. Those are extremely important, funds every single labor group in our district to some degree, and also a huge impact on our students in and around extracurriculars and performing arts. Shared this last time, student support. The state funds 89% teachers. The EP&O levy funds 11% of our teachers. So on and so forth. Building administrators, support staff, 60% by the state, 40% by the levy. Central office administration, 13% by the levy, 24% of other support staff funded by the levy. Operating resources, MSOC costs, 22% funded by the levy, and 26% of building maintenance staff funded by the levy. And again, if you can tell, if we were just going through and sharing the cuts today, 108 hours and custodial hours, and looking at the efficiencies and reworking with that AFT bargaining group and our maintenance team to rework what custodial services look like in our school year going into next year. And I do have an answer to that question, which is kind of off the topic for a half a second, but I think all but one custodian was able to keep their position in the district and just be moved around in a space in that way. Activities and athletics, we shared this last week. Obviously, big deal for our students to have as many opportunities and access to as many classes and extracurricular activities as possible. We know that our students, that when they're engaged in things outside of the normal 6-period day at the high school and middle school level, that they're more likely to be successful. They're more likely to feel like they belong, which is really important. We heard that from our students this evening in the work session. Again, the levy helps support our students having access to things in addition to the core graduation requirements. Shared these scenarios with you. I shared with you as one of the next steps at the end of last week or 2 weeks ago presentation that we were going to be going out and doing some polling. We just got some polling responses back this afternoon, so I'm going to give you a high level piece on that. But we went out and asked about this. So our levy rate right now is 176. So if we did nothing, and it's a replacement levy. This is not a new levy. This is not anything that's new. This is a replacement levy. If we went out at $1.76 per 1,000 of assessed value, we would be able to access roughly $90 million starting in January of 2028. And then if we went to 195, that gives us 99 million, and obviously if we go up to 209, which is the highest we can go to in the Kent School District, it would get us access to about $106 million of funding. So it's important to be able to know, what our taxpayers have the appetite for. There's a lot of things going on, not only in Kent, but the state of Washington and federally and in the world that are having a lot of people in a lot of different places and how they're feeling about things and being impacted financially and a lot of other ways as well. These next 3 slides just kind of break it down for you, let you and the taxpayers know what that cost would be. The $1.76 is in the blue there. You can see that from 28 through 31, it's a 4-year levy. The green and the orange account for the current Cap Tech levy and the existing bonds that we have out there that are kind of running towards their end, which is why that number is getting smaller. So the combined tax rate would be anywhere from 288 to 259. And then if you moved up to 195, you have a different rates there, 307 to 278. And then if you were at the maximum level, you'd be at 321 to 295. One of the questions, actually it's coming up here on another slide. Here's another way to be able to look at that exact same information. If you are a taxpayer in Kent and let's say you own a home, this is the median home price right now in Kent, $610,000. And this just shows you if you were a homeowner of $610,000, here's how much you'd be paying each year to the EP&O levy that impacts our students in the Kent School District. So this kind of breaks it down for you. If we were at 176, 195, and the max rate at 209, kind of shows you that across the board there. One of the questions that was asked, the last one, is what does this look like over the past handful of years, the median home values? And you can see they kind of jumped around a little bit. And the impact of property taxes based on the $1,000 per assessed value. This kind of just shows you roughly in 2021 at 525 was about $2,016. Then 2026, 665, which 665 is higher than the 610, so it's a new, huh? Oh, that's right, it's April. Got it. $55,000 difference in 1 month. So 665 in April, being a 1915 impact, $1,915. So here are the polling questions. We want to share the polling questions with you, and then I'm going to give you a high idea of how the polling came back, because people are always interested, like, what did our community say? So one of the first polling question was, do you currently have a child attending a school district, a school in the Kent School District? We polled 857 people. We got 510 responses. For those of you that know things about what's that magic number for polling, it sits right between 400 and 600. Right in that time, right in that space, it gives you about a 1% degree of difference in that space. So 510 responses altogether. Of the 510, 70% of the people that responded do not have students in the Kent School District, and 30% do have students. And so think about that as we go through the next 4 questions, and we're thinking about this piece. Awareness of state funding. I think that's the one right up here. It talks about, did you know the state underfunds the Kent School District by approximately $127 million each year, and the current levy helps fill $84 million of that gap? 45% of the respondents said they were aware of that. 55% said they were not aware of that. So something to think about there. The preferred levy rate, very interesting. As you know, this is a replacement levy. 176 is that replacement amount. Just kind of giving you an idea of what people would be have the appetite for. 18% said 176. 14% said 195, and 16% said 209. And 51% said none of them. Therein lies the challenge ahead of us. Question number 4. What's the likelihood you'll support the levy? The Kent School District ran an EP&O levy. We're on the ballot today. How likely would you support it? 57% said they'd likely either very likely or somewhat likely support it. 43% said somewhat unlikely or very unlikely would unsupport it. So 57 to 43. And again, 70% being people without students in the district. So we haven't had time to read it. We literally got this afternoon. So our next steps is we'll be sitting down and going through this and creating an action plan for it. And the last question is about community sentiment. Kent School District helps make, this is the question we asked them. The Kent School District helps make our community a desirable place for families to live and contributes to a strong community. 65% agree, 35% disagree. Okay? And again, 75% or 70% of the respondents were taxpayers without students in the district. So just know next steps for that is we'll be meeting either in the next 2 days or very early next week, coming up with a strategic action plan based on the feedback that we got from this particular polling and bringing it to you with the resolution in 2 weeks to talk to you a little bit about that. So that is that. We talked about why we need to go out for this, the resolution in June. Our state requirements, or King County requirements, we have to file things by August 4th. And if we wait until August or September, we've already missed half the deadlines. November 3rd is extremely early this year. And so ballots drop in the middle of October. So you only have about 6 weeks of school before ballots drop. All right, next steps was the sitting down and going through the action plan with the team. Questions?
Have we disaggregated the information yet for those who have students compared, who do, for the support of the levy and where that falls? I think about that because, maybe it's just because I have students, and so what I see is the advertisement of voting in the levy. I know we don't advertise for how you should vote, but just to vote, to our parents. But that's not who all of our voters are. And so I was wondering if that information is different between those two different groups, if we have that yet. And if it is, will that, I assume, change in how we approach?
So part of, to your point, part of the sitting down doing the action plan was waiting for the data from the polling.
Yep.
Because even though we'd like to believe that all of our parents and all of our employees are going to say, yay, we know that's not the case. And it hasn't been the case. And so our communication, our informational campaign that we give to our employees and to our parents who get access through our schools will be a set of information. And then we will, that plus some, out to our families and our voters who do not have students currently in the school district. So we actually have been in conversation for the last month or so with I'd say a political consultant, having conversations and figuring out who knows the area extremely well, and having conversations around how do we want to approach this. So those conversations will continue. And so I would say that if you ask that question on the 24th, I'll have a much more detailed response for you and a plan to be able to share.
Thank you.
Director Gregory? That was my question.
Great. Director Williams?
I have no questions.
Director Cook?
I am curious, why are we trying to get this done by June 24th when the deadline, I believe, is August 4th? Is that right?
Yeah, I can answer that. So between June 24th and August 4th, there are no more board meetings, only special meetings. And we cannot approve a resolution in a special meeting. And so therefore, the 24th is the only day to do that. If not, we miss the November 3rd midterm election cycle.
So this is self-imposed, essentially, is that right? Because we could have done this earlier, could we not?
You mean, could we have brought the resolution to you earlier than the end of June?
No, I mean, couldn't we have been talking about this before now? Because we're like on the deadline. We have 2 weeks left, and we've only heard about this, what, twice now at the board level?
No. We've shared the importance of the levy in several work sessions, budget sessions, and I look to my right for board members. We've heard about the levy being important to us. So not just the first time that you've heard this.
Okay. Well, here's another question I have.
Is that correct? Do you remember us doing that?
I vaguely remember us talking about it.
Okay.
It wasn't to this.
You could
extent,
probably listen
for
to the
sure.
work sessions.
That's fine. The other question I have is two things that I have before we head towards a ballot here. The slide 3 of your presentation says that the state underfunds us by $127 million, right? In the headline there. And then in the footnote, it says $121 million on the same slide. And then in the budget presentation we just had, it said 125.8 million. That's 3 different numbers that we have looked at in one evening. And one of them is about to go in a voter's pamphlet. Which number is our official figure, and who reconciles it before we have to send this stuff out? You've shown us 3 rates, but no recommendation. Like, what is the recommendation that we do with this information? Like, are we supposed to be pushing for one of the particular ones, or are we waiting until the 24th, the same day that we're
Director
voting
Cook.
to get that information?
Director Cook, let me have Mr. Perengo answer your question.
So the slide where it says 127 million and the footnote says 121 million, as we were preparing this, we were contemplating whether we should include dual language in the underfunding. And the reason is because the purpose of the levy is for enhancement. Dual language enhances the program in the district, and that's why we ended up including them in the 127 million. If you were to exclude dual language, that would be 121 million.
Thank you, Mr. Perengo.
What about the 125.8 million? Like, why are there three numbers then?
The 127 million is based on today's number. The 125.8 million is based on the proposed budget for 26-27.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking at 127 is the number for next year's budget. The year after that is another number, I assume. And so like each year is going to go up slightly. What are we telling them what the total amount is, or is that going to be too big a number essentially? Are we trying to make it so that it's more palatable? I don't. What are we suggesting that we put out there as far as like to the public what the district suggests and what the board is going to support, or is that something that we have to wait until the 24th to get that information?
So let me clarify. The number, the 127 million is based on 25-26 operating budget. The 125.8 million is based on 26-27 proposed budget. Now, in regards to will this number be changing? Yes, the number changed almost every budget period. The reason is because, as you know, part of the underfunded program is special education. Part of that also is multilingual education. The cost of running those programs could change almost every time you adjust the budget, or almost every month. And this is the reason why the 127 million is the known item today. The 125.8 for 26-27, if you adopt the budget on June 2024, that will be the number that we will be using. The reason why we're not using them yet is because the budget is not yet adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Margot.
Okay. I do have a different question that is kind of tied into that because of the dollar amount that we're asking for. We talk about in slide 9 the maximum projected lid rate, which is driven by per pupil amounts as far as I understand it. And tonight we're projecting that we lose about 700 students a year down to 22.5 by 2028-29. What enrollment number is the maximum scenario built on? Is it built on the losing of students, or is it built on keeping the students as we have them? And if our enrollment comes in below the projection, the way that it did this year, which is nearly 800, does the amount that the voters have approved remain collectible, or does the lid cut that back and we won't be able to collect that much if we're getting to the lid maximum?
So the enrollment that was used is based on the projected enrollment that I presented previously. But recognize that the rate, the $2.09, is not purely just based on enrollment. It's also based on the assumption that the assessed valuation will grow by 4% every year. Now, that number could vary depending on what the assessed valuation growth is. If, for example, the assessed valuation grow by 6%, the actual amount that we will be collecting from our taxpayers would be lesser than $2.09. However, if it is the opposite, the dollar amount that we're going to collect would be higher than that. And so the 4% is a conservative estimate of what the assessed valuation is based on the history of the city.
I see. That makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information.
So I just
By the way,
wanna-
that's all I have.
I just want to clarify, when we first saw this levy scenarios, we asked for the 3 buckets, then you were going out to do the survey. We just got that survey data back in, and you're going to come back to it, we got it today, and you're going to come back to us and tell us where the appetite is. So when we see this on the 24th for the resolution, you're going to tell us what we're seeing is it needs to be 1.76, because that's what we think the population of who we heard from is where they think we are, right? Or it could be, we're going to be at 209. We don't know yet because you need to assess that data. Is that correct? That's what you're doing over the next couple of days?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Behringer. We now move on to our legislative update, item number 7.0.
6.01 superintendent
Oh,
report.
sorry about that. That was unintentional. My
That's
apologies.
okay.
I had an arrow to remind that at the end of the superintendent report, we would move to legislative report. Please, this is your time to start thinking about getting any last comment cards in, and then I will go to the superintendent report. I'm so sorry about that. 6.01 superintendent report. Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell. I want to just bring you back to conversation about immigration policy. I don't want to lose sight of the approximately $70 billion for immigration and customs enforcement that was just approved for federal funding. And what I wanted to let the board know is that we in our district are still committed to providing an inclusive environment for all of our students. And I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that fact in the Kent School District. That we will continue to support our parents. We will continue to make sure that our staff, family liaisons are supporting our parents, making sure they're looking at our website for resources they may need for needs that may be there in the future. So I just wanted to reaffirm our commitment for every student in this district. The other piece, which we just talked about tonight, is the Washington State budget crisis. If you were watching the news last Friday, governor's office projected a very significant shortfall. And this shortfall isn't just for the 27 through 29 biennium, it's actually for any forecasted budget that the state sees. He's asking that they already begin looking at efficiencies and not spend the dollars that they may have been allocated. That tells us a couple things. That the crisis is real at the state level. The crisis is real, that Dr. Behringer mentioned, about about the law that says they must fund adequately public education. That means ample funding, and we talked about tonight, we do not receive ample funding for special education. We talked about a levy that's going to be able to fill a gap. That's not only here in the district, it's here in every single district in the state. So I want to make sure that if you have a moment, to be sure that you read that article, because what I will be doing as superintendent is joining a letter campaign that will be directed to the state, and I'm going to make sure that I bring it to this board to listen and hear what I have to say, that it's going to be in conjunction with the rest of the districts in the state that are also going through these kinds of cuts. I heard earlier today that if we work together and continue to have hope, that good things happen. And so I look forward to staying focused so that we ensure each and every student has access to a quality education. Some recognitions and some great things happening out there. I thank Director Williams for, kind of being the spearhead for our first iGrad basketball team game. They had a roster of 7, wasn't it you?
It was Principal Williams.
Got it, Principal Williams, but it was at your school, correct?
It was at my school, but
Yeah.
I was not the spearhead. It was.
Okay.
I give full credit to Principal Williams and our school registrar, Kelly Tomich.
Well, I have a feeling that you're going to be promoting it even more, so.
Absolutely.
But there were 7 players. They won their first series of games at the school, and they were so proud to do that. I talked to Principal Williams, and it was just amazing. They were able to break bread together, and it was just a great effort by all. I also want to highlight the Kentwood Unified Track and Field Team for winning the state championship. This program continues to model core values of inclusion, leadership, and meaningful participation for all of our student athletes. I also want to congratulate our Kent Lake baseball team winning the AAA WIAA State Championship. And I have to say, they came back from a 4-1 deficit in the bottom of the 7th inning to win 7-6, which was fantastic. This Wednesday, actually June 17th, the it is WIAA Champions Night at the Mariners game. So if you're able to get out there, they're gonna acknowledge all of the state champions in not only baseball, slow pitch, softball, and fast pitch. And so it's a great honor for our Kent Lake baseball team and others that have been successful. I also want to share, for those of you who have been out to Scenic Hill Elementary with me, that I received an email a couple of weeks ago, and they were commending the library construction project team. Some of you have been out there. That team has been out there a long time, as you know, to finish this project. But they've really become a part of the family at Scenic Hill, and they've been acknowledged all the way to that some of the kids they had at Scenic Hill dressed like what you want to be when you grow up day. And many of them dressed up like our construction crew that was out there. And they just were amazed at that. Their work has left a long-lasting impression on the Scenic Hill community. If you haven't had a chance to go see it, love to join you, or if you join me out there, take a look at it. Top graduation, thank you for attending. Director Cook, President Margell, and Director Williams. That was just amazing. It is really why we're here. Those of you who didn't get a chance to go, please put it on your calendar for next year. It is very uplifting to see that our kids on the stage. It's like I said, a reminder of what we're here for. A total of 23 graduates shared their experiences, and again, very inspiring. The Washington School recognitions, which we saw today, those banner presentations were just wonderful at the schools. We finished up today at Park Orchard, and you heard today all of the schools that were acknowledged by the OSPI. I do want to share that today we visited Park Orchard, and he had a gym full of 3rd through 5th graders, and they were so excited. And I thanked the whole community, because it takes a community of staff, paraeducators, all of the staff there, also the parents, all of our community-based partners. They actually had a community-based partner there today to also acknowledge it, so I want to thank them for that. Also, yesterday I had a chance to attend the We Are America Book 3 launch, again at KM High School. Dr. Marissa did a great job. That was a packed house. It was just amazing to see, and they definitely hit it out of the park, and it was great to see all of the kids enjoy, including community members. I also had the opportunity to present at the Rotary Club presentation. I did for their lunch. I want to thank President Andy Carter. I also want to thank Mr. Hafner, Greg Hafner, for their invitation. Actually shared a lot of what I just shared around the state budget funding and some of the successes that I shared today. And then finally, this Friday, June 12th, is iGrad and Kent Virtual Academy graduation, I believe at 5 p.m. And KLA is at 7 p.m. at KM High School. And of course, on Saturday, we have all of our high schools graduating, and we cannot wait for that wonderful, wonderful day. And lastly, June 18th is our last day of school. Just a reminder to all of our drivers, parents, and everybody, please drive safe on that last day. I know it's exciting and picking up students and that, but please drive safe on that day, and thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Vella. We now move to our legislative update. And again, at the end of the legislative update, all remaining comment cards need to be turned into the blue box in the back. And I look to Director Williams.
Thank you. I have the pleasure of giving the legislative update today. And I have a couple items that I'd like to share. Firstly, Governor Ferguson and our superintendent of the state, Chris Reichdahl, have announced that they are making it a top priority in this next legislative next legislative session, prior to the next legislative session, to push legislation on a no-cell bell-to-bell, which would include lunch and passing. There would be exemptions for health reasons or educational plans. They anticipate a proposal for the bill on September 15th and the bill prepared on December 7th. This would take effect on the school year for September 27-28. We heard tonight from some of our student advisory council how they feel about the no-cell bell-to-bell, so I encourage our community members to reach out to their representatives to share their thoughts, as this is the governor has said this is a top priority. In addition to this, to reiterate Dr. Behringer and Superintendent Vela earlier, the governor's office announced earlier this week on June 6th that we are to prepare for significant budget shortfalls. That is a direct quote. The governor's budget director emphasized that it is unclear how large the gap is that they have to solve. We're looking at steep price inflation and a 14.2% population growth between 2015 and 2025. The new millionaires tax is, sorry, I'm just trying to read my notes really fast, is set to go into effect. However, that revenue will not come in until the second half of the upcoming budget cycle. And 42% of that money is expected to go to tax relief provisions. And then the maintenance level spending, which is currently being used right now, the rainy day fund, is expected to chew up the rest of that revenue. I have another page. So just to highlight in terms of where we're at, if we look at food, fuel, and utility costs since 2018, the cost of milk has risen by 39%. The cost of ground beef has risen by 48%. The cost of diesel fuel has risen by 26%. The cost of electricity has risen by 39%. And the average cost of natural gas has risen by 59%. So as we can see, there is a huge amount of inflation. We know the importance of K-12 funding is absolutely critical for the continued function of all school districts across the state of Washington. We are not helpless in this situation. There are things that we can be doing. There are several statewide work groups that are looking to tackle this underfunding problem, including OSPI K-12 Funding Equity Work Group, which explores and suggests options for revising K-12 funding to a more equitably and efficiently serve student needs. The UW Superintendent's Unified in Partnership for Equitable Schools, it's the UW SUPS. This is a fun word to say. This is a statewide collaboration of Washington superintendents and University of Washington education leaders to advance equitable K-12 school funding policy. And finally, the big idea, creating a 21st century system of public K-12 education in Washington state. This is a legislator-led group focused on modernizing and strengthening Washington's K-12 education system. These three organizations are trying to spearhead tackling this underfunding problem. I encourage all of us to research those more, look on ways that we can better support them, as well as please reach out to your legislators. It is midterms, so we should expect to see those elections start to ramp up here as we head into the primary. And that is my legislators' report.
Thank you very much for that. We are now closed for public comment. Not seeing anybody else running back there. Great. We now move to our public hearing, item 8.01 for the 2026-2027 district budget public hearing. I ask for a motion from the floor to open the public hearing.
I move to open the public hearing.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded for opening the public hearing. We are now open for discussion.
Before we officially open the hearing, I have one item for the record. The materials attached to this public hearing item on BoardDocs, as of right now, I just checked, are last year's presentation dated June 11th, 2025. the 26, 27 numbers are attached to a separate presentation item. This is the only public hearing that this budget that we're looking at gets. Will staff post the current budget materials to the hearing item tonight? And can we confirm the notices published on May 22nd, May 29th, and June 5th direct to the public to the correct documents and not this particular document?
That is the incorrect one.
It was the incorrect one.
Items were posted.
They were posted.
I mean, items were advertised, yes.
Yes. Items were advertised. Is that what you're asking appropriately? And the hearing
If
is.
this was the presentation that was
Yes,
identified to the
presentation
public.
that he provided, yes.
Oh,
Okay,
so,
because the presentation that's on here that we've attached is from last year.
it does look like the presentation attached at that item. The correct information for the current budget is attached, as you mentioned, is on the presentation of the 26-27 budget development presentation 5.02, and that one is the correct up-to-date one as.
Can we get that moved over to this as well so that
Yes.
people aren't having to
Yes.
find it?
Good, yes.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
Seeing no other discussion, a motion's been made and seconded to open the public hearing. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 The motion passes 4-0. We are now open to public hearing, and I will call upon Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell. We do have two videos speaking to the public hearing on the budget.
Are there any in-person comments?
There are not.
No in-person comments. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Allison Riley, and I am here to speak about the proposed budget. At the last board meeting, we were told by a board director that she could not fathom not supporting a levy this fall. Here are some things that I cannot fathom. I cannot fathom a lone district sitting with a level 4 IDEA determination when no other district in the state of Washington has received one in years. I cannot fathom a superintendent seeking a $600,000 payout despite declining metrics across the strategic plan, as well as a financial crisis. I cannot fathom a district where district leadership and board directors approve a budget that makes schools unsafe. But that is the reality here in KSD. That is exactly what you all are doing. Fewer IE paras will directly impact legally required services from being carried out next year, as well as create unsafe learning spaces for our most vulnerable students. Fewer health techs and buildings call into question student support and safety. The announced custodial cuts that have promised dirtier schools next year, and again raise safety concerns. FTE cuts will have our students sitting in fuller and/or more split classes. Parents, students, and taxpayers are asking for and expecting a student-centered budget that ensures a high-quality education for all KSD students. Canceled work sessions and presentations, virtually no pushback or questions around budget presentations, promised information that has never materialized at later dates, and veiled budget assumptions do not demonstrate due diligence on your part to approve a sound, accurate, or student-centered budget. The fallout from the cuts that have already happened and those that are proposed for next year rests on each of you. Worry less about where I stand on a November levy and more on where you stand regarding these catastrophic budget cuts. Focus on the impact your imminent vote will have on the proposed budget and whether or not you are demonstrating fiduciary responsibility while serving as a voice for your community. You were elected to represent our students and ensure their right to free, appropriate public education is carried out in safe schools. How does this budget do that? Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board members. I have asked for months to hear from board members about the plain language impact that these budget cuts will have on students and staff. To date, I have heard nothing. It seems that either no one knows what impacts these cuts are having, or they know but they don't want to say it out loud. In the last meeting, I finally heard district staff and board members say that cutting library paras will have an impact on students. It was stated that these employees aren't doing nothing, and that cutting them means some things will not be done. However, no one would say what specifically isn't going to be done when these employees get cut. I'm left to assume that you don't actually know. As another example, an email was recently sent regarding cuts to custodial staff. There are a couple of things I want to call out as concerning in this email. One, the email states that a staff member was, quote, tasked with reducing our labor budget by 105 hours per day or 13.5 staff members. This implies to me that the size of the cut was pulled out of thin air or based on raw numbers rather than based on what work could be reduced. You didn't start by looking at what is being done and deciding what can be stopped. You started with a number and then forced cuts to match it. You have no clue whether this number is feasible or how impactful it will be. 2, shifts are being reduced at some sites from 8 hours to 6 hours. Some positions are being transitioned to rotational, and some schools are reducing the total number of hours available. But what does this mean? The email states that, quote, this is going to hurt and reduce some buildings' ability to clean as we always have. Then later it seems to imply that the reduced cleaning, quote, should only be noticeable by someone looking deep into the cleanliness of the building. So are custodians currently doing work that doesn't actually have an impact, and we are just cutting that non-impactful cleaning? Or was that second statement just intended to soften the blow by pretending that we can achieve the same amount of work with less hours, which implies that custodians aren't actually working as hard as they can? Looking at the lists of reductions in the presentation tonight, I have many questions. So I'm going to go through all of the proposed cuts and ask some questions regarding the impact of those cuts. If you don't know the answer to these, then you aren't doing your job. Plain and simple. Number 1, assistant principals are losing 5 FTE, but educational assistants are gaining 4 FTE. Presumably, the latter will replace the former. However, EAs can't do everything that APs do because EAs are not administrators. So what work will now be placed on principals to make up for the lack of assistant principal? 2, itinerant teachers, PE music library, are losing nearly 8 FTE. Presumably, this means that non-itinerant teachers will pick up the slack since these programs aren't being cut. Does that mean larger PE music library classes and more teachers in overload? Or are we paying itinerant teachers to do work when capacity already existed in non-itinerant classes? Under central office, there are 4 communications-related positions being eliminated, but then 3 new communications-related positions are being created. The 3 new positions actually have a total salary cost that is higher than the 4 being cut, leading to an overall increase in communication-related salaries. What are these new roles? How are they different? And why are we paying them more than the old ones? Number 4, the proposed 26-27 class sizes appear to target all classes across all grades to be at or within 1 student of hard cap numbers. K through 3 is 1 away from hard cap. 4-5 is at hard cap. 6 through 8 is 1 away from hard cap, and 9 through 12 is at hard cap. How will this affect student outcomes, test scores, and graduation rates? How will this affect new students joining the district when existing classes are too full to legally accept them? Number 5, MSOC and operations lists cuts to property and liability insurance premiums. Does this mean we are choosing a lower insurance tier, or removing certain coverages, or are we dropping insurance for some things altogether? Number 6, program adjustments shows cuts to IE, including 24 FTE teachers, 31 FTE paras, and $3 million in managed service providers. How will these cuts affect the concerns laid out in the recent IE audit, or from the Level 4 determination from OSPI? How will it affect student outcomes in IE and the legally required services that KSD needs to provide? To be clear, these are only a subset of the questions I have regarding these cuts. I could ask a question about every single line item on every single slide, and I'm guessing that not one of you could offer even a single explanation for any of them. How can you possibly claim to be making student-centered decisions when you can't even explain the impact that these cuts are having on the students themselves? All I've heard so far is a defense of your own inaction, or questions aimed at proving your own preconceived beliefs. You aren't trying to learn more, and you aren't trying to make the best decisions on cuts. You are accepting the district proposals in the face of community pushback and then blaming the community for not supporting you while doing so. They say the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, but the second best time is now. You should have been asking questions about these cuts way back in January when the district first proposed the amounts. You didn't, but it's not too late to ask questions now. In 2023, the budget was not finalized until August. You could do that this year as well. You could take time to actually work through these changes, understand the impacts, make some recommendations, and then have the district come back with an updated proposal. But whatever you do, it has the potential for massive consequences. From levy failures to bond rating drops to continued enrollment decline as parents pull their children from a failing school district. Your inaction is enabling all of it, and there will be no one to blame but yourselves.
We ask for all of our speakers to state their first and last names before speaking, and neither of these did, so that was Allison Riley and Joseph Riley. We now move to our next section. Close the hearing first. Which is to close the hearing. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move to close the hearing.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded to close the public hearing. We are now open for discussion.
I hope that this board was listening right then. This is terrifying, honestly. The amount that we are off from last year's meeting when we talked about the very similar situation, but our amount that we were talking about was way off. We weren't even looking at cuts this year. It was that stark. And I brought that up at the time. And now we're heading into this next budget cycle, and we are still facing huge deficits. And I know that the state is not funding us appropriately, and they're talking about even less funding because they are having all kinds of budget problems, which is a huge issue in and of itself. But we need to get a handle on this as a board. And that, I think, is honestly a bit of an issue. I know that all of you care about students and all of you want to work to provide the best education that we can for the students in the Kent School District, but we need to take this budget seriously. And if we can't get answers to all of our questions, and we can't get the answers even to the questions that are coming to us from other people, and have that ready for the 24th of June, I don't know how we pass this budget. And maybe we still do, I guess, but I hope that we do the homework and we get ready for that point before then. That's why I'm trying to get information before the 17th, which is a week before that meeting. I hope that you ask the same sort of questions and hopefully you get the same stuff. One thing I would like to ask is any questions that have been asked by any of the other board members, that they please, those questions and answers from the district get sent over to me as well. Thank you.
I have a quick point of question for Mr. Leonard. Can we do that outside of a board meeting? I just want to clarify that we're not creating
I'm
a
asking the
serial
district,
meeting.
not you.
So I'm just clarifying. So if I were to send in questions to the district and they give me back questions specifically on my budget questions, am I allowed to share them with the board as information?
Vice President Gregory, I think the receipt of information by itself is not a violation of the OPMA.
Okay,
So passive receipt of information is not necessarily, but the caution is always when receiving information and forwarding it between board members can be an issue, especially if there's a reply all or a communication or a discussion of those items. And so that would be the caution related to sharing of the information or discussion that would potentially happen outside of the meeting. That could be in violation of the OPMA.
But if we were to ask, I just want to, because I'm interested as well, Director Cook, about questions that may get answered so we can all have the same information. Should we, if we send in something, should we copy the board just so they can see what questions we're asking? Or no, we cannot do that?
That is not the current practice in which we operate. And I'm going to defer a little bit to Superintendent Vela in terms of our current process, because I'm not necessarily aware of how that works. But
Okay.
my caution is I don't
Normally
want
we do it
communication.
separately.
Correct.
Yeah, normally we do it separately and I get back my information. And then at the board meeting, when we have the discussion, that's when the questions come out.
that's how we've always done it, but I'm just
We used to
clarifying.
do 2x2 meetings. We used to do it many different ways. But because of concerns in the past that have been raised by some who look for fault, we have stopped doing that. And so now the practice has been that each board member must send in their own questions individually.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, the reason the 2x2s stopped was because I was being lied to in my 2x2s. That is the reason that I had trouble with them and why I didn't want to do it. Now, regardless of whether you agree with my statement there, it doesn't really matter. That's how I was interpreting what I was being told. It doesn't really matter. What I was asking for was not from board members to send it to me. I want the information sent to me from the district. So when you send your questions, they send you answers. I want those answers at the same time along with your questions so that I know what the questions were and the answers that go along with them, not from the board, from the district.
So President Margell, just a reminder, you're in discussion for closing the hearing.
Yes, I do understand
Sorry.
that. I'm sorry, I'm going to reply, and I know better of this, but I'm going to do it anyway. We have been working with the district since the beginning of the year with administration, and to insinuate differently would be a lie. The board members all up here care about the budget. We all have from the beginning. We have all been asking for questions and getting answers and working throughout this. And so I reject your statements, and I will leave it at that.
Move to call the question.
Second.
A motion's been made to call the question. It's been seconded. We are now
It sounds
open.
interesting that you're calling the question directly after she makes an inflammatory statement, but I appreciate your support there, Director Williams. None of what you said is true.
You're out of order.
Go listen
You're
to
out of
what I
order.
said before you
You're
start
out of
saying
order,
stuff like that.
Director
I'm
Cook.
moving on. Go ahead.
The question, motion's been made to call the question. All those in favor, or sorry, we need to open discussion for calling the question.
Is that part of Roberts? We don't.
No,
have
we don't.
discussion,
We
don't
can-
call the question.
You don't need.
But we have to get we have to have a 2/3 majority to be able to call the question. So all those in favor of calling the question, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes all
Thanks
those
for not taking my vote.
against, all those against,
No.
1. The motion passes 3-1. A motion's been made and seconded for approval to close the public hearing. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against,
No.
the motion passes 3-1 to close the public hearing. We move on to discussion and approval. We have one item. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve resolution number 1716, board protocol guidelines.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 9.01, resolution number 1716, board protocol guidelines. We are now open for discussion.
I would like to move that we move this to June 24th when we have our 5th board member.
Seeing that there is no further discussion, a motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 9.01, resolution number 1716, board protocol and guidelines. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those against? All those that
Nay.
abstain? Is that a nay?
Yes, it was a no.
The motion passes 3-1. We now move to our consent agenda item. Is there any items that a board member wants pulled?
Wait a second. Were we just, because we just opened up a discussion and approval item. that was a discussion to open it. And now we should be within the discussion about the item and then vote for that. Why are we skipping that whole section?
We didn't. So a motion was
Can we
made.
read back the entirety of that entire section now?
A motion has been made and seconded. We went to discussion.
I'm
During the
asking for a
discussion,
readback by whoever it is that records our meetings.
during the discussion, a motion was made. It was not seconded, so there was no further discussion. So we closed the discussion and then went to final vote. The final vote was 3-4, 1 against. The motion passed.
Please reread the entirety of that because I did not understand what was going on. And so I would like a readback of what happened just now.
I can do that again for you.
Not you, thank you. I would like whoever, you weren't sitting there recording it. I would like it read back from the record.
No, Director Cook, we're not going to review the record. You, as secretary, what President Margell just mentioned, there was a call for the question.
Nope, there was not. So let me say this again. We opened discussion and approval. There was a motion made to approve resolution number 1716, board protocol and guidelines. The resolution was, the motion was seconded. We opened discussion. In discussion, a motion was made to postpone the decision. That was not seconded, so it was dropped. There was no further discussion. Because of no further discussion, we moved on to final vote of the resolution. The resolution passed 3-1.
Correct.
See, but where you're mistaken is that you first have to close out the discussion about my amendment or my change request before you can vote again to actually close it out.
There was no second.
That's the part you missed.
There was
You
no
know what? It's
second
fine.
on that.
Let's move forward, and if I am correct, which I'm going to go and check, and if I am, this whole thing is going to be invalid. So let's go forward.
Check with the parliamentarian.
We can check with the parliamentarian.
Mr. Leonard?
President Margell, in reviewing the question is whether or not the motion was seconded. That would then require the vote, or the discussion, apologies. I did not hear in your recitation that there was a second on the motion, so it would not then go to discussion.
Thank you. And seeing that there was no further discussion, we moved to the original motion. And the motion passed 3-1.
Okay, so I am telling you right now that I had a misunderstanding about that, and I would have preferred that we continue discussion. If you're not willing to reopen discussion on this, that is fine, but I am, putting out there that I didn't understand what was happening, you were moving too quickly, and that was a problem for me. But if that's not a problem for you, that a board member didn't understand the situation, please move forward.
Per Robert's rules, you have the right to be able to ask for a motion, for an item to be reopened. That requires a 2/3 majority vote.
But he hasn't
All
asked
right,
for it.
I'll move this board to reopen discussion on this.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for reopening discussion on the prior item. We are now open for discussion on reopening this.
To me, it doesn't seem like this should even be a question because every board member should be able to make a mistake and the rest of the board support that mistake being resolved. But obviously, things do not go my way very often here.
Director Cook, I did second your motion to
I know.
have a discussion, so I'm happy to have that opening of that discussion of that item.
That's what it is. Right now, I'm saying that I would hope that we would reopen this so that we can discuss it appropriately instead of just skipping past any discussion whatsoever about this.
Since this has been an item that we have discussed countless times, the protocol, and we have had
It's not
work
countless.
sessions on this one. It is, I'm sorry, Director Cook, it is my turn to speak. We have had this item open many, many times. We've had work sessions on it. We have had time to review it. We have gone through this so many different times. I understand that you did not have support in having your motion going forward. However, we have looked at this, and I do not feel like we need to reopen this item.
Okay, can you tell me one thing? How many times have we looked at this wording? The substantial change that was made this last time has been one time. There have been 6 readings. The 5 other readings had none of this wording. So it's a bit of a misnomer to claim that we've discussed it 6 times, because we have not. It was first brought up in 2023, I believe, or 2024. And then in those words, nothing that was included this time was in there. All the stuff about having the person that is not on the board approving whether or not a board director can join virtually was not there. So it's only been one time.
I'm aware of the wording.
Okay. I want to also remind the other board members that the 2 people that are getting to approve whether or not a board member joins a meeting are also people that have sued a board director and have an active Title IX complaint against them. So I just want to make sure that we're aware of that.
I don't see how that's pertinent right now.
Seeing no further discussion, a motion's been made and seconded for reopening. This does require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of reopening discussion on the prior item, which was discussion and approval item 9.01, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 All those against, say nay.
Nay.
The motion fails 2-2. We now move to the consent agenda items. Are there any items that a board director would like to remove? Not remove, sorry, pull out.
Point of order, can I ask for a break? I need to just have a moment, please.
We haven't had a break for a while.
Yeah, we
It has been
Let's go ahead and
6.5
take a 5-minute
minutes.
break. That's fine.
Can we make it
It's
10:35? That would be 7 minutes.
10:35 it is.
Thank you.
It's 10:35. We are reconvened. We are at the point of item 10.0, consent agenda item. My last question is, and I'll reinstate, are there any items that a board director would like to pull out of the consent agenda? Seeing as there is none, is there a motion on the floor?
Move to approve items 10.01 through 10.12.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded for approval of consent agenda items 10.01 through 10.12. We are now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, a motion's been made and seconded for approval of items 10.01 through 10.12. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Nay.
The motion passes 3-1. Informational items are listed there for your information. We now move to...
I'm curious about the informational item because we did not follow our policy on appointing our board member and then swearing them in. And I'm curious why that was written into everything about this when we did not follow policy. We keep talking about us supposedly needing to follow policy, yet we keep not following policy. So when is it required to follow policy and when is it not? Is that just a decision that someone gets to make?
Director Cook, I believe it was answered last night during our conversation about appointing our new director, that we would have to wait based on RCW, that we had to wait for background checks and other things. Onboarding had to be completed before we can swear them in, and that could not be completed before the meeting tonight.
And specifically, it was the background check piece of it.
Could not we have done background checks on all three? So that we were ready just in case.
That is not allowed to be done until they're selected. I believe that's a
Then
rule.
why did we do this outside of policy? Why didn't we wait a couple of days and do it after this meeting? I don't understand why we keep deciding to just forego policy.
I'm going to ask a point of question. We addressed the concern of when we were going to swear them in last night during the conversation, that they would not be able to take their oath of office until the 24th. That was advertised and told.
I understand.
Okay.
But right now, what I'm talking about is the informational item where our procedures are changing without us discussing it, and it's in a procedure that regards our board. Who was the one that pushed this? Who wrote it? Was it any of you? Because it wasn't me.
Which procedure are you talking about?
Procedure 11.01, that is, so the procedure of when a board member is considered selected, the procedure is written by administration, as all of our procedures are, and the actual selection is after the administrative items such as background check, W-4, I-9, all of those items have been received, and that is after that point. Thus, we're not able to swear them in tonight because there's not enough time between the selection last night and then for them fully being chosen, which means that they've passed background checks. Of course, for the security and safety of our students, we wouldn't want to swear somebody in who's unable to pass background checks.
In addition,
Why are you suggesting that I would be saying that we aren't going to be safe here? Because
I didn't
no one is
suggest
saying
that.
that.
I didn't suggest that.
That
I
was
was just
certainly an
saying.
insinuation, but that's fine. You know what? Just move ahead because I don't agree with things being changed about the way that our board handles things without us discussing things. But obviously, the three of you think it's totally fine that we don't discuss things. So let's move forward.
Director Cook, I just want to point out, I asked for this clarification when we posted the schedule to fill the District 1, and why were we delaying it by 2 weeks? And this was asked and answered for me to be told that you have to complete all of those things. And we are compliant with our board policy.
Oh, okay, let's just move forward. I don't agree with this, but let's move forward.
I just wanted to add for the board, this is a procedure update that aligns, not a policy.
With the policy, correct.
Thank
yes.
you.
And procedures are written by the administration. We now move to communication, final communication from the audience. We do have several of our community members that have stayed with us tonight. Thank you so much. We will start with Kathleen Gilbert. I also know that this does look like there's going to be other people who yield their time to you. Yes. And so, but I will do as I did earlier tonight, where I'll state your name and just let me know if you'd still like to speak yourself or to yield your time.
Thank you. I have written copies to share with you all as well, but I'll go ahead and read first. Hi, everyone. Kathleen Gilbert, a school psychologist in the district. Tonight, I'm speaking on the behalf of the Kent Education Association Executive Board and Representative Council. To our district leaders, the Kent Education Association feels compelled to state publicly that we believe firmly in the right of all students to receive a free and appropriate public education, regardless of their disability status. We believe that when we center our most vulnerable students, all students benefit. We know from our extensive combined training and experience that doing so requires careful, intentional, and meaningful collaboration between all stakeholders, including KEA and other labor groups who support our students with disabilities, KSD administrators, the state's Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction, and our family partners. KEA members, educators across labor groups, and members of the KSD community are expressing ongoing concerns about the delivery of special education services in the district, especially in light of a recent Level 4 rating the district received from OSPI regarding special education services in KSD during the 24-25 school year. KEA acknowledges that KSD has attempted to proactively address these concerns by investing in a private third-party audit, which was performed last in this school year by the Public Consulting Group, with results being presented to the school board and superintendent in November, recommendations presented in January. Since then, however, KSD has taken minimal action to pursue these recommendations, leaving KEA to wonder if this audit was proactive or performative. Within the past few weeks, the departure of 2 out of 3 assistant directors in the Inclusive Education Office was also announced. IE has had 1 or more administrators separate from the district each year for at least the past 5 school years. It does not go unnoticed that, until very recently, KSD lacks an executive director of special education, that IE administrators receive substantially less pay than their special education administrators in neighboring districts, and that their rank among district administrators is notably lower than the ranking of other special education administrators within their district hierarchies. This has adversely impacted KSD's ability to recruit, hire, and retain strong candidates with the necessary skill set to fill these challenging and vital roles. At the building level, projections for IE programs for the 26-27 school year show many programs staffed above the soft cap, sometimes to hard cap, as noted in KEA's collective bargaining agreement. IE student program numbers were carefully bargained to allow the students in those programs to receive the supports they legally require for their appropriate educational progress. Staffing programs to and beyond maximum capacity places undue strain on special educators, provides a disservice to the students assigned to them, and all too often leads to serious safety concerns for both staff and students. It also decreases the likelihood that the district will be able...
Ruth Smith.
I yield my time.
Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you. That the district will be able to hire qualified candidates when, not if, those programs go beyond hard cap, as new positions are not created until hard cap is surpassed. Of course, special education services do not operate independently. Well-implemented services are seamlessly integrated into the general education school day because all students are general education students first. Yet our general education teachers report needing more resources to effectively support students with disabilities in their classrooms, including push-in support from special education teachers and paraeducators, and training to accommodate their unique needs. While support from district-level program specialists helps our building teams mitigate the challenges that come with working in overload and serving eligible students across their full school day, staffing numbers in those positions have varied over the past few years. During the 22-23 school year, 6 program specialists provided direct support to building-level special education teachers, yet 4 were cut at the end of that school year. Currently, 3.5 program specialists support a variety of special education programs across KSD's 44 schools. Given that many of our special education teachers are new to the profession or were required to switch from other roles due to an ongoing shortage of appropriately credentialed special educators, 3.5 program specialists are insufficient. Additionally, cuts to the Best Mentor program, intended to provide direct support from job-alike colleagues for their first 2 years of practice, have hurt our new special education teachers. The district now only guarantees support for the first year, and currently none of KSD's dedicated mentors have experience working in special education. Our mentors report a steep learning curve in supporting new special educators. Hiring and retaining quality educational support associates, including school psychologists, speech-language pathologists, occupational therapists, and physical therapists, all who provide vital services to students with disabilities, has also proven challenging, with the district relying on those MSPs, third-party agencies, to fill vacancies. High attrition numbers in these roles adversely impact the ability of our building-level teams to provide legally required services to our eligible students. As for other labor groups, many special education paraeducator positions have remained unfilled all year, including needed overload positions when student numbers in our IE programs go beyond soft cap. Our Kent Paraeducator Association partners are essential in providing legally required services to our students with disabilities. While the district has attempted to fill vacant para positions with agency staff, our members report that their attendance and training is inconsistent and unreliable. Simply put, KSD has failed to give appropriate priority to special education services within the district at multiple levels, including administration, program staffing, support personnel, and training. It shows.
Casey Behringer.
She's gone. Next.
Katie Busser. Thank you.
Thank you. Regardless of changes at administrative levels and within our buildings, KEA members stand ready to serve all students in their identified least restrictive environment to the best of our ability within the bounds of the law and our collective bargaining agreement. We are eager to work with caring and competent administrators who understand the nuance of special education law and also believe in centering our most vulnerable students. We are keen to collaborate with district leadership and other relevant labor partners like the Kent Association of Paraeducators and the Kent Principals Association to review the recommendations made by PCG and create appropriate action plans. We look forward to following through on those plans so that all students receive FAPE in the spirit of fulfilling KSD's mission to successfully prepare all students for their futures. To that end, KEA urges the school board and superintendent to consider the following, many of which are consistent with PCG's recommendations. Create a 4th assistant director position within the Inclusive Education Department. Restructure the district's administrative hierarchy to allow for an executive director of special education. Oh, wow, that's so nice. That just happened. We're on a great path here. Whose ranking is comparable to neighboring districts like Renton, Tacoma, and Highline, which we recognize may require the adjustment of other district-level administrator positions. Create 1 to 2 additional program specialist positions to allow for more direct support for special education teachers serving in IE programs across the district. Here's a big one. Create, support, and hold accountable a collaborative committee of various labor groups and district administrators to review and plan for recommendations made by PCG in January. Be transparent with the KSD community about any corrective actions required by OSPI. Work with OSPI to provide needed trainings to KEA members, especially ESAs who require unique trainings given their specialized roles, and those in other labor groups like KAP and KPA, and bargain with these labor groups to allow regular release time for important trainings and vital collaboration amongst special education colleagues across the district. Thank you for your consideration. In closing, I echo Superintendent Vela's words earlier about having hope and working together in the best interest of our students. That's what we come here with. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Baston. Okay. Cindy Wright? Nope. Say it for me.
Maya
Mina Gashodo. Gashogo. Mina Gashogo. I should know this. I apologize. I will practice it tonight when I go home.
You can write it down like phonetically, that would be kind of.
I know.
That would be helpful, flashcards.
Mina Gashogo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, board directors, Superintendent Vela, thank you for your time. My name is Mina Gashogo. I am a librarian at Daniel Elementary. I came initially to talk about libraries, but I am first a black male. And the incident that was brought up regarding what us educators of color network have heard regarding the use of the N-word has compelled me to change what I'm going to say. And frankly, I think it deserves time. Because this is something that, as my colleagues have shared, as students have shared, is something that is not optional for me. It is something that we need to address. As I was sharing a little bit during our break, there is no perfect way to tackle this problem, but inaction is the wrong thing. We have to do something. There are staff members that are being hurt. You will hear more later, but what I want to be clear of is that our students are watching. And when we do nothing, they see. And we have to take action. This is something that is new in terms of what social media has brought to play, our political climate has brought to play, and we can't necessarily change those things. But what we can change is how we show up for our kids. What we can change is how we show up for each other. And what leads into my original point, I think, stands true. I initially came here not to try to persuade you to change any action in the budget. I think decisions have been made. And I thank Dr. Behringer's team for giving an update at the last board meeting, which I wrote the board directors an email explaining my responses to that. But there is a big culture problem we have here in hierarchy. Everything is communicated through channels of org charts and hierarchy because there's simply not enough time to talk to every individual. I don't believe that's where we can stop. I believe there are ways we can innovate and we can change the way we get feedback from people that are affected, from people that are experts, from people that can provide information that can make some of these decisions a lot easier, maybe find surprising ways that we can change things that have always been done. I know you're battling between compliance and labor and time, and that's not an easy position to be in, but I urge you to start asking people to come to the table and to be heard. I was going to use Stephen Besson's extra time. Is that okay?
I can't. I'm sorry. He has to yield his own time. I appreciate the ask, though.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Our last speaker, Everett Jenkins.
Hello, my name is Everett Jenkins, and I did not intend on speaking tonight. I thought the members of the network did an awesome job, but after hearing what they were saying, I felt the need to share my stories. Earlier this year, I was the victim of the N-word. I followed the proper procedures, went through the entire process, filed an appeal with the board, and the appeal was denied. Weeks after, I asked the student, in my classroom, I asked the student if he had submitted his assignments into Canvas, and his response was, "Nah, N-word." After that, when that happened, I did the same thing that I did for the first incident. I followed the same procedures, sent emails explaining that I wanted to file a complaint, and I heard no response. After that email went out, I sent the second email to the same departments that I did the first time, no response. I never got an opportunity to be heard about this situation. Later, I learned after an investigation had been concluded, I learned that it was considered to be a classroom disturbance. Me being called the N-word was considered a classroom disturbance. I said again, I wanted to file a complaint. I was not allowed to do so. I just learned recently, a couple of weeks ago, that the reason it was considered to be a classroom disturbance was because the student used a soft A, not a hard R. That's why it was a disturbance. The third incident that I had to deal with this year, a student gave me a note that had some writing on it. The writing said, "Mr. Jenkins is a bitch-ass nigger." I had a pretty good idea which student wrote it. I gave the papers to my building administration. And like I said, I had a pretty good idea who did it, so I had the writing samples all laid out. There was an ample supply of writing samples, and to be honest with you, I had to hear this from my representation because the immediate administrator who said they were going to get back to me, I still have yet to hear from. And this was in December. There's a problem. There is a problem. And talking about it, that's great. But this is something that needs to be fixed ASAP. Again, this happened to me 3 times this school year. One time I wasn't allowed to be heard, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. We now move to 12.02, board reports and discussion. Director Cook.
I want to use my report tonight to say what I was not permitted to say an hour ago, or 30 minutes ago, or however long ago it was. This board adopted new rules governing its own members' conduct, and debate was closed before a single question could be raised. A motion to reopen discussion failed on a 2-2 tie. So the first public discussion of what Resolution 1716 actually contains will happen right now in my board report, after the vote. I'd ask the public to sit with that sequence for a moment, because the resolution we just adopted includes a guideline saying board discussion should be, quote, concise and pertinent. Tonight you watched what that standard means in practice. 0 minutes of debate on the rules that govern your elected representatives. Here's what the record shows, and every document I'm about to cite is posted on BoardDocs where you can verify it yourself. First, tonight's resolution was presented as the 6th reading, implying 2 years of deliberation. I pulled the posted materials from every prior reading this afternoon. The 4 readings in fall 2024 posted either presentation decks or the current 2023 guidelines. The one actual draft, posted October 23rd, 2024, contains none of the 3 provisions adopted tonight. The written changes this board just approved were first posted to the public on May 27th, 2026, 14 days ago. 2 weeks of daylight, presented as 2 years. Second, the 3 provisions themselves. Guideline 4 requires every director, regardless of how they voted, to, quote, acknowledge and confirm the board's decision. Guideline 5 expects every director to sign all board documents, and the same resolution deletes the existing protection stating that a member's decision not to sign has no legal effect. That protection existed in our guidelines as adopted in 2023. As of tonight, it's gone. And Guideline 15 requires directors to attend executive sessions in person unless they receive prior authorization from the board president and the one employee of this board, the superintendent. Think about what that means. The superintendent is the board's sole employee. He is, at times, the subject of executive sessions. His evaluation is planned very soon. A meeting that, as of this hour, still has not been posted to BoardDocs. Under the rule adopted tonight, A director needing to attend that session remotely must first obtain the approval of the person being evaluated. No written legal review of that provision has ever been provided to this board, to my knowledge. I intended to ask for one tonight before the vote. I was not able to. Debate was closed before a single question could be raised. Third, the process itself. This resolution was adopted by 4 members, one day after this board appointed Stephanie Brykes to the vacant District 1 seat, and 14 days before she takes the oath, and could have voted on the very rules that will govern her own service. I moved to postpone adoption 2 weeks so she could participate. That motion did not succeed. And one detail for the record. The final document adopted tonight still reads, quote, resolution number XXXX, adopted this XX day of XX 2026. We adopted a resolution that does not contain its own number or date. And much of the time, that's because we don't have a date that we're going to do it, or the resolution number is still in question. That's not true tonight. We knew what the resolution number was. We could have had it in there, but we didn't. Moving to the budget. Before the June 24th adoption, I'm requesting now, on the record, the following. The MSP budget versus actuals for the last 3 years, plus this year to date. The funding source for any mid-year MSP increase, given tonight's statement that the 5% fund balance has no allowance for anything unplanned. The classroom consolidation plan, including how many students with IEPs change classrooms or buildings. The count of agency-covered positions and chronically vacant special education positions. And a one-page service impact statement for each cut category. Library paraeducators, health technicians, custodial, inclusive education, and classroom staffing, stating specifically what will no longer be done and who will absorb it. I'm asking that all of this come to the board in writing by June 19th, and that it may be made public, not just provided to the directors. Tonight's public hearing, the only one this budget is going to receive, drew no in-person testimony at this hour, and 2 recorded comments, both raising concerns: special education services, safety impacts of health technician and custodial reductions, and the expectation of a student-centered budget. I am requesting now on the record that both comments be attached in full to the June 24th adoption record. And in the final communication of this evening, the Kent Education Association, the employee group absorbing the largest share of these reductions, spoke to this board about supporting students with disabilities. So the record of this single night now contains a public hearing comment on IDEA services, a union statement on disability support, a staff acknowledgement that we are cutting 56 inclusive education positions, and $3 million in managed services while caseload grows, and no impact analysis. That is the record we will be voting on top of on June 24th. I also want to speak to the students, staff, and community members who came tonight and stayed late to tell this board about the use of a racial slur in our schools and to ask us to act. To the students especially, it takes real courage to stand at that podium and say what you said, and you deserved a fuller room to hear it. You were heard, and I want to acknowledge something else this board heard tonight. Multiple teachers told us this slur has been used against them, adults in their workplace, and described asking for review and feeling that nothing came of it. I'm not going to litigate any individual complaint from the dais, and I won't ask anyone else to. But when students and staff stand at the same podium on the same night, describing the same word, that is a system question, and it belongs on this board's agenda. So I'm requesting now, on the record, that staff bring this back as an agenda item, covering both students and staff. What our policies and conduct codes say about racial slurs, how complaints of racial harassment by students or against staff are received, investigated, and resolved, the aggregate numbers, how many complaints in recent years, how long they take, and what their outcomes are, with no names and no individual cases, and what changes, including those requested tonight, would require. This is not a courtesy issue. It goes to whether every student can learn and every educator can work in an environment free of racial harassment, which is not optional under our own policies or under our laws. The people who spoke tonight should not have to come back and ask twice. I'd ask that they be given a date. And I'd note the hour. It's after 11 o'clock. The people who came tonight to comment have all had to leave before their government finished its business. A statutory budget hearing that begins after 10 p.m., 6 hours into a meeting that started at 4, is not a hearing working families can attend. Next year's hearing should stand alone or lead the agenda, scheduled like we actually want people in the room. I'm also requesting on the record that the budget resolution and the levy resolution both be posted publicly by June 17th, 1 week before we vote on them. The levy will ask our community for roughly $90 to $106 million over 4 years. The draft resolution should not be seen for the first time the night it's adopted. And staff's own timeline shows the county filing deadline is August 4th. Finally, 2 patterns from tonight worth naming once, calmly. We learned this evening that key audits have been conducted twice a year, quote, for some time now, while board policy required 3. The proposed fix revises the policy to match the practice. And procedure 1114P was revised mid-vacancy so that a newly appointed director is no longer sworn in at the next regular meeting. When practice drifts from policy, the answer I'll keep pushing for is to fix the practice, not the paper. To Director Appointee Brikes, congratulations and welcome. You're joining a board with real challenges and a community worth every bit of the work. I look forward to serving with you on June 24th. I'll keep asking questions until they're answered. That is the job the voters of this district hired me to do. The last thing I'd like to say, one of the reasons that I was concerned about the fact that we were creating a resolution that was going to do a end run around board directors being able to join virtually was the fact that I am a disabled American veteran of the United States Air Force. I have a disability that I plan on presenting to our own Office of Civil Rights here in the district because there is a reason I don't show up in person most of the time. And you know what? You don't deserve to know what it is because it is my private information. But you know what? I'm going to have to share it with the district because of what we just passed. That is absolutely ridiculous. And I would have mentioned it before we passed it, but I did not have the chance because of what happened this evening. I hope you all sit with that and understand that there will absolutely be a lawsuit along with an ADA complaint that I will follow through as long as I have to, including contacting the many disabled organizations that I'm a part of so that they can help me along with that. I would suggest that you approve me joining virtually for as long as my doctors say that I should, because that's the right dang thing to do, just like supporting our disabled students in this district. I hope you all sit with this tonight and over the next few days before we have another meeting and we have to decide. No, there are 2 people on the far right of this dais here, from my view, have to decide whether or not I can be present virtually to a meeting that I have been elected to go to. This board needs some work. I don't know what it is that we think we're doing up here, but this sort of crap needs to stop. I can't wait to hear what you all have to say for yourselves now. Thank you.
Director Williams.
Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to the KEA and KEP and our other labor partners who attended this evening. This was a long one, and I appreciate you guys sticking it out. I also would like to thank the Kent Educators of Color for showing up in force and saying all the things, and I just very much appreciate your guys' candor. I would also like to thank the following donors for donating to our schools. I know that we all very deeply appreciate the following folks: Delta Kappa Gamma International, Bud Banyan, who's KM staff. I apologize if I butcher this one. Tao Yun Kao, KM parent. Lake Young's PTSA, an anonymous donor for donating to mitigate negative student meal account balances. Meridian and Matson Diamonds Dance Booster Club, Sawyer Woods Third Grade Families, Kent Ridge Track Online Donations, TVI Incorporated, the Value Village Stores, the Carriage Crest PTSA, and Chipotle. Thank you so much for your donations. It's important we say the names and thank the people and organizations that donate to our district. During the budget presentation, I did some back of the envelope math. Hopefully it's correct, but Raul, you're the expert. Based on my calculations, central office is cutting approximately their cuts account for about 6.5% of the overall cuts. Looking at the financial report from tonight, in KSD, that the central office staff represent about 11.9% of the staff. If I equate the budget cuts to staff, that's approximately, and again, I'm doing back of the envelope math, that's approximately a 54% reduction. But I'm not I'm not an accountant, so I'm just a math teacher. Similarly, teachers, they account for 26.9% of the reductions, and they make up 42% of the staff. So I just wanted to throw those numbers out there because we've heard a lot about how we need to keep cuts away from classrooms, and I think that there's evidence here that we certainly are attempting to. Finally, I'd like to share with the board and the folks who are still in the room the 3 words that my students are never allowed to utter in my classroom ever. And every time they do, I remind them that we don't use words rooted in oppressive history, ever. And those words are the N-word, the R-word, and using the G-word derogatorily. I think I really appreciated last night during our interviews. We had a really unique candidate share a continuous philosophy about meeting all humans with kindness, compassion, and empathy. And I really think that that should be carried forward as we look at reviewing our policies around harassment of our staff and how we handle that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Williams. Director Gregory?
I've debated about what I was going to say, so I'm going to do this. I come from corporate America. I'm proud to say that I've worked there for over 30 years, and there are certain words we do not say in the public workplace. That includes the N-word. In fact, it's your same list. What? So it's not acceptable to me. It's not acceptable to me that children use it. I am a Girl Scout troop leader. When we are out together and we are in a group environment, we do not use those words. They are not appropriate, ever. Yeah, never. We do hear it in song. You know, I used to get down in the club and, you know, we're dropping it low and everything, but it's not appropriate to use those in a workplace, in an educational environment, or when we are trying to shape the future of our country. So not appropriate, and I agree with Director Cook. We do need a date on the calendar, and we do need to review and make sure that we have a policy in place and procedures in place that allow our staff to appropriately, like, what are we supposed to say to people, and let's just review that. I think it's a good call to action, and I'm for that. So I want to go on public record and say that. It's not appropriate. We don't use those words. My second piece is the budget. Last year, I sat on this dais, and I told people we have a $20 million shortage, $20 million. And then, you know, I'm going through getting elected, and all of a sudden it's like 30 million because, you know, we don't know what the political climate's going to be. And lo and behold, we are here, fast forward, and we do have a budget. I do want to point out that some people last year in the summer wanted to pay $1.5 million for fifth grade camp. And then suddenly we don't have the money for that. So I just want to point out that with education and understanding where our funding comes from and understanding how we need to appropriately put kids first, we do need to make sure that we're being balanced in those decisions
And where can we push money back in and where can we do that? And we still have time to do that. We don't approve the budget until 2 weeks from now. And I think we have time to get the answers that were requested done. And I think we can make an informed decision on the 24th. We've also been talking about the budget at the request that I had for President Margell last year. We've actually talked about the budget. I appreciate that we have been doing that since October, every month. September. Every month, we've had an update, information posted, something's been done, and we've had multiple work sessions on it. So I feel like I have a strong command, and for public comment, I could answer those questions because I've asked those same questions myself. So I feel confident in being able to answer those things appropriately. The last thing I want to leave on is it's graduation week. Last year, my daughter graduated, and I cried, and I promised tonight one of the principals that I wouldn't cry on the dais this year when we accept a class. I'll try not to do it this year. But I'm super excited because why I do this job is what's happening this week. Friday night, Saturday, I am proud to represent the community and be at every single graduation this year. I was unable to do top this year. I was not here. I was out on a business trip, so I was not able to do Wednesday night, but I will be at every single other graduation this year, and I am proud to represent the community in doing that, and I look forward to Friday and Saturday.
I want to congratulate just one more time our Washington schools, recognized schools tonight. Again, it's a one-time recognition that comes from work that happens every day. To get a student to move from 3 grade levels to 2 grade levels to 1 grade level to on grade level, just as that diligent work of both the student and the teacher and the community around them. And just congratulations for our schools that were recognized for that. I had the opportunity to attend a presentation to the majority of our school leadership this last week, and just talked a little bit about some of the things that we as a board do. What are the most important things that we do? And first and foremost, students. I mean, it really begins and ends with that. And if your board report, if your comments, if your thoughts and everything you do is not first in that, I think that then that needs to be checked. We do this because of students. And so things that we are doing, policy work. I mentioned, 20 years ago, when many of these policies were written, we didn't even have I didn't have an idea about needing a social media policy. And we're having to refine those things. It is obvious from the comments that we've had tonight, policies need to be looked at and they need to be reviewed. And we need to keep up our policies with where we are today. And unfortunately, that hasn't always happened. And so sometimes things happen faster than our policies do. And so, but we've done a lot of work to keep up on those, and we will continue to. And so I look forward to that work with the rest of the board. Budget. We will pass a budget. It will suck. That's it. Like, you're right. We cannot keep doing the things that we've always done because we will not have the same amount of people and we will not have the same amount of money. That's right. We know that. We don't like that. And yet, we don't get to make more money. Our students came and talked to us today about, I think you need to make more money for sports and you need to make more money for this club and you need to make, I was able to talk to a couple of them and just explain, the pot of money is given to us. The only thing that we're entrusted to do is be able to divide it in the very best way using some of the best brains that we have, which are administration who works with our leadership in our schools and comes up with best that we can with what we're given. And it's not enough. And we know that. And it's not going to be a budget that we love, but it will be a budget that we will live with. And we will do the best that we can with what we're given. And we thank our voters who do give us 15% of our budget through levies. And we continue to work to be good stewards of the money that we are given and do the very best that we can to listen to our administration who also don't like these cuts, and our building leaders who don't like these cuts, and our department leaders who don't like these cuts, and say, okay, so none of it's good, but what's the least bad? We also do the work of reviewing the superintendent and his administration team for the strategic objectives and the work that we've done on that. And that also needs to be done by the end of the month, and we will. And I look forward to working with our board and the important work that that is to do, and being able to work together on getting that done. And so despite chatter and noise, good work is happening. We might not always like I said, where the budget's going to go, or some of the things that have to happen along the way, but the good work of celebrating our students, walking them across the stage at graduation this year, I'm so proud to be part of. And just knowing that it takes sometimes these things that seem so far away from students, like policy or budget or superintendent reviews, but this is the work that the board has been asked to do that helps in a small way, hopefully, get our students there. There's no place more joyous than the top graduation. And it was a privilege to be able to be there and see that, and be able to see those students dance and celebrate with their families and their teachers for getting them through the years at top, and just really excited to continue to see graduations. I got to attend the graduation walk at Ridgewood Elementary, as we probably had 40 students coming back from at least 4 different high schools, most of them Kent Ridge, as Ridgewood's in the Kent Ridge Strand, but having them come and being able to walk in front of all those K through 5 scholars and show them of what their perseverance and grit will get them to in a number of years. So, so much fun, and I am so proud of our graduates, and I will not promise I will not cry during graduations this year, but I am incredibly proud of all of our students. And also just a little plug, yes, it's all for the students, but thank you to all of those teachers and our staff that is helping just do that last little push this week to make sure as many students as they can cross that stage. And I know that sometimes it takes just a little bit more of a push than others. So, and so thank you for believing in our students and helping them believe in themselves to get them there. So with that, it is 11:23. Thank you to our students. Thank you to all who stayed, and have a good evening.